Ladies and gentlemen, we are live, broadcasting worldwide on this Wednesday, September 8th, worldwide transmission. The biggest news yet, the entire COVID martial law takeover is about to break. Turns out Fauci admitted to creating a gain-of-function, quote, doomsday virus in 2012. It's not a document, it's video of him admitting it. And it's coming up in T-minus 5 minutes. Call everyone you know, tell them tune in now. We'll bring these murderers down together.
It's a 300 blackout. I've never shot it. It's my security guy, Kim's gun, it's got a suppressor. And again, it's legal for you to shoot with a suppressor if you're with the person that owns the suppressor. And Texas almost passed a law to manufacture them in Texas and make it legal for everybody, but that law did not pass. But the, the open carry and concealed carry thing passed is just the general public. So, Wild West, Second Amendment moving forward. I've never shot this, so we'll see how I do here. What is this, about 30 yards, 25 yards? I've heard a lot about it because I've never shot one of these. Man, that thing's like a laser beam. Wow, that's a badass gun. Maybe we should move back to 100 yards and see how we do. That is an awesome rifle. You want to sell it?
Everybody asks that. Makes me think of it.
So what is it?
It's a custom. I hunt kills. Even the this is made of carbon fiber, and I had it built specifically for this gun.
It's killer.
I mean, I built this thing so long ago, I don't even remember all the parts. I swear this was called a hammer because this part right here has these cleats on here. You know, it's like you can just bash somebody in the face with it.
Yo, what's up, Paul? What's up, man? How you doing, buddy? What's up, man? Internet's so slow, it's too fucked. Is that Alex Jones shooting? Yeah, baby, here we go. Alex Jones learning how to fire. What's he doing? He's too much, man. Good, man. Order and sell NTCU N64. Holy shit, yo, that's sick, man. That's fun. Sick, buddy. Damn 55? Yeah, man. Nice, man. That's not. I remember it's hard. It's fucking hard to get, man. Nice, buddy. My PBs, yeah. I don't have 54. I don't have a recorded video of 54. I might have gotten 54. I don't think I may not have gotten 54. I don't know. It's a lot of downtime. It's a lot of bad doors, and it's pretty frustrating level. Bad cutscenes. Drives me nuts.
I mean, you'll still remember how to pull the trigger and aim the gun, but the fine motor skills and being a really good shooter is going to go right on.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are live on this September 8th Wednesday transmission. And this is undoubtedly the most important information we have ever covered on air. I'm sure by next week we'll have a day that tops that, because the quickening is here. Satan has taken the mask off and is really making his move. Wow. wow. I spent a good 2 hours last night after my wife and children went to sleep trying to scan over the 900 pages that the Intercept investigative journal sued and got of Fauci going back over the last decade, but even further, 20 years, specifically saying, I want gain of function, I want to merge these viruses, and him in 2015, 16, 17.
Yeah, you just gotta you gotta YOLO it. That's all you can do. That'll reset.
And there's scans of the emails.
As you know.
Can't keyword search. It's grueling. I probably read 500 pages last night quickly till my eyes were bleeding. It's by that late at night, vision starts getting blurry, literally.
Yo, thanks for being your palm.
And I found, and I've got them printed off, stuff that hasn't even hit newspapers. And I've got a bunch of stuff that has hit the newspapers where he specifically says, I want you to merge these 5 viruses and then create a vaccine for it. And it's what COVID-19 is. He describes it all. The HIV delivery system, protein spike.
It's true. I read the documents. I read the grant proposal. It's a 512-page grant proposal document. I read it today. And specifically it's about the ADE2 human receptors. What they did is they grew mice with human ADE2 receptors to test the receptivity in humanized mice with Fauci's name on it in 2018. That was released today. That was in for a release today, and he lied to Congress. This is real shit, man. This is real shit going on in the U.S., man. What's mRNA? Oh, homie, it's I'm gonna type it. I don't feel like I'm gonna type it. I'm gonna type it really quickly. Messenger RNA. The vaccine makes your body produce the spike protein through your own cells, ribosomes, transcribing mRNA from the vaccine.
And they've got that in the wings. They'll probably release it all.
So your immune system will certainly attack the proteins made, but I say may, so, I don't have any evidence, it may attack your own cells as they are the ones producing the spike protein.
Saying it didn't come out of Wuhan, and then he's even in emails that have come out via lawsuits and
it's fucked, man. It's so fucked.
Cover up the fact that I wrote this. So the Lancet Journal saying it didn't come out of Wuhan was written by him. But all that's just window dressing. Do you understand? We're going to play the clip here in a moment. Do you understand that he admittedly created what they call a doomsday virus? They've got a mousepox virus as well that the Australian government released the program on how to build it, where even a normal biology department at a community college could make a mousepox virus that kills 98% of humans. I remember that whole story was big news 15 years ago. Like, why are we creating and putting on the internet how to make something? It'd be like how to create plutonium in your backyard and how to make a hydrogen bomb. In fact, it's worse than that. So this is truly 12 monkey type stuff. This is depopulation cult. And this is what they've set up. Yeah, there it is, the doomsday variant, all the rest of it. So they're already saying the doomsday COVID variant could be worse than Delta, Lambda, and maybe coming, scientists say. Well, they've already tested all this and have it ready. This is their martial law takeover plan. And if they don't get arrested, well, you're going to have a lot of auto mechanics and farmers and factory workers and Lyft drivers, and FBI agents children that are going to die. Because this is going to hit everybody. They're not going to give us, quote, vaccines that protect us. They're making their move. So this is not hypothetical. Mays Moore on Twitter found this. Now we have all the articles just reminded us of it. This is Fauci in 2012 answering questions with his partners about a new virus they created through gain-of-function research. And this is all being said at the Biodefense 2012 meeting. And then we have other clips of him admitting they were creating gain-of-function as well. Then he goes and perjures himself to Congress and says no one's ever done it, it's preposterous, and gaslights the public. When I have a stack of mainstream news, The Scientist and others I'll show you, where he got in trouble for it 6 years ago. Major controversy. But again, he thinks you're an idiot. And all these conferences that he headed called Gain of Function Conference. And he orders in all the emails and documents and grants, federal, National Institutes of Allergies, CDC, to the universities to create all this and to make viruses that infect humans from animals. That's gain of function. That's like saying, you know, well, gain of function is anything Christmassy. A wreath, a Christmas tree. Well, this is Santa Claus, or this is Jesus. I mean, this is the Babe Ruth of baseball. I mean, this is the worst stuff you can do. On a scale of 1 to 10, it's a 10 and a half. It's an 11, to quote Spinal Tap. So here it is. This is not hypothetical. This is them talking about a doomsday virus, which Fauci now says is coming. You're learned to lock down. You learn to do what you're told. You learn to stay in your home. So when they release
Some of these threads are good. Some are really
die
bad.
and behave yourselves. They can depopulate you, and it's going to be beautiful, just like Zardoz or just like Moonraker or any of the stuff they put in our face. Here it is.
Bill Schultz, Chemical and Engineering News. Dr. Fouché, I hope I'm not misunderstanding, but you seem to be saying that the virus you created is not particularly lethal in the ferrets. And yet, Dr. Keim, you have said to me in a phone interview that this was, quote, the doomsday virus. How are you coming to such different conclusions, and what is the public supposed to understand?
So I'm sure I didn't actually say that, but I have heard people call it that. I did not call it the doomsday virus, I should say. Ron?
Well, so the virus is highly pathogenic in chickens. The virus is pathogenic in ferrets if you put a lot of virus straight down in the lower airways. But it's well recognized by everybody in the flu field that if you take H5N1 and stick it up the nose of a ferret, the ferret really only gets the flu, a normal flu. Now, our virus is slightly different. It causes some neurovirulence, but certainly if the ferrets receive virus via aerosol route, we have never seen severe disease in the ferrets. Now, a ferret is not a human, and as Mike just pointed out, there's still serious debates about how fatal this virus is in humans.
To just clarify a bit, without predicting anything, without talking about any processes that will unfold, to the perception of, I think, most of us...
We're going to come back with the rest of this where he says that Fauci with a big giant cold sore on his lip, and he was involved with the group making the doomsday virus. By the way, it killed basically 99% of the ferrets. But that's when it got in their lungs. Yeah. We'll be right back. Stay with us. These people are building weapons to kill everybody. They're all eugenicists, depopulationists on record. They are mad scientists that must be stopped now. So, Fauci, Bill Gates, they're all on record wanting to depopulate the planet. So is Klaus Schwab. And they write books about how they're going to use a virus. And the Rockefeller Foundation documents that they're going to use a virus to bring in martial law, clamp down, and cut off resources under a carbon regimen that's a dictatorship controlled by your smartphone that tracks everything you do, that tells you when you can go places, when you can do things. That's now being implemented in Europe and in the UK and in Australia particularly. So it's not coming. The denials are over. It's here. And a lot of people in the media, late night comics that are really propagandists for the globalists, and corporate leaders and business leaders and religious leaders and academic leaders are totally signing on now out of fear, not just that they want power. They think, well, I'll just join the system and I'll be taken care of. That is the course of madmen and fools that haven't studied history, who have no discernment. I'm going to start the clip over because I played it too late going to break. My fault. This is not hypothetical. This is Fauci in 2012 answering questions with his partners about a new virus they created through gain-of-function research. And they told academics and journalists that it was a doomsday virus. And I have the documents I'll show you in a moment. And they try to start going, well, it didn't kill all the ferrets unless it got in their lungs. But then it did. And so, again, this is them creating gain-of-function. And this is Fauci, who was involved in the research and federal funding of it at the Biodefense 2012 conference. So the fact is, he lied to Congress again. He said, we've never done gain-of-function, even though it's in the documents. Here it is.
Bill Schultz, Chemical and Engineering News. Dr. Fouché, I hope I'm not misunderstanding, but you seem to be saying that the virus you created is not particularly lethal in the ferrets. And yet, Dr. Keim, you have said to me in a phone interview that this was, quote, the doomsday virus. How are you coming to such different conclusions, and what is the public supposed to understand?
So I'm sure I didn't actually say that, but I have heard people call it that. I did not call it the doomsday virus, I should say. Ron?
Well, so the virus is highly pathogenic in chickens. The virus is pathogenic in ferrets if you put a lot of virus straight down in the lower airways. But it's well recognized by everybody in the flu field that if you take H5N1 and stick it up the nose of the ferret really only gets the flu, a normal flu. Now, our virus is slightly different. It causes some neurovirulence, but certainly if the ferrets receive virus via aerosol route, we have never seen severe disease in the ferrets. Now, a ferret is not a human, and as Mike just pointed out, there's still serious debates about how fatal this virus is in humans.
To just clarify a bit, without predicting anything, without talking about any processes that will unfold, to the perception of, I think, most of us in the room, there was a perception, however it got there, that, and we've seen it on television, I've seen schematic diagrams of it on television, of a ferret in one cage sneezing on a ferret in the other cage. That ferret sneezes and they all die. This is what Ron has just said. I didn't say it. Ron just presented that. That is not what happens. When a ferret sneezes on another ferret, the ferret gets infected, gets flu-like syndrome, doesn't get sick, recovers, and does not die. And I think when you talk about forgetting about any of the process, just the perception that's out there. Am I correct, Ron?
Now, if anything, our data suggests that this virus spreads poorly. It is aerosol transmitted and therefore scientifically very, very interesting to study. But whether this virus would, if it would ever escape from a lab and start spreading, we don't know.
So the whole point is not that they were calling it doomsday secretly, and it did come out on the news at the time. I have the articles here, I'll show them to you. It's that there was a major debate internally of how dangerous this was and how it violated law, and how it was true gain of function. See, they made it. They made it spread worse. They made it more dangerous. That's gain of function. Something getting stronger, like Tyson in his peak in, say, 1989. That's gain of function for when he was 10 years old. Called gain of function. Hitler in 1940 was stronger than 1933 Hitler. It's called gain of function. Cancer going through your body, gain of function. It's getting stronger, you're getting weaker. So let's first look at the documents yesterday, okay? You can go to the Zero Hedge article, click on it, and try to read 900 pages like I did last night. And it's all right here in the document. You can click on the links in the FOIA release, Fauci-funded destruction of chimeric coronaviruses in Wuhan. That's a quote. And it describes all of the 5 animals, combining it with gain of function into one SARS-like coronavirus. And then they go on to say, that's on page 5, on page 293 of the documents. It's a later document. They admit we have now created. And here he is with Peter Daszak that ran it. We have video of Daszak saying they combined 5 viruses in 2019 successfully. We're building a vaccine for a new super virus they had built that had never existed. Just like you just heard them admit. And now you've all gotten to experience it. Yes, it was a real virus. Yes, it didn't spread very well. Now the Delta spreads 1,000 times worse. It's real. I've experienced it. Others have. And it came out of India where the vaccine caused all the other viruses to get killed except the Delta, and it made it super powerful. That's why 99% of infections in the world are Delta. The vaccine did it. That's admitted. It's not debated. So when Fauci gets up on TV and says, oh, the hospitals are full, we're going to have to lock down again, we're going to have to decide who gets care, and then Jimmy Kimmel says, oh, don't give care to anybody that hadn't had the shot. Mainline science that is settled says if you've already had it, the immunity's 13 times better, and that if you take a shot for that, whether it's J&J or Pfizer or any of it, it can kill you. But Kimmel doesn't care. He's given talking points by the Democratic Party and by Schumer. He's admitted it. So does all those shows. They hang out together. Those are talking points. That doesn't matter if you have an autoimmune problem, your doctor says don't take it. You don't get health care. And now doctors everywhere are saying this as a talking point. Violating the Hippocratic Oath, engaging in violations of the Nuremberg Code, where we will not let you leave your house, we won't let you have a job, we won't let you go anywhere, and you don't get medical care if you don't take it. We will give you the Pfizer shots now down to 39% effectiveness, they say. And the shot lowers your immune system. So it's all a load of crap. That's why they always had boosters ready. They knew it was never going to work. It's a power grab to track and control you. And I know you know that. Here's another one of the documents. Wuhan Institute of Virology, the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Dr. Peter Daszak, president. And it says, we are working with the Chinese government to create gain of function and viruses that spread from animals.
These fucking shitty bullshit candidates. Look at all these motherfuckers. Fuck them all.
Pages of it. I mean, smoking gun. This would be like if a serial killer broke into a live TV station, live on the nightly news, with 3 people and blew their heads off on television. And then put their gun down like the Joker does in the Joker movie and you know, gets arrested by the police. Would he be convicted of killing them? Yes. I mean, it's all the documents, all the money, all the admissions, lying to Congress, open and shut, but the FBI is penetrated and controlled by globalists that want to kill the country, want to bring in bioweapons and hit us. If you're going to hit your country yourself to take over, you got to control the military leadership, which they control. They all say America's bad. You got to control the FBI. The top of the FBI hates America. You got to control the courts, and they do. And so now they're going to just take their time, slowly murdering us. And a lot of the people that serve the system, they're going to die too, but they're order followers, so they
They'll
won't
follow
even
his
save
politics.
themselves. Unbelievable.
Worry about everyone else.
I'm being lied about.
Pfizer vaccine, maybe sure worry about that shit more, but too late. No, it's...
Let's not exaggerate.
There's like, it's likely...
Sometimes there's up to 1,000.
The only issue is that
Very, very conservative.
they're planning like boosters, right? And here in Canada, starting September 20th, I won't be able to go to a bar or a restaurant. It's like crazy. I give 20% tip too. I'm thinking of just getting a T-shirt that says I tip 20%. Because the only way you can lie about that is if you don't tip 20%, and if you walk in with that shirt, you know the person, like, if you're going to allow them to stay, you know that they're going to have to eventually man up to that shirt. So I'm thinking of just getting a T-shirt that says I tip 20%. I'm going to make a meme of that. I'm going to put this up here.
What about poor people? So we need Obamacare. Hey, it's socialist countries where you want healthcare, Kimmel.
That's a great idea. It's the science is like fine, but they're going to want you to keep taking it over and over again. Like, and it's not biologists making the decision. It's politicians. You know what I mean? They don't understand the negative repercussions of this. Because it's your body that's creating the protein. Am I mutating? No, well, it's not. Well, okay. There's this thing called reverse transcriptase, which is a theoretical possibility that it is used to reverse transcribe the mRNA strand into the DNA genome. The possibility of that, there's a couple possibilities. One, if that exists, it's only going to be a localized and not a systemic response. It can be systemic in the body, but it's not like all our DNA already is like set right from that original cell that divided over and over and over again. So if there is any mutation effects, it's going to be a very local response wherever the mRNA gets to in the body. And there's evidence that shows up in the spleen, in the liver, in the kidneys, in the brain. People on steroids are having very hard issues with negative reactions to it, probably because their blood is stressed or whatever. Or their immune system is already battered.
And that's it. He lied to Congress, but he's like
Oh, and Fauci lied to Congress, saying he wasn't involved in the Wuhan research when his name was shown today that it is. And he lied.
With this deadly vaccine? No, the answer is just because they've got corrupt people in charge of the Justice Department and most of the courts doesn't give them a license under any system to release bioweapons on us. It's like they had laws saying black people were 2/3 human. And folks said, hey, that law's wrong. We're going to stand up against it. It's the same thing. We're not putting up with this. And this assault, this attempt to make us all prisoners, and say we're not essential, and then to rape our bodies and put your dangerous GMO in us that we know doesn't work the way you say it works, that actually lowers our immunity and turns us into creatures you can control, a bunch of bubble people. You know about the boy in the bubble? Well, they want to make us bubble people. That's their real goal. Where all birth is done via cesarean, and then later in a test tube. We've got articles saying they want that. Where mothers don't feed their children milk from their own breasts, but formula. It's the industrialization and takeover of the entire human processes. They say to then end us as a species because we're parasites. See the stack? Didn't get to it yesterday. Didn't get to it the day before because I've been so busy with guests. But I'm going to hit this next hour where they talk about depopulating us and all their own emissions, mainline documents, everything. See this big stack?
I can't watch the debate. The debate would be so fucking shitty.
But the Jimmy Kimmel thing is
right now, Jesus
warming
Christ.
up on that. But look at these documents right here. TV viewers, radio listeners, write this down. You can look it up. New Scientist. Lab-made coronavirus triggers debate. The creation of a chimeric SARS-like virus has scientists discussing the risk of gain of function. That's the Scientist publication, 2015. It's about Fauci engaged in gain of function. Fauci said benefits of
Holy fuck, man, that's fun. When you go to bed, take care. See you next. Yo, thanks, Paul. You're the man, dude. Thanks, buddy.
That's who you're in bed with. It's illegal. He says he didn't do it, though he's all over the news for years running. He's saying gain of function in his own words. And it goes on and on from there. Look at this. Disease X, accelerating the development of medical countermeasures for the next pandemic by making viruses that don't naturally occur, 5 different animals coming together. How is that? How do you make something completely exotic out of the middle of nowhere from stuff all over the world that never come together and then release it out of a lab and call that protected? That's the UN. That's the Lancet Journal talking about that. Oh, Disease X, the next pandemic, the UN 3 years ago. Oh, it's coming any minute. We're going to take control of society once it does. Look who ran it, the UN.
Yo, some of these Trudeau protest videos are great though.
Who warns against unknown
If we can get some of these
disease
videos.
X? You're seeing that doomsday virus. Now, again, the UN is in charge, we let it get in charge illegally, of global response to pandemics and emergencies. That's how you get a global government, is a world body with world police power, regulatory power, to shut everything down, to say, censor that on the internet, globally. To arrest those people. Don't let those doctors speak. Don't let people have those treatments. And the precedent is then set. Track everybody to make sure they're not, quote, spreading it. Now you've got the global tracking system, which they admit they've set up, and is their holy grail. You've got all the elements of the World Court, the World Army, the World Police, the World Surveillance System, the phones to track you, now chips sewn into all your clothes. Never got to it yesterday, but more and more people online, I've seen it myself, are cutting into their clothes and finding tracker transponders, not in case you try to steal something in the store, but because those companies want to, cell phones, track where you go and what you do as a marketing thing to sell your data. And the companies admit they're doing it. You see,
And then we've got on video from 5 years ago on national French TV, the head of the Bilderberg Group, the head of the Davos Group, Klaus Schwab, saying, "Very soon we will have chips in all the clothing to track you, and then it will be chip on the skin." So it's not just QR codes. Yeah, here's the lady cutting the chip out. It wasn't a chip to make sure she could steal. It was sewn in to the neck. Sewn in. So there it is. I just showed you the documents. I just showed you.
Yeah.
And look,
Fuck this shit. This 1 billion bullshit. Fuck you, Trudeau.
He needs to say, "You are a criminal. You need to be arrested right now, or we need to fire the FBI director and the head of the Justice Department." And he needs to lead a peaceful rally to protest. We need to say no to this, or we're green-lighting these people, creating deadly viruses, and then obviously releasing it at the key time to discredit and make Trump look bad and then covering it up. Fauci said, Trump will be challenged by a novel virus and a pandemic, guaranteed. Michael Moore said something big's coming. We'll take out Trump. They all knew. They all did it. Their virus and their vaccines that caused the mutant Delta variant, that's not even debated. I tell people this, they go, "Really? Like, yeah, see this? See the scientists? See the admission? It's admitted they created this. They know exactly what they're doing." And so now we're here. We're going to go to break, ladies and gentlemen, and come back with the biggest news yet in all of this, and tied together to the global martial law plan they've got set up. And of course, I'm going to expose Jimmy Kimmel and just hope he's got a soul. He should quit. He should turn the money down. He should go public. If Colbert's really evil. I know people that know him. He loves him. Kimmel does not like it. I know people that know him. He actually doesn't like it. But he's doing it for the money. And then you got some of the other talk show hosts who are like drug addicts, so you know what they're doing. But they're reading off scripts, and it's time for Kimmel to find his soul. Jimmy, life's really short, and there is a God. You've got children. You need to get right with God and turn your back on the devil. We'll be right back. Thankful that you've joined us on this live September 8th Wednesday broadcast. All right, ladies and gentlemen, again, thank you so much for joining us. Jimmy Kimmel, I don't think is a bad guy. I know a lot of people that know him, that have worked with him, and have even done shows with him, and they say he's a really nice fella. I think I was told like 10 years ago that he was a listener. And he's made some nice jokes about me in years past. But since Trump got in, all the big late night shows got taken over by the Democratic Party and by the globalists. That's on record that they write talking points, they've talked about it, that are then given to their writers and written into the show. That's only one funny part and one part that isn't funny. So you know when Jimmy Kimmel came out and said the terrible thing he did, very evil. You talk about Nuremberg Code violating, you talk about corrupt, and said if somebody doesn't take the vaccine, now they want to take 5 a year of a gene therapy that was never approved. And by the way, the FDA did not approve it. They just said we've reissued the emergency. So that fraud's now come out, that it's not gone through the approval process. And it's got 39% effectiveness, the Pfizer shot, it lowers your immunity. And that's all real stuff, Jimmy. That's not me reading off a teleprompter. There's no teleprompter in here. There's cameras aimed at me and I'm talking, and I got my research right here. So I'm my own man, Jimmy, and you should go back to writing your own jokes and actually be a comic again, and tell the network and tell the globalists to piss off, but that's up to you. So you come out and you say, unvaccinated people shouldn't get ICU beds, and is returned to late night after a 2-month vacation. Well, isn't that interesting? So you're now Dr. Kimmel. Well, doctors are on record saying if you've already had COVID, you don't want to take the vaccine, it can kill you in an autoimmune response, and it's 13 times better than the vaccine in an Israeli study. Natural immunity. Doesn't matter what the Surgeon General lies about and says in his little Starfleet commander outfit, little admiral outfit, his little Scientology outfit. So you've got all that going on. And then Kimmel regurgitates that, oh, everybody's taking this horse dewormer and the poison control in hospitals are overflowing. Rolling Stone had to fully retract that. No one was in the hospital. Out of millions of calls, they got 11 calls about ivermectin, and only 9 of those were people that thought they might have gotten sick from it. And yeah, you should consult a physician, and you shouldn't go out and take horse paste on your own. But the studies do show ivermectin works. I'm going to show those to you, Kimmel, because, you know, we're not reading off a teleprompter with stuff written by Chucky Schumer on it. At least you're not out dancing like Colbert is and then sexually looking at each other with that creep Schumer, whose protege is Anthony Weiner, that whole sick situation with Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, and that whole sinking Hollywood ship we'll get to next hour with Rose McGowan coming out saying that Clintons and Oprah are monsters. Everybody knows Oprah would pimp women out to Harvey Weinstein. That's all coming out. Oprah, I think, will probably go where Weinstein went. She likes young ladies more than he does. So, oh yeah, that's coming out. That's what she's talking about. So here's Jimmy Kimmel on his sinking Hollywood ship with a third of the ratings he had when we started years ago, because people don't like being lectured by the Democrats writing your talking points, putting all this out. So he's putting out debunked stories about horse warmer, debunked stories about that AP admitted, okay, 2% of the calls were about the ivermectin, not 70%. The hospitals were totally empty. The doctor that put the story out didn't work there. It was all a lie. That all was debunked last Friday. But here's Kimmel. Here's Kimmel on Tuesday night. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days later, lying to us, because he's not lying. He's a teleprompter reader. And then I'm going to show him some of the documents. But first, here's a segment of the show.
Relaxing Labor Day. It was not a fun Labor Day weekend COVID-wise. The number of new cases is up more than 300% from a year ago. Dr. Fauci said that if hospitals get any more overcrowded, they're going to have to make some very tough choices.
Back it up 5 seconds. So Dr. Fauci told us if we got 70% vaccinated, they're up to about 60, we'd have no more cases, it'll be fine. But now we have 300 to 400, actually, that's a true statement, more people, because Delta's very real, because the vaccine made it mutate, get stronger. That's how it works, dumbass. Well, they never made a vaccine for a cold virus. That's what this is based on, because it kills all the natural ones and creates a super one. And in chickens, it's called Marek's disease and creates a super virus that kills 100%. And it's well on its way with more shots doing that. See, that's called science, Jimmy. I know you tell jokes and stuff. This is the world you want your kids living in? Let's go back to you.
From a year ago. Dr. Fauci said that if hospitals get any more overcrowded, they're going to have to make some very tough choices about who gets an ICU bed. That choice doesn't seem so tough to me. Vaccinated person having a heart attack? Yes, come right on in. We'll take care of you. Unvaccinated guy who gobbled horse goo? Rest in peace, Wheezy.
Is that a little Freudian slip by the Democrats who wrote that? Because in England, they're saying they're going to refuse you if you're not shot up. So that's where this is going. Oh, you mean all the people having heart attacks and heart swelling, including young people and dying? They admit it does? Oh, you got the shot and having a heart attack? Come on in. Continue.
Unvaccinated guy who gobbled horse goo? Rest in peace, Wheezy.
Yeah, kill him. They didn't take the shot. Kill him. Hit pause again. Back it up 5 seconds. Woo! Kill him. Don't let him have. Oh, you got a car wreck. Your app says, your tracker app says you didn't take the shot. Maybe you have a medical issue. So what? Die. Yeah. Kill Americans. Kill them. Woo! Woo! How sick is this, huh? Continue.
We've still got a lot of pandimwits out there. People are still taking this ivermectin. This the poison control centers have seen this spike in calls from people taking this livestock medicine to fight the coronavirus, but they won't take the vaccine, which is crazy. It's like if you're a vegan and you're just like, no, I don't want a hamburger. Give me that can of Alpo instead. One of the reasons these sea biscuits are opting for ivermectin is because they don't trust Big Pharma, which is fine, I guess, except for the fact that ivermectin is made by Merck, which is the 4th largest pharmaceutical company in the world. And even Merck is telling people to cut it out. They released a statement saying ivermectin has no scientific basis for potential therapeutic effect against COVID. There's no meaningful evidence for clinical activity or clinical efficacy in patients with COVID-19 disease. And there's a concerning lack of safety data in the majority of studies. Listen, if a pharmaceutical company says, please don't take the drug we're selling, you should probably listen to them. Or you could just go with a TikTok posted by a disgraced veterinarian instead. Meanwhile, these poor horses are like, hey, I have worms. I need that stuff. There are worms in my butt. Do you understand? Ivermectin did get a big endorsement over the weekend from one
I'll stop there. Back in 5 seconds. I got to counter each lie here, folks. Did you hear him say, hey, this is another big drug company too, Merck. Yeah, I didn't take Merck's Gardasil, which actually killed a bunch of people as a live virus. But I would take a lot of Merck's other drugs, and I have, because they work. See, vaccines have liability protection and have a history of contamination and problems and social control, like shooting blacks up for 40 years and telling them it was vaccines when it was syphilis. See, Jimmy? I know history. So that's why I've got a concern. It's not that I'm against medicine, not that I'm against technology. It's that I'm against the globalists and Bill Gates. Continue.
Worms in my butt. Do you understand? Ivermectin did get a big endorsement over the weekend from one of America's top medical minds, none other than Sandy Hook denier / internet lunatic Alex Jones.
You know what this is? This is ivermectin for humans who want a Nobel Prize as an antiviral. And this is inhalable, or these are the tablet steroids. So let me show you. I was going to do this anyways earlier. See this? See this, Fauci? You see this, Bill Gates? I'm going to kill those prions, you bastard murderers, and hit them with a bioweapon. I'm going to go to break, come back, play the rest of this, and I'm going to show Kimmel on air. Journal of Medicine, Journal of Nature, saying ivermectin's a miracle drug. Oxford University, major labs in the U.S. But you know what? Dr. Zelenko already broke a story that I was going to break, because I have a lot of sources, obviously, a lot of high-level people. Zelenko confirmed with the doctor that actually advises the Google leadership that they're all taking ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine and quercetin, and none of them are taking the so-called vaccine. Neither is the head of Pfizer. Do that up for next segment. I want to show Jimmy this, because I know he'll end up seeing it. If I have to, I'll send it to Joe Rogan, and he'll send it to him. Because I care about Jimmy. I want him to save his soul. Because if he signs on to this evil, believe me, son, you're on the wrong side of history. That's coming up. But first, we are so excited about this because it works so damn well. I took some of this a few months ago, and we finally approved it for almost 2 years of research. This new Rainforest Ultra, it's liquid, it's strong, it's got all these herbs, all these compounds, and a whole bunch of natural forms of really concentrated, clean caffeine and other goodies. And it blew me away when I took 3 or 4 drops a few months ago. We finally approved this recipe. I did some yesterday at 4. I was super tired, took some, I was bouncing off the walls at 2 a.m. This stuff is incredible. Rainforest Ultra, a limited supply of the first run. It's called a limited edition. If we're thinking about tweaking it, we're not. It's incredible. The problem is we got a limited supply. At current sales rate, it's going to sell out in 5 days. Get your Brainforce Plus while you can and experience Rainforce Ultra, the next level of clarity and focus at InfoWarsStore.com. We'll be right back. Monday through Friday from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. I'm here live. Don't forget the Washington Journal with Harrison Smith. This excellent, informative, amazing guest. Harrison's a really smart guy, and a lot of clips and callers. That is 8 a.m. Central, InfoWars.com/show, and then War Room 3 p.m. Needs your introduction. Owen Schroyer. I had a lot of fun on Owen's show yesterday. I'll just leave it at that. Now, let's look at these headlines for Jimmy Kimmel here, because I know he's going to watch this later. Hey, Jimmy, here's Yahoo News. Jimmy Kimmel says unvaccinated people shouldn't get ICU beds in his return to late night. I mean, deny people medical care, murder people. You don't know why they can't take a shot. You don't care. You don't care about all the medical reasons. Just kill them. Then he goes on to call me the Sandy Hook denier. You know, they're the ones that constantly say Sandy Hook didn't happen in my name and say that I built my operation off that when I barely ever talked about it. No, these people all glommed onto me because we're famous and we're fighting tyranny to connect me to dead kids at Sandy Hook so that nobody even knows that Adam Lanza killed him. People think I killed him. So again, another cheap trick by him. Jimmy Kimmel returns. Blast Alex Jones over ivermectin endorsement. Choice of beverages. And that's the weird thing about liberals, especially the trendies that moved to Austin. They don't know my family founded Texas. I've had family in Waterloo. That's what Austin's called since 1820. I'm not a territorial guy. They just flipped out. It was trending. Jones is drinking Topo Chico. I've been drinking Topo Chico for 35 years since I first found it in Austin stores from Mexico. And I like Topo Chico Lime. And I didn't know you worship it and you think it's yours and it really freaked you out, and now it's on Jimmy Kimmel. But that's the type of idiotic stuff these people obsess on. I wish you knew more about ivermectin and not Topo Chico, because look, ivermectin, enigmatic, multifaceted wonder drug, continues to surprise and exceed expectations. Nature.com, major study. Now is the time to use ivermectin. Tokyo Medical Association chairman recommends ivermectin to all doctors who treat COVID. 100% success rate, over 10,000 patients with their group of doctors with ivermectin early. Then he gave statistics out of Africa and India where they hand it out and they don't die of COVID. but the places that don't use it die. I mean, see, Jimmy, but that's just a Japanese scientist. You know, don't listen to him. Judge orders hospital treat dying man who was in a coma on a respirator. Now he's out of the coma, but another judge has come out and said, well, you can't give him ivermectin, so he'll probably die. AP forced to issue correction on fake news about ivermectin, but that's what Jimmy Kimmel quoted right there. AP corrects ivermectin fake news, only 2% poison calls, not 70% of the calls. And it goes on and on. Rolling Stone, being a stage deal, being fake, none of it was true, not one person was sick. Here's all the big studies, use of ivermectin in association with lower mortality in hospitalized patients with coronavirus disease. It was already around back then, the ivermectin and COVID. 2019 study, ivermectin wonderment for Japan, the human use perspective. That's from the NIH.gov. See that, Kim? On and on and on. Study after study, after study, after study, after study, after study.
What's up, Ninja?
NIH.
Ninja lifestyle, man. What's up, man?
And the media banning doctors.
Fake news? Who the fuck just makes up a fake study? Damn, dude. Sounds like you have some info that I don't have, man.
Than Sandy Hook denier / internet lunatic Alex Jones.
Fake news, an entire article. Yeah, it's crazy, man. It's crazy, man. Shit's fucked, dude. My opinion.
I've never seen someone drink a Topo Chico before.
All been disproven and some were retracted. Oh wow, really? Holy shit, dude. Are you semen saying the guy that made the overdose semen doesn't even work there? Wow, man. That's crazy. I didn't know that. Wow. That's wild. They're just scared. Yeah, it seems like a planned thing.
Live show feed today. Unspeakable evil. Fauci admitted to creating doomsday virus gain of function weapon. Let's just add weapon. Bioweapon.
Yeah, all this Fauci stuff that came out today too. How he's linked to the grant documents, the research grant documents in Wuhan. So the gunshot victims were waiting outside the hospital for treatment, ivermectin or whatever, staying up all the rooms. 0 patients and no shooting. Wow. That's crazy. That's crazy, man. I think I read something like that on 4chan, but it wasn't like validated. So, I mean, I saw like screenshots of stuff, but that's like I didn't look into it because I was like, even if that's true, the motive only shows that like the pharmaceutical companies are just kind of crazy, right? And bored, and there's like some global plan with the media, which like, right? It's the small leaks that sink the ship, you know. It's crazy, man. Yeah, this is today's, dude. This is today's, what, today's the 8th? Yeah, this is Alex Jones, the 8th. This is like 3 hours long. One conspiracy guy so much, but it seems odd that not a single soul fact-checked. And for mainstream media got repeated. Yeah. Yo. Since, yeah, exactly, man. For Canada, okay, there's a couple things. There's a couple like key points. One is Biden is giving is requesting $6.4 billion from the feds, probably taxpayers, to give 95,000 Afghani displaced refugees, pretty much each like $68,000 US. So Biden's requesting $6.4 billion from the feds, which is probably going to be tax money, to give to Afghani displaced families. And Trudeau gave $1 billion to federally $1 billion to security to the Vax passport, to security companies for the Vax passport. I'm trying to find the fucking. I can't find the image. Anyways, he gave $1 billion, and he called this bullshit election. The election is before the Vax passport. Yo, the non-mRNA. Nah, no. I don't think so. I know. That's a good question. That's a good question, ALBGS2. I was thinking after I just started streaming, and then that question came to my mind afterwards. I have like it really is about the details, right? Like I have received non-mRNA vaccines. Oh, what's that? The mRNA, like Pfizer, Moderna. What they do is they inject a mRNA strand, which codes for a protein, and the body. It's great. Yo, for sure. I mean, if you can improve your immunity, and that'd be great. 5G. That's sick, man. Or girl. Yeah, so what it does is the mRNA strand is actually transcribed by the ribosome, by your own ribosome in your cell, which creates the spike protein. So your own cell is actually producing the protein that your body will produce antibodies against. And it's shown to have a systemic dispersion throughout the body, is not a localized. So other viruses, like the one that the Johnson one, but man, I don't know. The Johnson one uses an adenovirus, I believe, to inject to the messenger or RNA, so it's still the same type of technology. The issue is that like it's producing proteins that have led to like blood clots, and there's just a risk. There's definitely a risk involved with it, and it's like your body. It's also there's many things. It's found in the lymph nodes. I'm also recovering from Bell's palsy on the left side of my face from a head injury, and there's been in the product monograph of the Pfizer and Moderna mRNA vaccines, one of the side effects that has recently been added is potential Bell's palsy, which is face paralysis, and I've come a long way with that. I'm not going to have that happen any further. I'm not going to risk that, you know. I'm wanting the Johnson too. Dr. Drew said if it tests positive, healed, then getting the immediate vaccine is unnecessary procedure. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Yeah. Well, depends. Did your body... Yeah, and healed? Yeah. That's under the assumption that your immune system was able to produce antibodies for the spike protein. In reality, it's probably produced antibodies for much more than just the spike protein induced from the mRNA vaccine, right? So I would agree with you, right? But like, it's fucked, man. Like, I can't travel. I can't fucking... It's fucked, man. Maybe next year I'll get it. Yeah. I don't think I'm ever gonna get it. I mean, I know usually people get it right after they say something like that, you know what I mean? That's like a karmatic thing, but like, I don't think I'm gonna... So most vaccines, actually this mRNA vaccine is the first of its kind ever. Most vaccines are like inactivated versions of the virus, like weakened versions. That's why I put mRNA in the title.
Where is the FBI? I said, this guy is over a high-level UT biology system.
Yeah, man,
where
that's
they've got
fucked, man.
weapon systems, level 4 lab and
And Trudeau just friggin', which is our prime minister in Canada,
I said,
$1 billion to vax passports, man. $1 billion. It's like,
because that's what you're supposed to do when you've got a real life 12 monkey person out there doing
it's
this.
fucked, man. Our vector vaccines,
Who wouldn't hurt anybody.
adenovirus vector, yeah. I think it's, I think it uses the adenovirus vector if I'm not mistaken. That's smart chat, man. Sick dude, girl.
I don't want to kill Klaus Schwab. I just want you to know he's
Thanks for being
killing
here.
you. And if you go kill them, it'll turn them into martyrs. I want to kill their name. I want to kill their programs. I want to kill their operations. I want to politically, peacefully shut it all down. But if they keep putting everybody in camps and putting 4 shots in us and make us have heart attacks and die and erase our immune system, as all the literature...
Want to sleep is 4 a.m. in Europe? Yo, no worries. Well, good night, yo. Thanks for being here, ALB. I appreciate it. Thanks for the nice, open-minded discussion. You know what I mean? Like, if you want to get, it's just like I also don't. Yeah, if you want to get vaccinated, you can get vaccinated. What is this? I didn't click on this. Fuck this bullshit. My computer's way too slow, man. Thanks for being here. Thanks for having an open mind, you know, conversation.
And so he knew to take the billy clubs, take the police dogs, take the water cannons.
Yeah, it's crazy in Canada. In Canada and America, it's getting really bad.
Just like Gandhi did. They were all learning from Christ. But when it's all done through propaganda and apps and locking you down...
Yo, what's sick, Ninja? What's up to you, man? Thanks for being here, buddy. Appreciate that. It's really nice of you.
That Churchill talked about where you don't even have a chance of winning, but it's better to die on your feet than die on your knees as a slave, where they take their time.
I had to stream. I was losing my mind. I'm like...
Look, they've organized rebellions and programmed people.
And the way they've done it, I wish I had that image up. Editing's too nice. Did a skate spot tour today. Oh, nice. That's sick, dude.
Those big corporations have sponsorships letting them do
Nice. That shit's good. That shit's awesome.
So that when the actual war starts,
That video was great. The last one.
No. Physical war starts. If you go kill cops,
The exploration.
things collapse. They'll bring in their outside police. The police aren't who you want to kill. The military isn't who you want to kill.
Sounds fun.
You want to go out and face the warriors down, head up. That's not what rebels do. That's not what guerrilla warfare is. You go after the leadership and their spies and their operatives, so that nobody spies on the liberty.
Some of these threads are good.
The actual leaders, and I'm not saying do that. I'm just simply saying.
What was I gonna say though?
You're all
Was
been
I say
programmed
something?
to hate the police by the media and say they're the enemy and say go out and kill the police, so that it's this background noise of the left and even the right, so that when things kick off, that's the classic confrontation that happens. That's an idiotic attack. That's an idiotic.
Oh yeah, in Canada,
moronic.
the
You don't want to be seen.
so we have like 2 main parties in Canada, right? Kind of like Republican and the Democrat. We have like Liberal and Conservative, and both the Liberal and Conservative are for vaccine passports, and they're having the election like 2 days before the vaccine passports are implemented. So it's like they released this election specifically to say that we voted for these vaccine passports. And it's like we've never had as much of a liberal washed conservative leader in Canada before this election. And this is the reason. Because what they're doing is saying, okay, whatever party wins of the two, they've adopted the American like system pretty much of like washing, like, you know, watering down the political system. Unfortunately, sadly, they've implemented it now in Canada. Canada was had a little more freedom of like there's a little less top down domination, right? Just like there's like not like nobody cares about us, you know, worldwide. No, you know what I mean. But like there's like less. It was like less like on the main thing, but now it's a global, this G8, G20 shit. It's all global. It's all global Illuminati shit. We're all fucked. You know what I mean? It's just a piece of the puzzle.
eugenics.
I feel like I have like what do I like who do I vote, like what do I do, who do I vote for, you know what I mean? It's
They have produced clones of Oprah Winfrey and Bill
I feel like
Gates.
I feel like as a Canadian I feel like a young naive child, and like America is like, yeah, like we haven't had choice for fucking
30 years old, 10 years old,
200 years, you know what I mean? Like fuck, man. They're fucked.
and the parents don't even know who they've got. They're told this is a very gifted child that was in a program, and you know you're working with, and those people know.
Absolutely
they tell
fucked.
anybody, they talk about it, they're dead just like that. I had the head of New York Emergency Management, the deputy head on, about Building 7 and how there were bombs in it, the CIA. He was dead 2 weeks after he was on. Of course, we talked to the neighbors. They loaded everything up in vans. He did the witness protection program. Changed his name.
God.
He was lucky. Barry Jennings. So, I live in the real world. I live in the real fight against the New World Order. And I'll tell you what's really going on. It's incredible. Or you can believe left-wing fantasies and all the weird garbage they put, or right-wing fantasies. And I'm going to ask the question again. We'll come back with the news. What do we get Rand Paul and the other few good senators we've got? Because if they come out against the globalists and admit this is a globalist takeover and a great reset and read their quotes on air, everyone will rally behind them. Bolsonaro conservatively had 10 million people rally in Brazil yesterday. Millions in their capital city. We'll show you that footage when we come back. And he's out there saying, it's a new world order, foreign megabanks, create communism, destroy your family. They will poison you. They're coming after you. Don't trust them. New world order. And he quotes it all, and they all learn about it, and they unify, and the military and police are behind them. And they're winning. They already stabbed him to death. He said, I'm going to have victory or death. We're going to defeat the new world order, global communists, or I'm going to die trying. That's the spirit. I salute Bolsonaro. We are back live on the vaunted Alex Jones Show. Thank you so much for joining us today. Next segment, I'm going to get into the bottom of the rabbit hole of who these people really are and what they're setting up and where.
Yeah, this is sleep stream setup is ready. Sleep stream. That sounds dope. Are you gonna do a sleep stream? I thought it was illegal. I thought you couldn't sleep on Twitch. Yeah, man, Bell's palsy, man. That's no joke, man. I had that. I still have that to an extent. I can do a sleep stream. Oh. I did that last summer when I broke my arm. And I couldn't do anything. I think it's technically illegal or whatever. A lot of people doing sleep stream, but I heard the rules you can't put just chatting. Oh, really? That's funny, man. Tigers don't have stripes. That's jokes. Is that how my channel's gonna take off? I'm blessed. I'm so lucky. I have a lot of followers. I'm really happy. I'm really lucky. Who is a big nurse for streamers have been doing sleep stream 5 months. 24-hour stream. Wow. That's a great idea. Definitely would get followers. That's how you would grow your channel. Interesting, man. You'd really see all the aspects. You'd see all like the boring and quiet parts of someone, though. You definitely can't keep a character up for 24 hours a day. You do 4-hour stream until he got world record. Then he got it. Oh, really? That's crazy. Cano. Laying down text. Yeah, man, like, this is what I do. I just, like, I'm on 4chan. I'm like, you know what? If I'm on 4chan, why don't I just stream?
Here's a fact. There are hundreds and hundreds of new strains of the coronavirus, the whole SARS type family, every year. And so all these governments, the Chinese, the U.S., the Russians, everybody's been doing it. It's very dangerous. Have been mixing these things together to try
I
to
was
create
just
bioweapons.
him laying down.
And the cover's
That's
always,
jokes,
oh, we're
man.
testing this in case somebody else makes it. So Fauci, in the public documents, combines 5 of these. It's old news, but even more has come out, just cherries on top.
Holy
And they
fuck.
create things that will kill many more people and that spread way faster. They call it the doomsday virus or disease X. Then they come out and they say, oh, we got the Delta. Oh, we got the Mu. Oh, we've got the, oh, it's even more deadly. And as they give more vaccines that do knock out more viruses, it only lets the really powerful ones survive.
Yeah, man. I mean, like, I'm in a bad mood off camera a lot of the time. Just lying around, not doing much, and just
But
pissed
there's
off.
only some that are going to live. And then
Not all the
they
time, but just sometimes, you know what I mean?
your
Like,
poison. And that's
okay.
why most pesticides don't work anymore. Well, viruses and bacteria are the same way. And they know this. And it's why in every animal group they've ever given cold vaccines to, within a few years of giving it, you get super viruses that kill, in the case of
I just feel crazy. Like, I feel like I'm, like...
And in that doomsday clip we played first
Like, I think I need to talk about it. I need to rebel. Like,
they try to play it down, but
I need to
infection
fucking
is the gain of function.
talk about it or else I'm going crazy.
Because they're all talking about what
And it's
they
like,
know. They're not stupid. So when you give humans 5,
where
6,
is
7, 8
this
times
virus?
a year,
Why, like, where is
it's
it?
gonna create super
Where
viruses.
is this virus
The
now?
COVID-19 was bad if
Why
you
do you need to
catch it
inject
very
me with all
early.
this shit?
But
What's the
then if you
real
change the
threat of
Delta,
me
which they
catching
knew they'd get
COVID?
a mutation like this,
And me getting sick and me transmitting it to others who are vaccinated?
spreads way worse, and that's it. Now 99%.
If you're vaccinated, why are you scared about it?
worldwide are Delta. And now they're starting booster shots.
I don't know.
And now they're going to make one for Delta.
For the children
And
and
then now you're going to
fucking...
get something even worse, and you're going to get Merrick's disease.
Oh, it
in
drives me
humans.
nuts.
And I've had research scientists like Dr. Culla in studio agreeing with me. That's what this is. They're making us create the doomsday virus. They're
Maybe never
creating
go
a
away.
Merrick's disease type operation against us. So, what is the solution?
Yeah.
Brazil is the most populous country in South America. It has the most resources. It's the largest country. And I've never been down there, but I know folks who've been there. They're great people. Bolsonaro, I'm not bragging. It shows the success of the show to the listeners.
First wave, second wave. It's only going to take you weeks to read 10. Yeah, it's...
We woke up. Tucker Carlson, you see that now.
Now there's variants. There's like Delta variant. There's like Mu variant.
He began listening to my show.
They're the Ma variant.
Their Congress.
Oh my god, my computer's so slow,
Killed
man.
him too. They would stab his dad in public, as you've seen. And he said, come to Brazil right now. Interview my father. I've been so busy, I've not been able to do it. But we met him at CPAC last year in D.C. Or outside D.C. So there it is. That's the power. He was a general. He was involved in
COVID's ever accepted masks as BLM rally because miraculously there was no spikes.
He researched it, understood already a lot of it about the IMF World Bank, and he got elected
Yeah,
into
man.
government and then president.
Or did you see the protests in London?
Because they know election fraud's coming with their electronic voting.
Ones in London was crazy. London, England. I was gonna wear my London shirt just because of the protests there, but
Brazil is saying no.
I didn't want to fucking
And now they didn't take
say
the vaccine
F
mask.
the
They don't
president
have
of the
to
United
use
States and me
vaccine.
not wear like a
Sweden and a bunch of other
I love
countries.
America
Countries
shirt,
with
you know.
highest vaccination rate, like Israel. Look at this. There's Sweden compared
Trump
to
rallies
Israel's
were
on
referred to as
top
super
bills
spreaders.
hundreds of times. And now I've got
Wow,
reports
that's crazy.
in the U.S., in Israel, and the UK.
Yeah,
Even
really.
the West Virginia governor admitting the majority of the deaths are in the vaccinated. That's now confirmed. See, first, oh, it'll totally protect you. Well, it won't protect you. You just won't get really sick. Oh, actually, it'll kill you worse. And everybody I know that works in hospitals are saying, we're told not to tell people when they've been vaccinated that, oh, you're in
Como se le dice? Oh shit, yeah.
We're told don't chart it as COVID
Yo, what's up, Cloud9?
because they don't want the vaccinated to know
Yeah, you're right,
you're not
man.
sick from COVID. You're sick from the vaccine. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is just incredible. Yeah, show some of the Bolsonaro clips with some of the.
I've been to California and I've been to San Francisco. I've seen the homeless there, unfortunately, very sadly. Yo, what's up, Cloud9? How you doing, man? I've seen you for ages, feel bad, man.
You got to see the incredible footage. And by the way, I've been asked by people, why do you pay for 7
I'm good, buddy. How are you,
in
man?
Africa
Good,
and
man.
areas of Asia? Why do you pay for 100,000?
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
6 hours a day, broadcast around the world. Doesn't have much U.S. listeners.
Yeah, like we're getting vaccine passports the 20th of September.
Winning against the globalists, a prohibited future. This show,
Our election.
number one sign, the sign says, "You woke my father up. You helped launch the revolution in Brazil." I've had
It's fucked, man.
Farage on the show.
Hello before I go to sleep, yo. No worries, man. Thanks, buddy.
You did that. We don't care about getting the Brazilians money. We care about stopping the globalists and living together and going to space. We want to live
Go to sleep. No worries, dude.
under God with us and all God's children. It's
If
about
both
family and country.
parties support vaccine passports, that's like the real crux of like why Canadians are like bitching and whining right now. Both parties are insisting vaccine passports, you know.
10 years ago, they put out stories against me, and it would have a big effect. It would hurt us. Now, they put out their lies, and people have experienced so many lies, they just don't believe any of it. And none of it's ever true. They put out articles all the time that are completely 100% false. We call it the Wall Street Journal. We go, your Market Watch article says I lost a lawsuit for writing a book called Nobody Died at San Diego. We didn't write that book. I'm not in that book. Jim Fetzer wrote that. And they just come sue us if you want.
Captain is saying he's definitely going to vote. I don't know about what. He said he never voted before. I think, and now is the time. It's futile. Now is the most futile, irrelevant time to vote if you're a Canadian. I'm sorry. Sorry, Captain. Can I, like, there's like we have both our parties are like the same party. That's the point. Our politics have now become American politics. You know what I mean? Like, both of the top parties are. You're a gun man. Both the top parties are anti-gun and pro-vaccine passports. I'm not. I don't know. I'm not into the gun issue, but a lot of people are. I don't like. It's not. I don't think it's a major issue of discussion. The main issue is like vaccine passports, whatever. What they're doing is they're helping this election for people to vote. Because if either party wins, you'll be like, well, look, you voted for it, motherfuckers. Who are you gonna vote for? Like, it's over. Fast food tonight, do they have Carl's Jr.? Hardee's? No, we don't have that shit. We don't have the good stuff, man. We don't have the good, like. That sounds like a nice American South establishment. Got an issue here is probably my number one issue for voting. Oh wow. It's kind of like Burger King. Nice, man. No, we don't. I don't look at Carl's Jr. A little better? Nice, man, dude. That sounds really good, man.
You eat hope, you twist minds. I've been in a hotel room with you and your husband, and here comes the bomb. Yep, Rose McGowan got passed around.
Yeah, exactly. Here we go. There's really no point watching this shit. Pro-mandatory vaccines, liberals, NDP, Greens, conservatives. Exactly. We're fucked. Everyone in the debate tonight, everybody in the debate tonight is pro-vaccine passport. That's the point. Like, it's bullshit. I don't know if the Bloc is. I don't know who the fuck this is. I don't know who this person is. The Green? This is the Green Party leader? How? First of all, how is the Green involved? Whatever.
And that's the spirit that founded Texas. That's the spirit that founded America. By the way, grab the clip for next hour or after that. It was on Owen's show yesterday. They have these weird goon police now at the Texas Alamo. They turn it to politically correct Texas bashing facility. And they make you wear a mask when you're on the property.
Yo, that sounds good, man.
And are really rude. So we need the governor to enforce that over the Alamo, violating his executive order, and we need these idiots thrown off there. They need to move to North Korea. Now there's the footage. Bolsonaro just came out and said Brazilians must not be sissies about coronavirus, and all of us are going to die one day. And he needs to go further, which I know he's done. The Delta variant that's 1,000 times more viral and spreads like easy is from the Indian vaccine. The Indians admit it. They stopped their vaccine. It caused this. It worked.
Exactly. This is exactly the point. O'Toole is such a he's the reason like why selection is pointless. He's the leader of the Conservative Party and he's pro-vaccine passport. He's just a fucking he's just one of them. He's just another one of them.
Ivermectin, South African medics and doctors using unproven drug, BBC, to treat it. Really, it's used all over Africa, it's used all over Asia. The Japanese government has endorsed it. I just showed you all these studies. The BBC, same folks tell you pedophilia is good. They tell you don't do it. Those bad Africans. Another huge study, The Guardian. The Guardian told the truth. Wow, that's bizarre. Huge study supporting ivermectin as COVID treatment.
Here we go. Is there any hope for this going to be vax passes and the BBC not being allowed to win?
The UK says you can't have it. Israel says you can't have it.
Like, we're fucked. We're absolutely fucked.
I sent that to you the other day and I forgot to show it.
Like, what do we do? Like, what do we do? What's our choice?
Use ivermectin. They have basic no COVID. Those that
Like, honestly, what's our choice?
it shows the graphs. It shows Africa. It's the same thing with Israel. So all you get is the deadly vaccine. Look at Israel in death and disease. They just started the booster shot there. So you see that spike. What happened everywhere else? Oh, Sweden doesn't take shots. Sweden doesn't. Sweden got learned immunity, even to the bioweapon, and they're fine. Oh, here's another one. Despite 95% vaccination rate at Cornell University, today has 5 times more COVID cases than it did this time last year. The country has 3 to 4 times, but they have 5 times because they took the shot. And it lowers your regular immune system, and then the new variant, well, you know what happens. And it goes on and on and on. Only a few months ago, the Ministry of Health claimed that Pfizer vaccine was 99% effective, preventing COVID mortality. Today, that claim was dangerous misinformation, they said. Using the mortality rate we now know and hypothesize how really effective all these vaccines are. You can see the mortality rate off the chart. Looks like they actually cause you to die and create negative protection.
This guy gets it.
Oh, here it is, the vaccine-resistant new variant spreads to 49 states as Delta-driven summer wave peaks. No, it's not Delta-driven, it's vaccine virus mutation.
See, like this post, this sums up exactly what I just said. Like, it's not what I just said. It's the theme. It's the overall theme. It's the reality. Like, we're just fucked. They're giving us false choices, motherfuckers. Like, what do we do? What do we even do, man?
There's all the other articles about him admitting gain of function. Place on that next hour when Dr. Francis Boyle, the author.
Oh, I gotta get some food soon. I will keep streaming. Let's put on Alex Jones while I.
Nuremberg Code and U.S. law joins us to talk about the documents that came out.
I'm gonna get some food. Thanks so much for being here. I really appreciate it. I really do. Yeah, Fauci lied. Also, Fauci's. I gotta get food too. Oh, no worries. Nice, man. Me too. Nice. I'll be back, man. Oh, all my vitamins here. Take your vitamins, yeah. Take your ivermectin. See that? That's 100% ivermectin right there. See how it's empty? I took it all. I ate it all. I swallowed it all, and I got better. Vitamins.
Print it all. That'll be easier for me to read than on a screen. I've been trying to read it at home, and I scanned over 500 pages last night. So print that sucker. All 900 pages, please.
Glucosamine sulfate. It's good for the joints. Good for working out.
The cavalry has arrived. This is a new super product that is so strong and so amazing.
Made from like animal bones, I think. It's made from crushed animal bones and crawfish and like shrimp bones or shrimp bones. Got your garlic shrimp. Got your base shrimp. Alright. I'm gonna get some food, yo. Ninja Man, thanks, man. Thanks, dude. Thanks for fucking understanding, you know, and like seeing through the bullshit.
A limited supply came in. It's going to sell out in 5-6 days at current sales rate, which is a bummer.
We'll be back later. Nice, man. Sick, sweet.
We're going to put a big
nice.
Now, but get it while you can at InfoWarsStore.com. Rainforest Ultra discount out of the gates right now at InfoWarsStore.com. we get out to new people and pass the internet blockade by big tech and big pharma that's trying to kill everybody and trying to suppress credence and truth, is you telling friends, neighbors, family,
All right.
perfect strangers, co-workers, hey, you've heard about the demonized Alex Jones? Well, here's the URL right on the back of a napkin, on the back of a newspaper, on the back of your business card, freeworldnews.tv, because that's the current URL we've had for like 5 months that isn't banned by Twitter and Facebook, and where you're able to share the links via that, but you can share any of the links on your private email, your text messages, your word of mouth. That's king, and that's why they don't want you protesting, they don't want you in the street. They've had in Australia, New Zealand, and Canada, and the UK, government leaders, criminals, say, we don't want to allow demonstrations and in the lockdown because people will talk and they'll get disinformation. You mean we'll organize against your martial law takeover? This is all being done, ladies and gentlemen. This is all being carried out because you have this criminal, out-of-control, psychotic, and sociopathic elite that are in control of the major corporations, that are in control of the banks, and their Ponzi scheme of thousands of trillions of fake dollars and other currencies is coming down. And they need a global great reset to convince you it's your fault, that you're going to have nothing and own nothing, and there's going to be a new global currency and digital system tied to your phone, tied to your medical credit app, that will then be based on carbon taxes that will track and trace and control everything you do and everywhere you go. And that's their admissions, and that's being rolled out all over the British Empire. This isn't a British conspiracy, but the British Empire was the most powerful system in the world till the end of World War II. It then merged with the United States. And we became the global empire of this system. And we've now had our energy and our wealth transferred out. We had over half the wealth in 1950. Now we've got like 20% of it. To not empower the world, but to put the globalist in charge. And so now they've been caught corrupting people with money, with drugs, with payoffs, with pedophilia. To get in the globalist club, you've got to engage in the pedophilia, even if you don't like it, so they, quote, can trust you. And that's what Jeffrey Epstein did. That's what these other groups did. And it's come out in the British intelligence does this. Elements of the CIA do this. It's all been declassified. They put pedophiles in charge all over Afghanistan because that was groups and organizations that, again, they controlled. So, here's an article out today. Hollywood actress is the top trending story, puts Hillary Clinton on notice. You represent no flag, no country, no soul. You eat hope. That's a great way of saying it. You twist minds. I have been in a hotel room with you and your husband, and here comes the bomb. So Rose McGowan brought down Harvey Weinstein. Well, it's well known that Oprah Winfrey would, from our sources that have been dead on, it's come out now, have sex with these women. And you know, Oprah admittedly was a prostitute when she was 12 years old, and you're abused as a child, you tend to abuse others. She's had men as beards. I don't hate her because she's a lesbian, but I do dislike her because she's a eugenicist. She wants world government. She runs weird cults with John of God and weird cults in Africa, and it's just bringing in the poisons and the vaccines and all of it. She's the black face of the New World Order. She's the only black person allowed in these UN, Bill Gates depopulation meetings that have been in the New York Times, Wall Street Journal, what heroes they are in the Good Club, forming a world government to depopulate. Rose McGowan goes on and says, you're a monster, Oprah. I know what you've done. I'm going to expose you. I've been in a hotel room with the Clintons. I'm going to expose you. You're going down. You helped your husband rape women. She tells Hillary Clinton, unfortunately for Hillary, she is Rose McGowan's next target, and the Me Too activist and former Charmed actress may be the one person who has the courage to take on the mob boss of the Clinton crime family. You are the enemy of what's good, right, and moral. You represent no flag, no country, no soul. You eat hope. You twist minds, she tweeted. And then she landed an ominous warning for women who, for decades, have stood idly by, allowing her husband to prey on women, knowing full well that her sexual predator husband was the ticket to her ultimate dream of becoming president of the United States. McGowan concluded her message by saying to Hillary, I've been in a hotel room with you and your husband, and here comes the bomb. Full article is at Infowars.com. Now let's run quick to this stack. I'm going to do a special report probably this weekend just on this stack, but let me just tell you what's in it. Here's the week publication. The Jeffrey Epstein case is why people believe Pizzagate. They created Pizzagate and had the Wall Street Journal, New York Times, CNN say it was a pizza place using 4chan to divert to the pizza place instead of the WikiLeaks that had all the admissions of Weiner and Epstein and all of them doing Aleister Crowley rituals, sex rings, kids in hot tubs, all of it. Okay? So yeah. But then they use that to divert off of it again. And again, look at Newsom. He's into all this stuff from our intel. Women are smarter in politics, smarter in civics. They're smarter in economics. Women rule. That's just pandering to women. They totally exploit and control women. Trudeau, you need to do the counter she-cession and turn it into a she-covery. Other parties don't talk about feminism. They don't talk about the impact of women on this crisis. It's just all sophistry. It's all manipulation. It's all pandering. Yeah, Ghislaine Maxwell's prosecutors ordered to disclose names of her alleged sex abuse co-conspirators. And it goes on from there. And the judge is ordering all of those names released by the FBI. Of course, that may be because the FBI is just going to remove the names off of there. But that's how all these blackmail rings work. Just look at the pathetic scum these people are. There's another one. Leftists look to Satanists as last best hope to save abortion in Texas. The Satanists file cases saying killing babies is their sacrament, which it is. The Democrats now say, Satanists are our last great hope. Oh my gosh, they're our party, they're our people. Yes, they're really nice. Satanists challenge Texas abortion law, argue religious freedom to kill babies. Actually, oh, now it's a baby. Satan works in mysterious ways. And then it just goes on. Now, let's move into the larger issues here of what's really going on. Great Reset, UN orders 10-year-old deadline. So the UN comes out and orders 10-year deadline for Australia to shut down entire coal industry to fight climate change. They're now trying to put us under that agreement as well, and they're over our medicine. And again, who runs the UN? These same Satanists, these same pedophiles, these same control freaks. And they can turn off your energy, they can turn off everything. China says they're not going to follow it. Neither is India. Local news station refuses to retract ivermectin. Fake news. Don't know how that got in the pile. Now this is key. Personal carbon allowances revisited. That's out of Nature's Journal of Sustainability. And it says on your phone using the new COVID trackers, tax everybody by the mile, tell people when they can leave their house, where they can go, what they can do with the carbon credit system. And again, that's being proposed all over the place. That's how they lay this out. Then we shift gears into these articles. Pentagon document lays out plans to battle against zombies. CNN, 2014. Here's another one. Foreign policy. The Pentagon has a plan to stop zombies apocalypse seriously. Then Amazon has a zombie apocalypse collapse in its terms of service, its act of God section. Why is that? Because the Pentagon doesn't train to mow down millions of starving Americans. Within 10 days, people become like zombies. They're not literally zombies, but they act like them, unless they're extremely moral people. Then they usually commit suicide en masse. But that's what the Japanese would do, and I'm not saying that's a good thing. But here, it'll be a time bomb, like army ants going out, like the movie The Road. And so to cover up that they're training to use helicopters to nerve gas us and machine gun us once they turn the food and infrastructure off, once it collapses, the Pentagon again calls it a zombie apocalypse, but that's really the Agenda 2030 collapse after the virus they're going to release and other viruses they release cause the breakdown of hospitals, the breakdown of society. After the globalists turn off the pipelines, turn off the nuclear reactors, turn everything off, it then will slowly degrade into a giant depopulation event. And here's the official CDC plan, preparedness for a zombie apocalypse. And that's just some of the stack. I'll get more to that when we come back, but I think you're starting to get a very good idea about what's going on here. They're preparing for mass death, and they're triggering the system that is going to bring that into place. All right, more straight ahead with the smoking gun documents on Fauci. You know, I've got a pretty thick skin, but reading 500 pages last night, I scanned over 500 pages of the 900 and seeing Fauci describing how to build COVID-19 and then building it and then how to cover it up, and just knowing that if we don't do something, he's going to get away with it, is surreal. To know we've got criminals that are in control of all of the law enforcement agencies at the top, and that they're bringing in a system that'll destroy them, but they don't care because they're such cowards, is just mind-blowing. Dr. Francis Boyle is joining us here in a moment. We're going to cover it all. I want to make a very important announcement to all the listeners, though. I want to make a very important announcement to all the great listeners that are tuned into the broadcast today. And it's that I want to thank you for your support in keeping us on air, despite all the attacks, all the demonization, all the death threats, and all the behind-the-scenes dirty tricks. We've become stronger in this fight, and we couldn't do any of it without you. So you are the info war. You help wake up Bolsonaro. You help wake up Nigel Farage. You help wake up Joe Rogan, and you help wake up Tucker Carlson. They've all told me that this show woke them up. That means you woke them up. That means it's more important than ever to keep this broadcast on air in the face of the enemy. It's like a standard, a flag they want to pull down, a signet. And I want you to get products that help fund the operation, that help you. I want them to blow you away. That's why we've got Amazing X2 and Vitamin Mineral Fusion, both discounted, very close to selling out at InfoWarsStore.com. In fact, the Vitamin Mineral Fusion sale is going to end next Monday or Tuesdays when we got a new sale coming in, because they're all about to sell out. Vitamin Mineral Fusion and, of course, X2. But we've got something that just came in that I know is going to be a huge game changer. They ordered a limited amount of it, not because we couldn't get the ingredients, but because we've been tight on cash and we've got a lot of products. We only buy so much. We didn't know if it'd be popular or not. But listeners told us we want Brain Force Plus as a liquid. Well, my developers talked to a lot of top developers, and they said, let's give them what they want. Let's make the strongest clean herb, compound, caffeine-based system out there with no additives, no crap, that is a long, clean, strong burn. So we got a limited edition, even says limited edition, to make sure the listeners would like it. I know the crew loves it so much that it's not going to be limited edition for long, but it is a limited edition right now. And that is Brain Force Ultra. This is a very, very exciting product. It's got ashwagandha root, an ancient herb used for over 3,000 years and is favored by many different medical systems and many tribes around the world for its beneficial properties. Guarara seed, loaded with energy compounds and antioxidants. Guarara seed is native to the Amazon, has been used by Amazonian tribes for centuries for stamina, energy, clarity, and focus, including their rituals. Alpha GPC, a natural compound found in the brain that delivers choline, a water-soluble essential nutrient across the brain barrier. Green coffee bean, you know, that's the antioxidant, so many things, great energy. From the raw seeds of the coffee fruit, green coffee beans pack a powerful natural punch and are rich in chlorogenic acid. Eleuthero root is a celebrated member of the ginseng family and has been used for thousands of years in traditional systems. Yerba mate leaf, by the way, has quercetin that's so good for your immune system. Containing natural amounts of caffeine, yerba mate is also loaded with polyphenols and quercetin, also known and also as well as potassium, magnesium, and manganese. Green tea leaves, naturally rich in EGCG, as well as L-theanine, eco leaf. So he's the guy that can tell you about international law and U.S. law and the Nuremberg Code and the rest of it, and applicable U.S. laws of how we can go after Fauci. But I have a very sick feeling that because the FBI and Justice Department are so controlled, that instead we'll probably see, you know, Donald Trump indicted for some type of tax stuff from 20 years ago in New York, instead of the crimes of the century, gain of function. Then a new video surfaced from 2012 we aired in the first hour that we'll play again for Dr. Boyle, where he's in a online C-SPAN symposium, a bioweapons symposium called Biodefense 2012, and they ask about gain of function. They admit they built a virus that spreads faster through ferrets and can infect humans. So we have all the admissions, we have all the documents, we have him specifically making this coronavirus at the Wuhan lab, and we have him not being arrested. So this is incredible. So we're joined by probably the best expert we could possibly have, Dr. Francis Boyle, for the rest of the hour, sir. So please, I know you did a show, you don't like to repeat yourself, a month ago where you laid out the 3 ways to indict him or go after him, but please, give us your take on how big this is, what's currently happening, what are the mechanisms by states or by grand juries? I mean, what can we do when someone is literally committing crimes against humanity in front of us? Thank you, Dr. Boyle.
Well, thank you, Alex, for having me on. My best to your listening audience. I was watching the media today, and I did want to address President Biden's address to the nation tomorrow in anticipation of what he's going to say. The reports are he is going to expand his Frankenshot mandate system that clearly violates the Nuremberg Code on medical experimentation. It's a Nuremberg crime and a Nuremberg crime against humanity. Biden is basically going to be deliberately setting up an apartheid system, and they had passes there, along the lines of the criminal apartheid regime in South Africa, where you had the whites over here and the blacks over there, et cetera. So I did want to say a few words in anticipation.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So we'll get into we'll get into the Fauci stuff next segment. Absolutely. That's huge news as well. So from your intel, what do you think he's going to announce tomorrow? And obviously we know the 2 head scientists over vaccines quit last week in anticipation of what's about to be announced. Right.
Well, we're going to have a third Frankenshot. So if the first 2 didn't kill you off already, you'll be triple tapped by the third Frankenshot. And then expanding the mandates as far as he possibly can for the under the control of the United States federal government, and also compelling private employers to compel as many people as possible to take these Frankenshots. As I said once before on your program, I was up against, personally, Senator Biden in his capacity as chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. My personal dealings with Biden, he is a total totalitarian along the lines of George Orwell and 1984. He has absolutely no respect for the civil rights, civil liberties, and human rights of the American people. And this dealt with the U.S.-UK Supplementary Extradition Treaty of 1986, which he pushed through the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. We Irish organized against that treaty. We were supported by the American Civil Liberties Union, because the American Civil Liberties Union and we Irish understood that that treaty was a dire threat to the civil rights, civil liberties, human rights of all Americans. Remember, we fought a revolution against Britain here in this country, and they tried to impose an extradition treaty on us that they could, the Brits could ask for anyone they want and get. So, you know, Francis Boyle's created a lot of problems for us over there on our illegal colonial military occupation of Northern Ireland, so we want them. I won't go through this at length, but I castrated that treaty despite Biden, and he fought for it. He tried to ram this treaty through at the behest of Britain and Maggie Thatcher. I kid you not. So all this talk about him, you know, being an Irishman, you know, he's what we Irish would call, you know, a St. Patrick's Day Irishman. He marches in the parade, and that's it. Otherwise, he's a very cunning, deceptive, devious, totalitarian politician behind the scenes. And we were able, you know, to beat out that first treaty. And the only reason Biden supported that first totalitarian treaty was that he was going to run for president in 1988, which he lost, and wanted to make it appear that, well, I'm really tough on terrorism. So what happened is 9/11, 2001 came along, and the British figured the climate had changed all over again. So they came back against us a second time with the Maggie Thatcher extradition treaty all over again. And Biden fully supported it. And the American Civil Liberties Union fully supported us Irish in stopping that treaty against what Biden was trying to do. Because the ACLU and we Irish realized this second treaty would be a dire threat to the civil rights and civil liberties and human rights of all Americans and not just the Irish. And basically, we stopped what Biden was trying to do, we fought back, and we got basic protections in there in the ratification for that treaty that protected all Americans. And again, Biden supported the second treaty, 2006, to support his own presidential election campaign at that time, which he lost. If you're interested, the story on our fight against that second extradition treaty and against Biden, you can find in my book, United Ireland, Human Rights and International Law. For page limitations, I had to delete the battle against the first treaty. But here's a man who sold out his own people, the Irish, to our congenital enemies, the British and Maggie Thatcher, twice over 20 years, and was fully prepared to violate all the civil rights, civil liberties, and human rights of the American people, which is exactly why the American Civil Liberties Union supported us twice in a row. So
And now the ACLU is supporting forced inoculations. They've been bought out by Soros. Dr. Francis Boyle has been in these fights up against dictators, up against Biden. We can beat him again. We come back. The big announcements Biden's set to make tomorrow and the gain of function Fauci caught red-handed. This is a huge broadcast. Stay with us. Well, Dr. Francis Boyle is our guest for the rest of the hour. I'm Alex Jones. Thank you for joining us. And we can continue in this segment and other big news surrounding the whole COVID global martial law takeover, how they admit that the vaccine in India created the Delta variant that spreads way faster and has hit my family and crew and just almost killed a bunch of people I know. It's very serious. And some listeners are like, oh, it doesn't exist. Well, wait till it hits you. I hope it doesn't, because almost killed my dad, who's in pretty good shape. I've got some family that's still sick from it, despite the nutraceuticals. So this is a very serious situation. They turn people away when they come. They don't give them any treatment. Then they wait and intubate them. This has all been a giant setup of evil. And now we have the two top regulators at the FDA quitting and saying, don't give it to children under 16. Don't do the booster shots. And Biden's going to override that tomorrow. Other people resigned at the FDA. The head of a panel on the Alzheimer's drug, they unanimously, scientists said, do not approve it. It's dangerous. Biden's approving it. So this is true Joseph Mengele level stuff, isn't it, Dr. Boyle? I mean, it's just crazy what's going on.
Right, Alex, this is reminiscent of the experiments that Dr. Mengele carried on against Jewish children at Auschwitz. You can read about that in the medical doctor's case at Nuremberg that led to the Nuremberg Code on medical experimentation. These are Nuremberg crimes against humanity. But before we go on with the discussion, Alex, I wanted to refer back to 2 points you made before the break. First point, people have to understand you can fight back against Biden. I fought back against him twice. Now, I had the support of every Irish American organization here in the country, so we have to get organized. And second, the support of the ACLU. But the first time I beat Biden out, hands down. And the second time we fought back, we stopped what he was going to do, and we protected the interests of all American people, their civil rights, civil liberties, and human rights. Now, as for the ACLU endorsement of the Frankenshots, you have to look at what happened there. The fellow who wrote that article in the New York Times, David Cole, I know full well. He's a professor of law at Georgetown Law School. Cole is infamous in the legal profession for basically supporting the CIA torture program that was set up by Bush Jr. Yes, I kid you not. Cole argued in the New York Times that with respect to the 550-page executive summary put out by an arm of Congress here about this torture scandal, which I read, that the CIA got a bum rap. Well, that was ridiculous. They did not get a bum rap. That was a congressional investigation, 550-page executive summary based on a 6,000-page report that they still won't let us see, documenting CIA torture. And Cole went out there to run interference for the CIA. I kid you not. So this man is a controlled opposition, and it does appear that as of now, the ACLU has become controlled opposition too. So I just wanted to deal with those 2 points, Alex. And now I'm happy to go wherever you would like us to go.
Well, this is a shorter segment. 2 long segments are coming up. So let's finish up the next 5 minutes with, hey, we actually have the European Union regulators saying don't do booster shots, don't do children. They're being overridden. It looks like Boris Johnson says he's going to override his government cabinet level group that says don't do it. We've got like something like a third of the FDA board heads, including the 2 people over the vaccine programs that are pro-vaccine, by the way, they've left and quit and said this is wrong and evil. That's a pretty big seismic event, and it shows that there's some soul left in the bureaucracy, or maybe they just don't want to go to prison for what they know is coming out. But I mean, to me, that's a pretty big deal, Dr. Boyle. I don't ever remember seeing regulators across the world standing up and doing the right thing like this.
Well, actually, you can't. I think they might be afraid of going to prison. You can't trust the FDA at all. As we said months ago in that interview I gave you over SARS-like cluster of circulating back coronavirus poses threat for human emergence that developed COVID-19. The FDA is clearly listed, National Center for Toxicological Research, Food and Drug Administration, Jefferson, Arkansas, USA. They are clearly listed as helping to develop this offensive biological warfare weapon with gain of function properties in it, known as COVID-19 at the UNC BSL-3. So, of course, you can't trust or believe anything the FDA
Well, I totally agree. So why would you have all these insiders breaking with Biden, saying you shouldn't do this, it's political, don't do it, and quitting and leaving, and in Europe, regulators standing up and saying it's time to stop? Is it because they now realize how bad this is?
No, I think they've known it all along. I think they're fearing criminal prosecution and the reaction of the American people when all of the truth comes out, which it is slowly doing thanks to your program going back to February of 2020. The FDA, then, this totally rotten, corrupt, and criminal organization that is well known to be a captive agency in the legal profession under the control of the drug industry and Monsanto and the Nazis at Bayer and Monsanto, et cetera. They gave their original emergency use authorization to the Frankenshots in violation of the Nuremberg Code on medical experimentation. They know what the Nuremberg Code is all about. They knew when they gave it, they were violating the Nuremberg Code on medical experimentation. They knew they were committing a Nuremberg crime. They knew they were committing a Nuremberg crime against humanity.
And I know as a prosecutor, you don't go, I mean, you do go to MOTA, but you're always, hey, the crime's there, let's just go, let's go have them arrested. We'll talk about how that happens next segment. But I always go back to psychology, though, because that is important in crimes. Why did they think they'd get away with this? Because I think it's clear that they're starting to not get away with it and the truth's coming out. So I'll ask you the same question I asked you a year ago. What's wrong with these big pharma keeps doing things, keeps putting out blood product, factor 8 with HIV in it, knowing it'll kill millions? It's in their minutes. They say, who cares? Keeps doing this craziness over and over again.
Well, it's the arrogance of power and the God complex that, you know, we are God here. We scientists and you out there are the little bitty people. You're the Untermenschen the under people, as the Nazis saw it, and we are the Ubermensch, the over people, as the Nazis saw it.
That's exactly what Dr. Zelenko said, and anybody that studies it gets down to that. And then, surprise, surprise, Bill Gates wants to depopulate the world. Dr. Francis Boyle is here with us. We'll show you that book again. It's very historical. I've read it about how he's beaten these bureaucracies before. He also helped, right at the tip of the spear, beat the forced inoculations of experimental anthrax shots of the troops. So this guy knows how to beat them. He's trained at Harvard, the same program that Kissinger was. And so he's going to talk about the blueprint for victory against this nightmare when we come back. Well, we are all certainly riders on the storm. And the question is, how do we end this globalist power grab by the Rockefeller Foundation and by Kissinger and by Bill Gates admitting they're going to use a virus to take control and now doing it, and martial law around the world, and what's coming here and tightening down the noose on us tomorrow with this big announcement? You can go to Amazon and many other places and find the many great books written by Dr. Francis Boyle. Just search his name. You can pull those up. Biowarfare and Terrorism is the definitive book on that as well. United Ireland, Human Rights, International Law, and of course, several others there that you can find. Now, sir, we've only got 27 minutes left. I want to shut up these two long segments and just get into how big it is, what's coming out. I don't want to take credit. I don't want you to take credit, but the truth is you first broke the gain of function, the documents that were already there. Now new documents out of the Intercept. Now video surfacing of him at conferences with doomsday viruses he was making and gain of function, and just the crimes of this out in the open, and in the new documents that came out yesterday through the 4-year lawsuit of the Intercept. I know you know about this for listeners joining us. He says combine these 5 viruses with the SARS virus. He describes COVID-19, and we have Peter Daszak on video admitting it. So we have open and shut. The man running the response to it is the man behind it. So get into the current developments and under the law, how we move against this monster, because this is just insane to see him sit up there when he has been caught red-handed.
Well, it's just before we get to that, I wanted to finish the point of the last segment, and specifically with respect to the members of U.S. Armed Forces. It was the FDA back in 1990 that authorized the emergency use of the 2 Gulf War Frankenshots at that time, which I opposed and tried to stop, that led to the Gulf War sickness. So the FDA is fully responsible for what happened to U.S. troops back starting in 1990. The Pentagon still lies about the statistics because they know they committed a Nuremberg crime and a Nuremberg crime against humanity against our own troops. Out of 500,000 inoculated, 11,000 were killed, 100,000 were disabled, and maybe 1/3 adverse events. The Gulf War sickness also infected healthcare workers and members of the immediate family. Okay, the FDA did that. They are a rotten, corrupt, criminal organization that should be completely put out of business. And now, because of this new FDA so-called final approval, Biden and Secretary Austin has ordered all U.S. military forces to take these new Frankenshots that are probably going to even be far worse in the consequences.
And so you're an expert lawyer on these areas, so let's talk about this. But I've had doctors on and others, and we've gone over with lawyers. They've said it's 100% clear this is a new, made-up no man's land where it's another emergency authorization. They had a meeting and decided to call it final approval, but said in 2025 we might actually approve it. So another hoax, another lie, another giant fraud saying that this is an approved vaccine.
And perpetrated by Biden and Secretary of Defense Austin and the FDA. I mean, the FDA are total liars, as is the CDC. And the WHO, you can't believe anything they are telling. Yeah, there's Austin right there. He's Biden's man. He's forcing U.S. Armed Forces to take these Frankenshots, knowing full well what happened to them with the Gulf War sickness and the healthcare workers that treated them, that indicated a biological warfare weapon at work, and their family members who also came down with the Gulf War sickness. I still hear from veterans suffering from the Gulf War sickness today, ask me my advice, what they can do. You can imagine, only imagine, what is going to happen when our current military personnel have to take this new round of Frankenstein.
I totally agree, but sir, please, just on the giant subject, for total vindication, you were the first to come out with it, with all the documents, the details. You already had the information in February of last year. Now it's all confirmed with these new documents, 900 pages, video servicing and Fauci admitting it. I've never seen such an open and shut case, or am I wrong?
Alex, now we can get into how the American people can fight back. Yes, I wanted to say all of that just as background to this catastrophic existential situation we are facing as Americans, including the members of our U.S. Armed Forces. Yes, as I said in our last interview, we are dealing here with murder and conspiracy to commit murder. Two causes of action. One for the COVID pandemic, and the second for the Frankenshots. So let me go through both causes of action here. As for the as for the COVID pandemic, murder is defined as the unlawful killing of human beings with malice aforethought. All right, unlawful, I was hired here to teach criminal law, so fine. Unlawful, there we have their gross, Fauci, Collins, Menacheri, everyone, the Bat Queen, this person from the Harvard Medical School, which is why you can't believe Walensky there from the CDC. She's from the Harvard Medical School. Everyone on that SARS-like cluster of Barrack, everyone on that contract that we discussed before, it is violating my Biological Weapons Anti-Terrorism Act of 1989. So we have unlawful killing of human beings, probably right now over a million American excess deaths. And again, they're lying about the true fatalities here, but excess deaths probably over 1 million. With malice aforethought, a term of art. So one of the elements of malice aforethought is manifesting grave indifference to human life. And we have seen with all the documents that have come out, including those you've recently discussed now, that Fauci, Collins, Menacheri, this FDA person, the Harvard Medical School person, the Bat Queen, went ahead and did this extremely dangerous biological warfare weapons work with grave indifference to human life at a minimum. So my opinion is we have an excellent case for murder and conspiracy to commit murder against those people for sure. So what needs to be done then, since the entire federal government, the Department of Injustice, Garland, all the rest of them, the FBI, they're all under the control of Biden. They're going to do Biden's bidding. He's made it clear he's working in cahoots with Fauci. So fine. We have to take our case then out to every state's attorney, district attorney, county prosecutor, attorney general, and anyone here in the United States. And the last figure I saw was there were over 400 of them, and the people living under their jurisdiction pressured them and saying, look here, we have had people murdered under your jurisdiction by this gang of criminals, and we want you to convene a grand jury and present all of this evidence before the grand jury and secure an indictment for murder and conspiracy to commit murder against these individuals.
Stay right there, sir. We'll come back with that straight ahead. Dr. Francis Boyle lays out the legal blueprint. It's very strong to put these criminals behind bars. And Boyle, our guest, is the tip of the spear in the resistance to these globalist depopulation programs and Henry Kissinger's State Department Memorandum 200 and others like it, as the policy of the U.S. government is depopulation. Well, that's not the U.S. government. That's these psychos playing God that want to be the Uber mention. As he was talking about earlier, I'm going to host 15 minutes the next hour. Another great guest host is coming in ahead of the war room. I'm going to hit some big news breaking after Dr. Boyle leaves us, but they're going to declare even more of our liberties gone, but they're not gone. We have to stand up for them when Biden makes the speech tomorrow. So you got cut off by the break, Dr. Boyle, with we have a very good case for prosecuting these people. We need grand juries to take action. We need citizens to beat the drum. We need Congress and Rand Paul to beat the drum. Please continue, sir, with the path towards getting these monsters off our backs.
Right, Alex. I want to first talk then about a second cause of action on the Frankenshots, and then I would like to give some more advice to our members of our U.S. Armed Forces who, have been ordered to take these Frankenshots by Austin at the behest of Biden, the totalitarian. Now, the second cause of action over the Frankenshots, you don't do them both together. The Frankenshots, let me go back again. Unlawful killing of human beings with malice aforethought. Unlawful on the Frankenshots, it would clearly be a violation of the Nuremberg Code on medical experimentation that is a Nuremberg crime and a Nuremberg crime against humanity. Killing of human beings, again, if you are living in a territorial jurisdiction where people have died from the Frankenshots, you should go into your state's attorney, district attorney, the county prosecutor, the attorney general. Okay, you need people who've died under their jurisdiction. And then with malice aforethought. So here we have two other elements of malice aforethought to deal with. The first, either intentional killing of human beings. The Frankenshot people say, well, we didn't intend to kill people. But the second is intention to cause grievous bodily harm to human beings. And clearly we have them on that. That if you look at the VAERS reports that are grossly underestimated, the European Health Authority reports that are much better, you will see that these Frankenshots have inflicted a grievous bodily harm on human beings massively, and they know it, and they knew it, and they are continuing to do it. People are still dying, and now they're coming up with a third booster shot, despite all the evidence. In Israel today, they're now on their fourth booster shot. That's the future that we face if we do not stop these criminals. So I believe all the elements are there for convening a grand jury to seek indictments for murder and conspiracy to commit murder against Slawi, head of Operation Warp Speed, the chief executive officers of Pfizer, BioNTech, and Johnson & Johnson. Those are the Frankenshots being used in this country, and also their so-called chief scientific officers, they're death scientists, for conspiracy and conspiracy to commit murder. And I think the case is there. I think that these prosecutors can make the case for indictments for murder and conspiracy to commit murder against this group of people. As for Bill Gates, he has been very careful to stand down in the background. I don't know if he could be tied into conspiracy to commit murder. We're going to leave more evidence against Gates between you and me. I understand Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is coming out with a new book trying to tie Gates into all this. I've I've listened to his half-hour podcast on it. Maybe we're going to get more evidence about Gates. I can't say at this time. We need to keep that in mind.
Well, sure.
Now,
Once we start indicting Fauci and Peter Daszak and the rest of them, then we'll be able to get all the rest of the documents, and we know that Gates was funding it, and then we'll be able to get him.
Sure, just subpoena Gates to appear before these grand juries, and subpoena Duchess Tatum to take all the documents he has, and if necessary, even though the feds aren't going to do this, the FBI, the local prosecutors where Gates lives out there in Seattle, the Gates Foundation headquarters, wherever he might be located, they can send out state, local police and execute search warrants.
And let me throw this at you. You know, people like Jim Garrison, he never brought the CIA to justice for killing Kennedy, but in the people's minds, 92% national polls know they killed him. So that's just one prosecutor in New Orleans doing that. And so these prosecutors, if they've got the courage, because we have no future if they don't, if these grand juries and others just do this, it's a major shot across the bow, and I expect they'll back off pretty quick, wouldn't they, if they started getting indicted or investigated in 5 or 6 jurisdictions, Doctor?
Of course they would. That would just be the start of the resistance. That would be, starting a ball rolling down the mountain against Biden and the Frankenshots. So, and the difference here is that the state prosecutors, state's attorneys, district attorneys, county prosecutors, attorney generals, they're elected by the people, okay? The people in their territorial jurisdiction. My experience dealing with people at this level, and judges, state, local judges and prosecutors, they are feel accountable, more accountable to the people than federal prosecutors and federal judges, because they are elected by the people, they can be re-elected by the people, they can be defeated by the people, and their salaries are paid by the people. So for that reason, I believe that if the people under their territorial jurisdiction got organized and buttonholed them, not just emails, but buttonhole them personally, some of them would have the courage to be more responsible.
And to get the ball rolling, again, go speak at city councils, county commissioners, state houses, go to the meet and greets with state reps, go meet and greets with judges, and just say, hey, you've seen the documents, you've seen what happened. Rand Paul can't do this by his own, and we're not saying this to act tough. Dr. Bull's committed to what he's doing. I'm committed because we're driven to do this because we don't want to be slaves. We come from people and families that love freedom, just like the listeners and viewers do. But obviously, Boyle's been targeted. We don't have time to get into it. I've been targeted for this. So we're not up here calling for their indictment just to act cool. We know this is life and death. We're putting our lives on the line doing this. I mean, I'll tell you, I've been told if I don't back off, they got the FBI investigating me. They got other stuff. They said, Jones, 1 more inch and we're going to get you in. And so they might kill me soon. That's okay, because I'm not signed on to killing all these people in the military and all these poison shots. Somebody's got to call these people's bluff, and we're doing it right now, aren't we, Dr. Boyle?
Well, Alex, let me just say a final word. We're running out of time here to our U.S. military personnel. Under U.S. military law, you have no obligation to obey an illegal order. And you can read that in Winthrop on military law. I've argued this in court-martials. And so this order from Austin at the behest of Trump, you can say if you want to, it's an illegal order. It violates the Nuremberg Code. That is a Nuremberg crime, and is a Nuremberg crime against humanity. I am not going to carry out this legal order. If you are going to court-martial me, well, so be it. I have all the protections of the Uniform Code of Military Justice. And again, the Uniform Code of Military Justice, in my opinion, is pretty good for a military system.
Dr. Bull, hold on. I don't know if you're teaching class today. We got a 2-minute break. I've had so many questions from the military. I'm glad you brought this up. They wanted you back on to talk about the process, if it's a written order, how, what the, I know you can't give legal advice, but just from your experience, they're calling me and I don't know, because I know Biden's like, there's supposedly a path not to take the shots, but he's hiding it from them, and they're playing tricks. So dude, 5 more minutes. I promise I'll let you get back to your work. 2-minute break. We're going to come back. Folks, don't forget, only way this interview gets out is you tell people. It's about to end. It's life-saving. It's so powerful. It's at the center of liberty right now in truth. Once it's archived today at band.video or freeworldnews.tv, for your own future, for our future, this is a war. It's a globalist takeover, corporate takeover. You've got to take this interview and share it on your email, your text message, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, everywhere. There's no copyright. Take clips out of it, use it. None of what I do is copyright. Just get it out there. You are the Paul Revere's. One of our crew members 5 years ago was going to Vietnam for a month-long trip they've been planning for years, and they got the vaccines to go and got deathly ill. The medical doctor told her, if you ever take another vaccine again, you've developed an autoimmune response that will kill you. No vaccines ever again. Well, Brian Stelter's on the news saying basically stop everybody, go after everybody, even if you already have learned immunity. Military service members with national immunity file lawsuit against DOD, FDA, HHS over COVID vaccine mandate. What if you already have the natural immunity? They say you should never take a vaccine once you have it. You can cause major problems. We got 4 minutes. He's here with us. Dr. Boyle is a very respected lawyer. He's fought the forced injections in court-martials. He helped end a lot of them. So in 4 minutes we got left, sir. A lot of military, as I said, have called in. They wanted to have you on to give advice. Please give them as much info as you can.
Hi, Alex. Well, first, we all know that CNN is a front organization for the CIA, and they work in cahoots with the CDC. As for MSNBC, Microsoft, that's Bill Gates. So you can't believe anything they're telling you. What can I say? Now, as for our current members of U.S. Armed Forces, under military law, you have a right to disobey an illegal order. That is well established. You can find that in the Uniform Code of Military Justice and also in the manual on that Winthrop on military law. And indeed, I have successfully helped defend the first Gulf War resistor to the first Gulf War by Bush Sr., Jeff Patterson, arguing that the order given to Corporal Patterson when he was at Kaneohe Bay, Hawaii, to ship out to Saudi Arabia was illegal and he didn't have to obey it. And we got Patterson out of the Marine Corps on that argument. You can read it if you want to, my book, Protesting Power, War, Resistance, and Law, and how we did it in Chapter 4, the constitutionality of President George H. Bush Senior war against Iraq on trial. So this strategy has been taken before. So you can't blow your cool. Obviously, you know, if you get an order, you're in the military command there. You cannot get upset. You cannot curse anyone out. Obviously, you have to be respectful, and you just say, you know, I'm very sorry, sir. I cannot obey this order to take the Frankenshots. It is clearly an illegal order in violation of the Nuremberg Code on medical experimentation, which is a Nuremberg crime, and also a Nuremberg crime against humanity in violation of the Nuremberg Charter, Judgment, and Principles. How to argue all that is in my book, that chapter. And that, I think, would be the response. And then, you know, it would be up to them, your commanding officer, to decide what to do with you. My advice would be at this time to a group of you get together and try now to line up civilian attorneys to defend you. I don't mean any disrespect to JAG lawyers. I've worked with some of them, and some of them have been, you know, very courageous in the down there at Gitmo, knowingly forfeiting their JAG careers, standing up for Gitmo detainees. But the bottom line is, JAG lawyers are still in a military chain of command, and in a highly politicized case like this, there's only so much JAG lawyers can do for you. So you're there at a military base, and there are probably around there retired JAG lawyers, retired JAG judges, who are familiar with the military justice system and can enable you to assert.
Absolutely. Dr. Boyle, we're out of time. Thank you so much. And again, people can read online. There's a way with written orders to go up. Just people lied about it. They got so many saying no, they're not going to be able to make you do it. Thank you, Dr. Boyle. Amazing interview.
Well, thanks a lot, Alex. Again, my best to you and your listening audience in these dire times that face us all.
Absolutely. Back at you. We'll be right back. Okay, folks, we got a special guest host about to take over. Alex Jones here in the final segment. I had so much to hit. I did a good part of the war room yesterday, too. There's so much. But, man, I am just blown away. They just unsealed the names of who some of the clients were in the whole rings with Jeffrey Epstein in the Ghislaine Maxwell case. And one of them is a gentleman, I'm going to get to this later. I'm not going to name names yet. I want to go over the list first. But it's the Walt Disney Company people. It's Hollywood, obviously. All these people that were her clients, reportedly, doing these horrible things. One of them is a lawyer I've never named who quarterbacks the operations against us, the Democratic Party. It's one of the head Clinton lawyers. And I had to sign non-disclosures and stuff in some of this. I got to talk to lawyers before I get into this. But is it not incredible that this is who we're fighting directly? I mean, this is, go ahead and remember the article, thanks. This is absolutely insane. So I just learned about this 2 minutes ago. Thank you, sir. Now, this is just what the FBI put out. You know it's a lot more than 38 people that she was supplying kids to. So I think the judge could have been saying, release the names so they would remove a bunch of names. Because Epstein said thousands of people serviced. So, I mean, hell, it was hundreds of girls a month just in one area of Florida. They had this stuff everywhere. Wow. Wow, the feds are getting ready to indict all these people. They're all, quote, listed as defendants. Yeah, I'm not going to cover this until I've done research on it. I'm going to stop right there. I don't usually savor things, and I don't want to do a villain laugh. But I'm a good person, and I love God, but I have a big evil side that it's always over there. And I've learned not to enjoy my enemies having bad things happen. Yes, yes. Thank you, Lord, right now. Lord, help me, Holy Spirit, make me not be evil and rebel with this. Oh, see, I am a fallen creature, and I should not rebel. That's how my enemies are. They rebel all day, and I don't let myself rebel anymore. I used to revel. I don't revel. It's making me stronger. I have better discernment. When I revel, God doesn't like it. Please, Lord, help me. Oh, they'll all be destroyed. That's not good. It's not good. Call yourself. Yes, oh, yes. Oh, sorry. Oh. You made me this way, God. I love you. Just please help me. See, I'd have to get news like this when I'm on air. My enemy's being indicted. Because see, it could come back on me, and they're trying to set me up for stuff, so it's not a game. Pride go before a fall. Not be like them. This is not an act right now. I'm trying to control myself. Be Christ-like. Very sad these people are evil and bad. Very sad this is happening. Sorry. You don't know the stuff they've done to me and my family behind the scenes. Okay, stop it. Stop it! Like Dr. Strangelove and the end of the movie. I'm sure I can walk. All right. They've not made me have a full psychotic break, but a little bit of one. All right, all right, that was, oh my God, a little bit of a victory lap here, but it's not. I want to see all these people go to prison, don't you? I want to see them punished for what they've done. We've gone through a lot of hell together, and if I'm spiking the football here a little bit, it's cat. And I apologize for it. Okay, let's get focused. Lord works in mysterious ways. Let's talk about another creepazoid. Let's talk about Brian. I'm not saying he's a pedophile stealth. I don't think he is. I just think I was going to cast somebody in a Hollywood movie that, like, again, the grave digger, kidnapped kids that live in basements and ate them. I mean, it would not be Brian. It would be Brian Stelter. So he's come out and said, an unvaccinated minority that doesn't watch the news or trust the news is putting the vaccinated majority at risk due to there's no way around the reality. So, oh, I'm vaccinated. I'm totally protected. Isn't it great? And you're going to get me sick if you're not vaccinated. I mean, the definition of poser, of fake, of fraud. I mean, look at that sack of lying, un-American, anti-free speech garbage. That article's up on Infowars.com. CNN Stelter, Hillary, this is drag, over claims unvaccinated endanger vaccinated people because they don't watch TV. Hey, your vaccinated idiots are the one that created the Delta variant. That's not debated. But you prey on your dumbass audience, and you wish we were all as dumb as you, Stelter. And I meant to do this at the start of the show. I asked Kit to write this article. Now, of course, I've gone crazy and lost it. I had a whole damn stack on it. It was really important. Guys, oh, here it is. I found it. Get this. I saw a meme of this last night, and I went and checked it. It was true. Glacier Park, they put signs up 10 years ago that said the glaciers will all be melted by 2020. The glaciers are bigger than ever, and the Antarctic and Arctic ice sheets are the biggest ever recorded. National Park removes glaciers will be gone by 2020 signs that were put in a decade ago. The National Park removed glaciers will be gone by 2020 signs because the global warming prediction never came true. Glacier National Park made headlines when it removed park signs meant to highlight climate change predictions of the U.S. Geological Survey. The park attempted to save face by claiming the glaciers are still shrinking, and it goes on from there. Here's another one. Editorial. What global warming Obama to buy Martha's Vineyard mansion at 1 foot of sea level. That was like 7 years ago. Here's another one. 5 ways we know Al Gore's been running a global warming racket. Excellent article, Investor Business Daily, with that. And then it just goes on from there. I mean, these people are the biggest scammers the galaxy has ever seen. And if you want the answers, it just goes back to Israel. It goes back to universities. It goes back to all these other countries like Singapore. Everywhere that didn't do the vaccines and let things open, lowest death rate, lowest sickness. Everywhere where you got the vaccinated, highest death rate, highest sickness. It's the same thing at U.S. universities where they've got 95% of these idiots to take the shot. Because, you know, they always tell me, oh, I just took the shot because I want to get through my problems and get back to normal. You don't get back to normal. It's like a heroin dealer giving you drugs to get you addicted. Like, I'm just going to take these first few shots, just to get over this. No, you're going to get addicted. They're capturing you. They're taking you over. They're dominating you. It just goes on and on. Yeah, Australia, 90-95% of the hospitalized are fully vaccinated, even though the country is at half vaccinated now. It's not even vaccine. All right, we did a pretty good job today, and we have a very special guest who does a great job every week. I wouldn't have cut him off, but I had some more stuff to cover. Dr. Andrew Kaufman is going to be taking over, and so you don't want to miss that interview with him. He's always got a bunch of big guests on his on the show whenever he hosted as well, and so he's going to be coming on. He's got an MS from MIT and an MD from University Medical Center in South Carolina, and he's going to be exposing a whole bunch of this stuff coming up. AndrewKaufmanMD.com. Don't forget, we're funded by you, and next Monday the sale will end on Vitamin Mineral Fusion. So good for your immune system, 33% off. And we have the new Incredible, which I did take about an hour ago. I said I had coffee. This is Brain Force Plus with all the key herbs and massive amounts of energy. Oh, it's amazing. It is 40% off out of the gates, but it's selling out so fast. I'm going to end the sale on it to Monday because it might be sold out. We got a limited amount. So get your Brain Force Ultra and try it out at InfoWarsStore.com. And there's so many other great products like Living Defense is still 40% off. Vaso Beats still 50% off. That all ends Monday at midnight. InfoWarsStore.com. All right, This is a participation sport taking on the tyrants and winning. So, everybody, tell your friends, your family, your neighbors, strangers to tune in on local radio stations, local TV, however you're watching, and tell folks about Infowars.com and FreeWorldNews.tv because big news is coming up. The War Room's in 45 minutes.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Alex Jones Show. I'm Dr. Andrew Kaufman, host of this fourth hour, and I have another exciting show today, and we have two main feature stories. The first story is back to school tyranny, when we'll follow up from last week, looking at the dark side, and we'll specifically be talking about Massachusetts. And secondly, we'll be talking about, do the world's governments have any proof that this virus even exists? And today's guest is an expert on these topics and has been doing a lot of investigative work on them lately, and her name is Romola D. And Romola D is one of the most respected independent science and technology journalists that I know of in the alt media space, and has done a great service to humanity over the past 18 months in her reporting related to the COVID pandemic. Earlier in her career, she was on the faculty at the George Washington University teaching creative writing. She's also worked professionally as a technical writer in various industries. And has written a lot of publications. And sometime in the past, pre-COVID era, she became aware of some sinister plots against humanity, such as geoengineering, also having difficulties with issues in the local school system, and she began her career as an independent journalist, where she's done great work. So Romola, welcome to the Alex Jones Show.
Thank you so much for having me, Dr. Kaufman. I'm truly honored to be here with you, hosting it, and thank you for that great introduction.
Well, it's my pleasure. And so last week, I had Layla Sentner, the owner of the Sentner Academy in Miami, Florida, who told us about perhaps the world's only school that has zero COVID restrictions. And it was a really inspiring and heartwarming story to see how children can actually survive and thrive as they once did in our not so recent past. And today you want to tell us a little bit about a very contrary story of what's happening in Massachusetts as we go back to school. So Romola, why don't you set us up with what's going on and how you came to be interested in this story?
Okay, well, just a commentary on Layla Sentner. I mean, she's doing a fabulous job in Florida, and I wish more principals and schools would follow her example. It's absolutely brilliant. Well, as you know, over here in Massachusetts, unfortunately, Dr. Kaufman, something very different is rolling out, and that is the Commissioner of Education. This is the Board of Elementary and Secondary School Education, has issued an edict or a mandate or whatever one can call it, that every single K through 12 school is required to have its students mask up for 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, starting is with the beginning of the school year, which is this week. You know, school starts this Thursday, literally tomorrow, actually, or 2 days from now.
Right.
So,
This is very similar to mandates that we're hearing from around the country, right, that are following last year's similar mandates. And does this also, include private schools in Massachusetts? And I know that you wrote very strongly that essentially that their plan is to turn the schools into field hospitals. So can you, tell us a little bit about what distinguishes Massachusetts at the present time?
Oh, absolutely. Well, it seems to me, just looking at what's going on, Dr. Kaufman, it's not just masking, which of course they are doing. And I was just reading that they're planning to do the masking for a certain reason, and that reason is to ensure vaccination for the student body. And apparently right now, between certain age groups, 15 and above, 16 and above, there's already in Massachusetts something like 68% vaccination, among teenagers. So they are trying to force through more vaccination on the student body, and they're trying to kind of predicate the masking on-off ramping is what the commissioner is calling it. So he's promising people that he will get the mask mandate off if a certain amount of vaccination can be achieved in the schools.
So blackmail.
Yeah, it sounds like blackmail. And then on top of that, they're going to be testing. So literally, and this is why I used the terminology that I used in my letter and in my article that I wrote, publishing my letter to the commissioner, Dr. Kaufman. I called it, looking at what's happening, it seems to me they're trying to turn the schools into prison wards, into hospital wards, into policing zones. Because as soon as the kids get into school, from the morning to the evening, they're going to be watched. And they're going to be watched for even one single symptom of the supposed feigned, professed, not proved to exist virus
Right.
COVID-19.
If
You
there's a
know?
child that blows their nose in class, they have to go to the school nurse for a full evaluation, correct?
That's correct, exactly. So it's,
Right, so we're no
you
longer
know,
allowed to have normal bodily functions without
exactly.
scrutiny.
Exactly. And Charlie Baker, as you point out rightly, is very much, at the head of the show, certainly sort of hiding behind the scenes right now because they've kind of pushed the Commissioner of Education to the fore. But of course, the government and the governor is behind all of this, right? It's sort of a state scheme. It's the Commonwealth of Massachusetts that's running this charade that unfortunately is being committed on the bodies and brains and the psyches of our children. Because as you may know, Dr. Kaufman, there have been so many studies out showing how detrimental these masking mandates are, both to the physical health of children and also to their psychological health, their psychological and mental well-being. Right?
Absolutely,
So it,
Paula. And in fact, I'm getting calls now this time of year, as I did last year, asking me to, be an expert witness for cases where they're suing schools and school districts on this matter because of my background in psychiatry. So I've actually researched this issue, and I think aside from the combined turmoil leading to increased substance abuse, anxiety, depression, and suicide attempts, where there's been a major increase among school-age children, we can't pinpoint those things to be caused by masks alone, but certainly we know masks is a main contributing factor. But there are three areas in psychological realm that masks have a clear harm. The first is in language perception, because children, as they're learning language, they need to read lips to distinguish certain types of sounds and inflections. The second would be reading emotions, because reading emotions in the facial expression requires looking around at the mouth and the muscles around the mouth. And there are specific emotions, in fact, that can't be recognized without that, such as actually disgust and joy. Interestingly, so you cannot see the joy or disgust on other people's faces when they're covered with a mask. And then the third aspect really has to do with social development overall, and part of that is just being able to recognize and identify the actual identity of the people that you're interacting with, which can be a very big barrier. I mean, imagine meeting someone while their face is covered with a mask and then only knowing them, seeing them, right? It's like you don't really know who that person is. But aside from that, all of these limitations, of course, affect the socialization of children, and this is really the root of all the turmoil and anguish we discussed. So, Ramola, we're about to hit a break here, but when we come back, I'd like to talk a little bit more about the action people are taking to fight against these mandates in Massachusetts, and perhaps there is some hope for our children in the future. So please stay tuned to the Alex Jones Show, and we'll be right back after these messages.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Andrew Kaufman, and I came together with Dr. Tom Cowan today to tell you about our new conference, the True Healing Conference, this October 9th and 10th, about structured water, biophotons, biofield tuning, the holographic blood and live blood analysis, and orgone energy.
Yo, Dick, what's up, man? Yo, exactly, man. Let's subscribe and all that shit. What's up, buddy? Thanks for being here, man. Yo, what's up, man? Thanks for being here, homie. Just on the old Chan. Just on the old 4channer banger. What's up, buddy? How you doing? You must be near the end of your shift. Joe, like a mother after a while, buddy. I'm proud of you, man. You know this. It's just go calmly, ride the wave. You're not gonna be doing this the deer herd job forever. It's not meant to be done forever, man. You did a huge, like. You can think about the future too. Like, you've put in that work. You know what I mean? On the search engine, yeah. Like you've put in that work already. You know, to society. It's like, sure, if you're young and whatever, you could do that for a bit. But like, dude, they completely censored Alex Jones. That was such a good. This was a great video, man. Shit, they actually took it down. Holy fuck, man! I have it on my stream though. I have the banned video on my stream. That's sick. It's true. Alex Jones, what is this? Infowars? Yo, it's fucked, man. Dude, the conservative O'Toole is for vax passports. Did you know that? And Trudeau gave $1 billion to the vax passport people. And they're holding the election before the vax passports go into play. And this is the most liberal conservative leader we've ever had, because sick. This is Infowars Live. Fuck yeah. Anyways, basically what I'm saying is the reason why they're holding this election now is to fuck us. I don't have sound right now.
Dear God, oh, what are we ever gonna do? It's just like, yeah, all this makes sense. And the funny thing about the tweet was that every single response to the tweet was like, yeah, sounds good. Seems reasonable. Like, maybe we should, maybe everybody should have this. Maybe this should be all 50 states. This seems, it makes a lot of sense. Like, every single comment underneath was just like, yeah, cool, great, those make sense. And it's just like, how are you even trying to frame this as some sort of limitation, as Texas destroying voter rights? It's just like, yeah, I don't think we should have drive-through voting. And they're just like, are you saying you hate black people? It's just like, what? What are you talking about? Is this really where we are in our argumentation? And yes, it is. It is where we are. Anything that Republicans want has to and will be inevitably framed as somehow secretly inspired by some sort of bigotry deep in their heart, right? There's no way that Republicans just legitimately believe that babies in wombs deserve protection. That can't happen. Republicans are evil, remember? They're all deep-seated, misogynistic racists that just desire power over others all the time, right? Right? This coming from the socialist, right? This coming from the communists. The communists who are just like, tear everything down. You will submit. Submit or be destroyed. And they're just like, but the Republicans, you can't trust them. You can't trust them. They don't like babies. They want to control women. They don't want their vote to just count and be assured that everybody who's voting in their election is actually a citizen, is actually only voting once. No, no. They must be implementing this because secretly they know that some tiny percentage of black people will be some tiny percentage less likely to have an ID than their white counterparts. Therefore, it must be inspired entirely by racism. It's just utter nonsense. It's just literally our entire political structure right now is the story of just normal people just trying really hard to just put in common sense things. It's just like, hey, when somebody votes, can we just check their ID versus just a hysterical cacophony of madness that's just tearing everything down and calling you racist for trying to do common sense stuff. All right, folks, it's happening. It's happening like Popeye cracking open a can of spinach. I'm going to go ahead and take a little dipper. This is Brain Force Ultra. This delicious new supplement from InfoWarsStore.com. There you go, a little bit under the tongue. I'm telling you, it tastes so good. I don't know what it almost tastes like. I don't know what it tastes like. It does have a little bit of the Super Male Vitality taste, but it's better than that. Man, it's really good. Brain Force Ultra, now on sale, InfoWarsStore.com. Supercharge your brain. Flex your brain muscles. Brain Force Ultra. Delicious, nice, wonderful, beautiful little glass bottle. Limited edition right there on the bottle. This will probably be a collector's item eventually. But really wonderful stuff. And I won't be able to sleep tonight. It's only 9:20 in the morning, but my God, is this stuff powerful. I should do a thing where I bring in just like cups of sugar to show how much. If you look at, regular energy drinks, it's like 30 grams of sugar. It's something insane in your average energy drink. Leave that on the shelf. Hit Brain Force Ultra. It's significantly better. And by the way, one thing that we're learning through the ongoing collapse of the entire world is that our civilization is, there's Popeye. That's what's happening in my brain right now. It's a look into the mind of Harrison. It's doing that little jig. It's flexing its biceps. Yeah. But Brain Force Ultra is to your mind what spinach is to Popeye. That's what we're learning. Now, what we're learning is that we live on a very shaky foundation. Our entire civilization is just a catastrophe away from utter destruction. So it's best to prepare yourself now. I was just reading a story about the once-in-a-century solar superstorm that could plunge the world into an internet apocalypse. And there's one thing you know about solar superstorms is that they don't give a lot of warning, considering that they often travel at or near the speed of light. You can't exactly see it as it rushes towards you, these waves of radiation. So there will be no warning. And I often sort of think, whenever my phone has trouble like connecting, I'm like, this is it. It's over. Because it can literally be as simple as that. You're driving on the road, you're sitting on the toilet, you're sitting behind this desk, like wherever you are, it's just boom, it hits you, and basically every electronic on Earth is fried immediately. So that's always a possibility. But of course, there are other natural disasters that can strike with little or no warning as well. So it's best just to be prepared while you can. Get your storable food. Get your little mini Faraday cages, the InfoWars privacy pocket. I know maybe it's a little paranoid, but out of fear of something like that, an EMP attack from China or a solar sunburst, I keep my important information on an external drive in a Faraday cage in a safe. So if worst comes to worst, at least I have some protected information that I might want to save, considering that we don't have as many as much physical stuff anymore. So get your privacy pouch, get your storable food, just get your preparedness stuff now, because it's going to be an awful hard trick to perform to get to InfoWarsStore.com when the entire internet is down. It's not going to be an option, folks. You got to go now. You got to get it now, because when you need it, you're going to want to already have it. That's my lesson for the day. Oh no, now I've got a lot of people calling in about 9/11. That's not what I meant. You're supposed to save these for Friday. That's right, we'll go to them anyway. First, let's go to Tim in California, who wants to talk about the Afghan NATO angle. Does this have to do with 9/11, Tim? Tim from California, do you hear me?
Yes, I do. Can you hear me?
I hear you. Thanks for calling in, sir. You're on the air.
Yeah, that I'm calling about on Monday. you see what happened. I'm talking about the fireworks.
Yeah.
What a mess. I mean, that was just like, that was an amazing thing that I saw on Monday. I thought, really, nobody's talking about how many thousands of
It's crazy. Like, I can't sleep, man. This driving me crazy, man. This is so disconcerting. Like, fuck. No more results. Yes, we got it. Come on. Say we got it, please. Come on, come on, come on. Please. Yes.
In the info war and say, I don't know what's going to happen at the end of this, but you want to fight, you better believe you've got one.
From the
front lines of the information war, it's Alex Jones.
They're constantly monitored by facial recognition cameras that are able to instantly put a face to a name. Now the Chinese are also ranked, given a mark out of a possible 950 points. A score in the 700s is considered good. Around the 500 mark is not.
It forces us to be well behaved.
And then there's Joanne. She's an information collector, a paid enforcer who walks around and writes down deeds about her neighbors. Like the man who carried a drunk person home. Things like this are good deeds, she said. But the farmer overheard swearing and being rude, yeah, bad deeds. Yeah. Her quota is 10 a month.
In countries such as India, there's little choice. People there must download a state-backed tracing app if they want to travel.
From January, every citizen of England and Wales will have a new social credit score. Government and private companies may use your social credit score to make decisions about you.
Search for your name online and a top hit may lead you to this page, mylife.com, a site that says it gathers data from public sources to create biographical reports. It may include everything from your address to criminal history. That data then used to generate a reputation score.
A bad reputation can hurt you personally and professionally.
Australians forced to submit 100 points of identification like their driver's license or passport when using social media accounts like Facebook and Twitter. Now, police would have access to those social media accounts, and it's all part of a crackdown on online abuse. Now, users could be liable for defamation suits or even criminal prosecution, and it's all part of a plan hoping to deter people from engaging in bad behaviour. Now, the recommendations were handed down by a federal parliamentary inquiry.
And that if you're bad, they're just going to ban you from the internet. And that's the holy grail of control. And it also says the police will have access to everyone's stuff without a warrant, live time, and that they'll be able to, quote, impersonate you, to, quote, infiltrate anti-vax groups and disrupt them.
It's not going to be safe for people who are not vaccinated to be roaming around the place spreading the virus. That's what they'll be doing. So there's every reason to get vaccinated.
Australia could force citizens to report their location on demand via government tracking app. Home quarantine trial, that's the app, to be launched in South Australia. Premier Stephen Marshall announces. First they lock you up in little prison cells, then they go, oh, you'll carry your phone now. Now you're allowed to go home, but we got to track you like an ankle bracelet. Israel's done this too. And then it's, oh, everybody gets it. See?
But the cops come around and tell this woman off staying over here as well. Because there was about 5 seconds in between her taking a sip of her cup of tea. And she put her face mask down. Cops came around literally on the dot and just pulled her up for it. And she said, well, I was drinking my tea. And they said, well, not right now. You're not putting a face mask on.
Canada's most populous province announces the same thing, basically, ankle bracelets.
It's called Immuniband, a first-of-its-kind wearable piece of vaccine identification. It's nothing extravagant, but it's valuable for sure. It's a wristband that has a QR code on the back that links to your vaccination card, so there's an ability to access the initial documentation.
Italian diocese announces vaccine passports needed to go to church. Honolulu announces the same thing. Hawaii announces the same thing. Apple's merged with it to carry it out. Google and Apple are the same company behind the scenes. They're all run by the NSA, CIA, and globalist banks, Rothschild, Rockefeller money. They are competing only on the surface to be the world ID. They made an agreement a year and a half ago, secretly, but it leaked, to have a secret app embedded on all phones that they jointly control together. Well, it's a new report
We got more tea. We got the tea. Life is good.
And it's a fact that people that take these shots are shedding. And it's a fact that Fauci picked it up. And it's a fact that in the EU and the UK and in Australia and Canada, they're either still under lockdown or bringing lockdowns back and bringing in social credit scores and high-tech tracking systems that control everyone in live time, not to free you and let you go out and have fun again. No, they say to then bring in the carbon tax and the calorie tax and the tracking tax, the environmental tax. And it's not just me telling you that now, 10 years ago, 2 years ago, 6 months ago. I have a whole stack right here that I'll get to today on the Great Reset. Great Reset, UN orders 10-year deadline for Australia to shut down entire coal industry to fight climate change. We already are shutting it down under that order. The UN is in control of our medical system, in control of big tech, in control of what you can say and what you can do. And we're living in this, and Congress has done nothing. The states have done almost nothing as a foreign multinational conglomerate of corporations that created the United Nations and the Rockefeller Foundation take over the planet, not just so they can run things and be in power, but so they can carry out eugenics and total control.
I don't know if anyone's here. I might start this again. It's so good I might start it again. That's how good he is. Even if you are here lurking and watching.
But the mainstream media loves to get the parts where I blow up and yell and scream, and it's entertaining, but they love to try to pigeonhole us as being maniacs. But you know, it was Barry Goldwater, really in the last century, the main people that fought the New World Order and helped build the movement we have today that Ron Paul and Donald Trump and others stood on top of, and myself as well, on his shoulders, that said extremism in defense of liberty is no vice. Extremism in defense of liberty is no vice. He also said sometimes silence isn't golden, it's yellow. Like yellow bellies. Why do they call that? In war, some people fall to the ground and get in the catatonic fetal position and urinate on themselves. That's where the term yellow belly comes from, is people pissing themselves. And I can assure you that silence in these times is not golden. It's not like you're watching the sunset with your wife or your husband, children. It's not like you're meditating or praying. It's not that type of golden silence. It's yellow. And again, I'm not complaining. I did probably 3 hours of research last night, about 4 hours of research earlier than that throughout the day. I did several hours of research late last night. I couldn't help myself. And so it's kind of like somebody that goes to a buffet dinner and orders 20 plates, even though you can't consume it all. But I think I have a responsibility to really try to cover all this. As I've said many times, and your TV viewer, you can see this, radio listeners can obviously see this later when it's archived, band.video with the live feeds, and infowars.com/show, and hopefully share it. That's how we override these censors. But let me just do this before I drill into the top stories. Let me just give you some big announcements. Major journalistic organizations will get into, The Intercept and others, did FOIA requests of Fauci and gain-of-function research at Wuhan and Chapel Hill, North Carolina, and USA and China. And it's hundreds of pages of Fauci directing chimeric merger of 5 viruses into a COVID SARS virus to then, quote, make a super vaccine for something that didn't exist in the entire evolutionary system of this planet that was manufactured. So, I mean, it's already a fact they built it, they did it, that's already there. But now he's lied to Congress 3 times, and it's open and shut documents. I can read the documents and cover over the news for 30 minutes and then take calls the rest of the show for 3.5 hours. And we would not scratch the surface. I mean, it's mega bombshell. He should be SWAT teamed by the FBI yesterday. But of course, he won't be because he's a Rothschild, Rockefeller, eugenicist, depopulationist frontman. But he did it with Gates and the rest of them. And It's also a scientific fact in the mainline literature that India basically suspended its vaccine program at 7% of the population because they made their own whole virus vaccine. And again, the virus is so deadly in its spike protein and what it actually carries that when the body created a response to that, it was also very poisonous. And so India had to stop so many deaths. People were revolted. And the vaccine they made did knock out all these COVID variants except the Delta variant that is now 99% plus of the cases in the United States. It's 1,000 times plus more viral than the original COVID. And then I also had Dr. McCullough on, and he had all the documents confirming from major studies that indeed people are shedding that have had the shots, and it's lowering their immune system, and they're getting antibody derangement basically in their body. This is all happening. And by the way, it's not debated. It's like you don't debate what temperature water freezes at. You don't debate what temperature it boils at, or what the speed of sound is, or what the speed of light is, or what the atomic weight of uranium is, or fluoride. These are known things. And that's what's so incredible. It's known Fauci created this and then released it obviously on purpose and lied about it. It's known that they knew that if they created a vaccine for even the common cold, it creates deadly superviruses that are much more destructive. That's why they can never do it. They've been trying for 70 years. Animal and human studies killed people and animals every frickin' time. Usually the majority die. So just getting your minds around that in my mind. And then let me add this. Australia has now announced, and their prime minister sits back and turns a blind eye. He's in on it. He acts like a conservative and says they're fighting China and all this, but really it's to get his public behind him while he sells them out. The head of New South Wales and 2 other major, most populous areas of the South have all announced, it's all part of a UN plan, they admit, I've got the documents from the beginning of those, that the lockdown is permanent for everybody. You're going to get booster shots every few months forever, not even a vaccine, and that the unvaccinated will be on permanent lockdown and will be put in camps. So now you have the video, and I have the news articles. They're announcing that you will be put in re-education camps. They actually say, we're going to put you in camps until you understand it's safe and you take it. That's called a re-education camp. Of course, Obama created a re-education camp program. You can type in Obama re-education camp, click web search, and you'll get 2010 document that was leaked to us in 2012. And it was confirmed real by the Army. It says restricted, do not release. It was given to us by people that said they were with Army intelligence, and it turned out to be a real document. So, and they were freaked out about it, obviously. It's concentration camps for Americans. So this has always been the leftist plan. The Weatherman got caught by Larry Grathwold, who was a Green Beret back from Vietnam. They tried to recruit him at Columbia to put 50 million people in camps once they took over the government to kill 25 million. That's back when the U.S. had a 200 million population. So the numbers are much higher. So this is all out of control, but it's real. Now, that's just the surface. I'm not even, that's 3 stacks of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. That's a giant 3-inch stack. 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 22 stacks. Every one of these, you could do a whole show on. I have this stack right here is the UN officially announcing they're going to end parenthood and put children in camps worldwide via COVID, including the U.S., and that it's the end of the family and that the family's bad. Officially from the UN. I'm going to show you the official government document. That's their end game is your children. That's one stack right here. Then we have the FBI saying people protesting, people held in solitary confinement for misdemeanors in D.C., 600 people, are terrorists that need to be physically attacked, basically, and that D.C.'s on red alert. Meanwhile, they're catching more people that have been indicted or really Democrat Antifa operatives that are now arguing in court that they should be released because they're really Antifa Democrats that went to set up Trump. Wow. And of course, the judge is throwing the book at him saying, shh, you're not supposed to say that. I was going to let you go. It's even in the news. Why did you just say that in court? Boom, back to prison. Yeah. Oh, you little Antifa guys are being thrown under the bus? by the other thieves you work with. There's no honor amongst thieves. Folks, we are in an information war. Truth against lies. Only you can override the censors. However you're listening, tell folks tune in now. I want to talk big picture for one more segment. When we come back, I'm going to judiciously drill into every single bit of this information. But I'm going to explain this again. The globalists have made the decision and have put it out in so many public statements and documents and internal reports and State Department memorandums and EU memorandums and Bilderberg Group and Davos statements that it makes my head spin. And they've said, we're going to take over the world, we're going to lock everything down, we're going to cut your resources off, then we're going to have people fight with each other over resources, and we're going to build an authoritarian society. And then we're going to forcibly accelerate depopulation. So they say we are building an absolute dystopic system. And now it's again gone from beta to operational. And I understand that most people aren't built to even be able to face something like this. And I understand a lot of other people just are overwhelmed and say, well, what can we do? But progressively, at a very quick pace, things are going to get much worse. And going along with this ensures an absolutely nightmarish, dystopic future that the globalists have charted for us. Because at the end of the day, they are very psychotic, evil, twisted, wicked people that enjoy masochistic actions. So here's what you have to know. They created the virus to Wuhan. They released it. And they already knew from studies they'd done on humans and animals with this system in China, with the government, that they test on people there. Well, they test on people here. They test on all of us now. What was even approved. And they knew what it would mutate into and what it would do. And they had countless other studies that showed all that as well. And it's a fact that we got the Delta variant from a vaccine. And it's a fact that people that take these shots are shedding. And it's a fact that Fauci cooked it up. And it's a fact that in the EU and the UK and in Australia and Canada, they're either still under lockdown or bringing lockdowns back and bringing in social credit scores and high-tech tracking systems that control everyone in live time, not to free you and let you go out and have fun again. No, they say to then bring in the carbon tax and the calorie tax and the tracking tax, the environmental tax. And it's not just me telling you that now, 10 years ago, 2 years ago, 6 months ago. I have a whole stack right here that I'll get to today on the Great Reset. Great Reset, UN orders 10-year deadline for Australia to shut down entire coal industry to fight climate change. We already are shutting it down under that order. The UN is in control of our medical system, in control of big tech, in control of what you can say and what you can do. And we're living in this, and Congress has done nothing. The states have done almost nothing as a foreign multinational conglomerate of corporations that created the United Nations and the Rockefeller Foundation take over the planet, not just so they can run things and be in power, but so they can carry out eugenics and total control and build the prison planet. You know, we don't update it anymore. It was a backup site for Infowars.com, and Paul Watson used to update it, and Paul Watson quasi does some work with us, but really doesn't anymore. So no one even updates PrisonPlanet.com anymore. Let's put PrisonPlanet.com, used to be bigger than Infowars, on screen. Who knows the last time it was updated? I'm going to hire some people and reboot that site. But I started that site 20-something years ago. Now just put in PrisonPlanet.com for me in the search engine. Oh, people quit using it, so I forgot a month ago I directed people to ban.video. That's right. But we're going to resurrect that site. Yeah, thanks for reminding me. It redirects to ban.video. So that's where we are. We don't even have the staff or the money or the crew to be able to even have a site that's been around 20 years that predicted everything even stay out or be updated. I'm not complaining, but so much of our crew that we built up, we expanded, we funded, and I got deplatformed, didn't cut and run, but just kind of stood back. Well, that's why they'll be fed on and destroyed later, which is not something I'm even happy about. But that's the level of this fight. So see, this isn't a problem coming down the road. This is a problem in our living rooms. This is a nightmare system, and I have the leaders of Australia in the news articles announcing you'll take shots every couple of months. Last week it was every 5 months. A month ago it was, oh, just take your 2 shots. Think about that. And now they're on Australian TV saying, oh yeah, you're not going to be able to ever get off lockdown if you're not vaccinated. But of course, when you go get the app and you accept the shots, you're under lockdown still too. The same premier of New South Wales said, oh sorry, the lockdown never ends even if you have the shot doesn't work. See, it's called martial law. And you go in your house and you never come out again. And the store shelves are empty, and that's the post-industrial world. And then when things break down, they go, oh, we've got a social credit score and we've got a universal guaranteed income. All of you now are on the dole, but you've got to show up to dig ditches or to grow crops under our control. Just like China had the Great Leap Forward and the Cultural Revolution, where they made the farmers leave their land and the shopkeepers leave their land and go to these communal farms, and 100 million Chinese basically died and starved to death. That's what they're doing. The Great Reset is killing the local economy, killing the small businesses, and is a classic Marxist, Leninist, Maoist playbook, and they even admit it's that playbook. And so whether it's the UK or Canada or now blue cities in the US, they're saying, oh, remember lockdowns? Those are going to be permanent on an app on your phone. It'll tell you, according to your social credit score, when you can
Yo, Dick gets it, man.
when you go to the grocery store. It allots your time to go here or go there with the big technocracy supercomputers running your life. Google isn't there, and Apple and Twitter and Facebook aren't there to make your life better. They're there as an AI system to direct everything you do and where you go. And now, we played in the first 5 minutes of the show, that powerful John Bound report. We'll put it on screen, please. Where he shows you newscasts in Europe, Canada, Australia, and China, all announcing what's now coming to New York, LA, and other areas. Beast System swallows freedom worldwide. Is your church going to show this weekend? No. They're not a church. They're on the payroll. Is your club? No. They're all going to go along with it like morons as they're inducted into the control grid prison. And they're so full of themselves because they're the good little enforcers, even though they're helping bring in a system that's about a post-human world where we're all obsolete, where we're all non-essential.
Yo, I know, right?
The police are running over people all over the Western world with horses. Attack dogs are ripping people's faces off while they're in handcuffs. Children are being pepper sprayed because they leave their houses. The leftists have now taken over the police departments in most part of the world. You see gangs of women with batons beating women, children, and their husbands over the head with clubs. In France, they've announced forced inoculations of all the children. They say, we don't care if the law doesn't even say we can't do it. We're doing it. Australia is doing the same and has announced if you're, quote, unvaccinated, you will be put on permanent lockdown and moved to camps. And they say in the newspapers, I've got them right here, you will then be educated on why you should take the shot. So, oh, and they're going to take your children. This is how wars start. These police are soldiers now of a foreign multinational depopulation army. They may be too stupid to know it, but they're doing it. And I want to explain something, and then I'm going to get into the news here. This is the most important thing I've said in a long time. I'll say 2 things. The nature of evil and the nature of those that want to dominate and control others always takes basically the same forms. Call it fascism, communism, socialism, call it authoritarianism, you can call it tyranny. And, oh, look at this dad caught in the park with his daughter. You're not allowed to do that. You're going to jail. And these are all real videos I'm showing to TV viewers. There's thousands of them. Endless supply. Every day, hundreds. I can't even watch them. And so when good people do nothing, when good people put up with the tyrannical takeover, it's like opening a door, a bulkhead of a submarine. You're going to flood. It's the nature of the corrupt and their minions that they want to dominate, and they want to take people's freedoms, and they want to bully people, and they finally want to rape and exploit and starve and kill them. So understand, there isn't a vacuum in the universe. When good people don't stand up, when good people don't say no, when good people don't put the brakes on tyranny, it's like getting in an 18-wheeler on a big mountain road that goes down for 5,000 feet and taking your foot off the brake. You're going to go about 150 miles an hour and you're going to fly off the side into a chasm. The establishment has a compulsion to dominate and control. The type of people that get into that level of power have an instinct to want to kill you. They see you as useless eaters getting in the way of their planet. A la Zardoz and Sean Connery in the 1970s. Or Roger Moore in Moonraker. I mean, it's all there in Hollywood telling you what's coming. And now it's not Hollywood, it's here. And so this will only get worse. As Thomas Jefferson was asked, what is the level of tyranny that man will live under? He said the level to which you will accept is the level to which there will be evil people that will push out the other evil people, and then they'll be pushed out, and they'll be pushed out, and they'll be pushed out, until nations have gotten rulers that just burn cities down for fun and then commit suicide themselves, because that's the final thing that Nero did, because he was so crazy and on such a power trip. And he burned down part of the city. That wasn't enough to build his palace. Then he killed himself. And Caligula and all the rest of it. So this is organized corporate governance war against the middle class, against the poor, against the people, against humanity. This is an organized depopulation war, because the globalists are saying we're overpopulated like deer in the city. We'll just overpopulate, there's no predators. So they're naturally going to create artificial cataclysms with viruses and conflicts and starvation that get rid of us. And you can even argue that in the survival of the fittest mode, that has a place. But you see, the people running this are pedophiles and Satanists and are the worst, greediest people out there. They're the ones that, according to their rules, should die. I've got a stack of news I'm going to get to next hour. The Jeffrey Epstein case is why people believe in Pizzagate. From the week, major mainstream news. No, Pizzagate was to cover up Jeffrey Epstein and the Clintons and the real pedophilia. And it was a setup. And I'll explain that coming up. But there's major Ghislaine Maxwell news on all those fronts we're going to be getting to today. That's another one of my stacks. And I will cover every one of these stacks. I'm just getting these basic facts out. And then what's the other big point? I'm not stupid, and you're not stupid, and Rand Paul's not stupid, and Ted Cruz isn't stupid, and Josh Hawley's not stupid, and the rest of them aren't stupid. They know all this. They know it's a corporate global takeover, and most of them have said as much here and there. So why aren't they organizing us against the global government, against the corporate takeover, against the Great Reset, and quoting Klaus Schwab and David Rockefeller and Ted Turner and Bill Gates? Why aren't they showing in their own documents how they admitted that was always the plan? I mean, Paul is going after Fauci for gain of function. But see, we don't control the Justice Department. It's controlled by the globalists. So it doesn't matter that Fauci cooked it and made it and did it and released it and the documents all came out. Hell, Peter Daszak 2 years ago bragged about how they released it before all this even came out.
This is complete news for me.
Chimeric virus. So what hope do we have if the people running the FBI and the Pentagon are on board with the globalists and are on board with this depopulation? Even though it's going to destroy most of their agents and most of the military, Well, the agents need to wake up, and the military needs to wake up, and we need to wake up, and the Senate needs to wake up and address the attack, address the new form of war, address the globalist Great Reset depopulation operation that they admit. I've got stacks of their own admissions here and videos. I can do the whole show. I'll do a segment on it, on world government and how they did the lockdowns to prepare you for carbon lockdowns. And how you're going to live in a 200 square foot apartment, how you're going to have half the calories, and they've got all their excuses. Oh, you're too fat. But this is the ultimate tyranny that wants to actually get us in a position to kill us. So we must address what we're under attack by. We must address we're in a war. All right, we're going to go to break, come back, and I'll start drilling into it. Before I go any further, I'm really excited about this. I told you that we're going to have a lot of new products coming out. And I have done a lot with the crew to make sure we have these products. I'm in the process of selling my house so I can make sure to get even more products in, the supply chain problems, order even more so we get it, so we can actually then up our funding and launch a bunch of very exciting new projects. You've seen all the other stuff we've done. You've seen how we're public enemy number one of the New World Order, how we are the King Daddy Black Sheep. You are part of this community. You are the black sheep as well. Well, it's good to be a black sheep in a world of Satanists. It's good to be their enemy, as Christ said, you'll be persecuted if you actually follow him. So I have worked for over a year plus with top formulators to come up with this. We could have come up with some crap really quick. We didn't. Rainforce Plus is going to be back in soon. It's an excellent formula. This is at least twice as strong, has all the top things that are the highest rated. For deep, pure, clean energy, it is, and it costs us a lot to make each bottle. This stuff is really top rated. Introducing, ladies and gentlemen, our latest product that I am so incredibly excited about, and that is Rainforce Ultra. And I just want to encourage everybody to go to InfoWarsStore.com and get Rainforce Ultra, because if you're talking about clean, long, sustained energy, this is revolutionary. This is incredible. And I think the listeners know that. It just went on sale this morning. We've never had a product sell like this. It'll probably sell out in about a week at current sales rates. So please get yours today and check out Rainforce Ultra. Let me be infinity clear. I am not excited to be proven right. In fact, I've gotten really close to God. I've gotten right with God. And it's only because the times have gotten so bad. I've never been closer to Jesus. And I really would tell you, you need to get close to God yourselves. I'm not lecturing you. I'm not some goody two-shoes up here on some high horse. I'm not one of these fake preachers that's designed to turn you off from God. This is good versus evil. The Satanists, the main Satan group, it's got millions of supporters in the U.S. I've researched them. They've had a hit movie, Hail Satan. I've watched the Democrats basically adopt Satanism as their operating system, their Jacobins 2.0, French Revolution 2.0. They came out and said, we sacrifice babies when we kill children. Well, I've been protesting in abortion clinics for 30 years. I've been doing it since I was 17. And I'm not Catholic, but I used to mainly go out and protest with Catholic, conservative Catholic groups. And here in Austin, there's videos of it. And I've been doing it for 4 or 5 years before I even got on air. When I was like 21. And the reason I don't say that to go, oh, I'm this wonderful person. Oh, I'm so good. I'm saying I would go to abortion clinics in South Austin and East Austin. A lot of you seen the videos. And people come up and say, I've aborted 25 babies for Satan, and I'm going to kill you, and I love Satan. And these people aren't just saying this. They got pentagrams all over them. They are into evil. They are into darkness. And most of them end up committing suicide. I mean, they're just horrible demons. You go to an abortion clinic, literal Satanists show up and pile out of $100,000 Mercedes. They pile out of $70,000 Jaguars. They walk up with a pile of $100 bills and say, beat up Alex Jones, and I'll give you this. And some weird, super white-skinned zombie kid comes over and starts trying to attack us. Before I could kick his ass, because he started to hit me, Jakari Jackson grabbed him and threw him down on the ground. He worked here, great guy. Jakari left because he found a girlfriend on a trip in South Carolina and wanted to move me with her. People thought I fired Vicari. No, Vicari not want to lose his job. He also wanted to move to South Carolina. I should just let him be a reporter there. But anyway, side issue, he was a great guy. And that was just one of the abortion clinic protests 6, 7 years ago, 8 years ago. And that's all on tape. So when I used to get up here and say they're Satanists, they say killing babies is their sacrament. I didn't read that in a book. I went and saw it. And then I saw news articles over the years where they would get busted because the nurses would freak out when they were having sex with the babies after, sometimes when they were alive or dead. You've seen the videos of them having the babies having boxing matches, 8-month-old babies. I mean, when I go on air and say they have sex with the live babies and sex with the dead babies and they eat babies alive and sell their organs, it all comes out on the news later. It's because it was in lawsuits that came out and confirmed. But what do the San Francisco courts do to the group that exposed that all over the country, including San Francisco? They gave them massive, what was it, a $20 million judgment or something? It's rigged. You go to a bar and have a woman talk about how she's buying a Ferrari with the money from live babies, and you get a $20 million judgment against you. That's okay. They're going to stage all that stuff and do it to us and try to shut us down. It's not going to happen. That's what the cost of this is. If they might kill me, that's okay. I don't want to die, but listen, somebody's got to stand up for these kids, okay? And it's not because I'm some damn hero. God is real. This is a test. You better well stand up, or I'll tell you what God's going to do to you. Hell is the absence of God. God is going to put you into the phantom zone with these people because you're eternal. God is going to dump you into a pit with these people. And believe me, these are dishonest, dishonorable people that are into betrayal and manipulation because they're weak. And they're seeking power from the God of this world. They sold out for their 15 minutes of power.
I'm typing.
Stinks and has nothing in it. I've been around the real Satanists, folks, not these garden variety pop Satanists. I've seen it. I'm going to leave it at that. I didn't do anything illegal, but I've been on the edge of it. I've been there with the rich people, the billionaires, because Satan is interdimensional, doesn't have long-term omnipresence, but does have the capacity like an AI computer to direct the lines into the future and see what's going to happen. Why do you think they tried to recruit me over and over again, no matter where I went or what I did when I was young? Because they could tell I was going to end up going with God, and thank God I did. But not before I felt the energy these people are killing kids and stuff trying to get. And it is just rip people apart. Power. That's all it is. Nothing. It's crap. I've experienced the satanic energy these people are looking for that they get when they kill a baby for just maybe a minute. Then they got to have sex with it to do something blasphemous, to piss God off and move themselves further from God. Satan's always trying to get his pawns to do bad things, to cut God off from them. And then once they're cut off, then they become like zombies. I played so many clips of abortionists, Asian, white, and black. There's videos of these. Coming out of abortion clinics, people go, hey, God loves you, please care about the babies. They say, I don't want the babies. I'm gonna kill the babies. I mean, you have, I've been at the Capitol. Yeah, there's one of the videos right there. Cue it up with audio in a minute. I have been at the Capitol on a separate issue, and I said, what's this? It's a pro-life thing? And it was all these women praying, and it was all these Democrat women that were in the Capitol came out of the Democrats' offices in suits, like church, looked like nice ladies lived next door that would bake cookies. So there's these women praying to get an anti-abortion law, pro-life law passed, and I was just happy to be there one time. It's been caught on video before. All around the country, and all of a sudden I go, what's that? And I walk into the hallway, and the women are going like this. Guys, show me. There's actual video of this. And Owen's seen it too. A few weeks ago, he got footage of stuff like this, and there's hours of it, and there's videos that are famously, and the women are going, Satan! Kill Satan! I mean, folks, this is not a joke, okay? You can call it mass psychosis, you can call it whatever you want. I have seen this probably 50 times. Now, the rich Satanists that I ran into, because, they lure me with, their hot daughters or whatever when I was young, they were not like that. They were not possessed. They were all in control of it, and yes, and all the rest of it. So when you look at the British royal family, those are devil worshippers. Those are blood-drinking people. And it's come out they get blood infusions of children. But it's beyond that. It's all about them. Their selfishness, the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers, all of them, their selfishness to take a 1-year-old baby and to torture it. Their favorite's a 3-year-old that is old enough to know what's going on and be really horrified. And so you need to come to grips, folks, that you're not worried about them being put in a ghetto or executed or guillotined, because that's what it's going to come down to. They're coming for us. You need to worry about your soul, and you need to stand against them. Go ahead. They found one of the clips of one of the abortion doctors talking like a demon. Here it is.
I pray, sir, you got to repent, sir. You got to repent, sir, for murdering babies. Why? Because it's a sin before God.
Why?
Well,
Stinky breath.
yeah, it's pretty evil of you, sir.
Yeah, I am.
And I hope and pray that you... Well, that's what you do to babies, huh?
Yeah, I love it.
You love it, huh?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, I hope that you come to Christ, sir.
Oh, I never go to Christ.
I hope that you come to Christ,
No,
sir.
I don't go to Christ.
Yeah, you...
I don't listen to Christ.
You will have a darkened heart, sir.
I do have a darkened heart.
Yeah. You have a darkened heart.
I do very, very much.
And you will stand before God in judgment
Yes,
day.
I will. Every day.
You will stand before God in judgment.
Yes, I will. Every day.
All those babies that
I love it. I love it.
Yeah, keep tearing the babies.
Yeah, I will.
Keep tearing the babies
I
apart.
will.
Keep tearing the babies apart. Yeah, sir. The babies, their blood screams from the ground.
Now, that's not even one of the worst ones. That's one from like 2 years ago. I've seen that over and over again. Far worse than that. We ought to try to find those. I ought to call up some of those anti-abortion groups I know in town. They've got like tapes you wouldn't believe. Just hours of it. It's the most. And I just got video of the police in LA and stuff. People peacefully protesting outside abortion clinics. They put nunchucks around their arms with handcuffs and break their arms. Break their arms. God, okay, I haven't gotten the news yet. You know, I'm going to try. I don't even know if I can do this. I don't even know if I can do this. I mean, seriously, I'm going to expose it all. I'm talking about. It's just every damn evil you can imagine is on this table, and it's just out in the open now. It's just Satan making his move against everybody, and all we got to do is say no and reject it and not submit to it and ask God to protect us. But you got to stand up first, or God's not going to help you. God hates cowards. All right, I will be a good boy, and I will cover the incredible Intercept lawsuit that got the Fauci documents where he said make the Chimera bioweapon. He should be immediately arrested charged with war crimes. That's coming up next segment. I'll go over all the documents. I have been so busy, not complaining, this is true, that I have not cut a new ad, even though this product has been in for a week, and we were supposed to launch it last week, but I've been so busy covering the news, I didn't do it. So during the snowman's land, some stations don't carry this first 5 minutes, but some do. I'm going to do a plug and an ad that we can run during the network breaks so that I can fund our operation and so you can get a great product at the same time. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me go ahead and make the product and do the plug for you right now. Several years ago, I was talking to a lot of the top developers out there of high-end supplements and sports enhancers that are basically safe and good and that people really, really like and that are also at the same time well-researched but still cutting edge. A lot of new stuff's coming out. In the last year and a half or so, we finally got it done. And it's Brain Force Ultra. We're going to have Brain Force Plus back soon. It's been sold out. But Brain Force Ultra is roughly twice as strong as Brain Force Plus. And there is roughly twice as much ingredient as well. So it's not just twice as strong, there's twice as much of the ingredients, and the ingredients are twice as strong. So I guess that's 4 times what the other is. It's discounted out of the gates for $24.95. A lot of money goes into this. This is a high-end product now available for the first time at InfoWarsStore.com today. And there are, again, no ratings on it yet because it just launched today. And I'm sure it's going to be a 5-star rating. I'd say 98% reviews. This is just as good as our other top products or better. Supercharge your state of mind. Get the powerful new Brain Force Ultra now live at InfoWarsStore.com. And listen to this. It's got, how do you say it? How do you say it? Guarana seed, which everybody says is the best super thing everybody loves. Guarana seed, loaded with energy compounds and antioxidants. Guarana seed is native to the Amazon, has been used by Amazonian tribes for centuries. Alpha GPC, a natural compound found in the brain, delivers chlorine and water-soluble essential nutrients across the blood-brain barrier. Green
Yo,
coffee bean.
check out this
From
propaganda.
the raw seeds of the coffee fruit, green coffee bean packs a powerful natural punch and are high in chlorogenic acid. Again, this is just all the top stuff that the literal scientists have put in here. Elotha root, a celebrated member of the ginseng family. It has been used for thousands of years in traditional systems. Yerba mate leaf, I need to explain to you what that does. Containing natural amounts of caffeine, yerba mate is also loaded with phenanosis, like quercetin. Oh wow, quercetin, that's really good for your immune system, as well as potassium, magnesium, and manganese. Green tea leaves, natural, rich in polyphenols like EGCG, as well as L-theanine. Only the highest quality green tea leaves are included in this formula. Ginkgo leaf, known for its exceptional antioxidant content, ginkgo comes from the ancient group of plants and have been the focus of both ancient and modern fascination. And ashwagandha root, an ancient herb used for 3,000 years, botanical name, is
Hey,
flavored
check this
for
out,
its
check
many
this out. Global news,
for its
check
many
this out.
beneficial properties. Support yourself in the InfoWar, get Rainforest Ultra.
Check this out, man. You're gonna be mind fucked.
Before it's gone. Flip the switch and supercharge.
Look
And
at.
folks, I'll just be honest with you. I'll have to recut this ad later live on there. I'm so exhausted from reading.
Am I gonna spoil it? I'm not gonna
so
spoil
freaked
it.
out that I almost
Just
took
gonna
off
leave it on
today. I'm not
screen. And
complaining. I know this is hard for you guys to take too, but I just.
Zach Gerling says moving back
I'll
to
have to cut this
Canada
out
from
later.
the British Virgin Islands was
I may have to
chaos
take off
amid
again next
COVID.
week. I gotta just get straight on all this, man. This is just so hard.
Like hotel quarantines and the quarantine timing and all the different ways that people are going around.
It's why the 28-year-old jet setter is excited about Canada announcing a federal COVID-19 vaccine passport.
If it makes it easier to get around and move people safely and
look at the dislikes, man.
I'm all for it.
But it may not be easier for Gerling. He was vaccinated with AstraZeneca, which despite being an approved COVID-19 vaccine here, may not be recognized in other countries. David Dole, who was vaccinated with a mix of Moderna and Pfizer, faces a similar problem.
There is no issue with mixing vaccines as far as the science goes so far. And yeah, I think Canada needs to clear that up.
But Ottawa hasn't offered any assurances the passport will fix this problem, or even that foreign countries will accept it.
I think this is a global effort. It's going to be something that's supposed to be recognized by all countries.
Still, travel experts are hopeful.
Travelers all will have some peace of mind that they'll know prior to going to a country that this passport will be accepted.
Martin Firestone runs a travel insurance brokerage in Toronto and says there are also questions about domestic use of the federal document.
The ability to go to a sports attraction, a cinema, or a restaurant can really be used for that. That's the gray line.
Already, some provinces, including Quebec, Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba, are shutting down the idea of using the federal passport locally. Ontario, meantime, is asking Ottawa to pick up the pace, with no hard rollout date revealed other than early fall.
Hopefully this is going to be a permanent thing. It's just hopefully for the amount of time while the global pandemic is going on.
There's no word on how long these vaccine passports would be in effect for, but we do know that they'll likely be digital and common across all provinces. They will include the holder's COVID-19 vaccine history and will be available to all Canadian citizens, permanent residents, and temporary residents who are living here and fully vaccinated. Jamie Morocco, Global News, Toronto.
Literally, no one wants these to exist. like all I could do is just laugh and. Fucked, man. Look, the majority of Canadians support COVID-19. What the fuck? 3 fucking months ago? In the Reddit comments. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that for Reddit.
First province in Canada to enforce a vaccine passport. Starting September 1st, people aged 12 and up will have to prove they're vaccinated to get into places like restaurants, gyms, and festivals. They'll do that with a scannable QR code on their phone, like the kinds you get at menus these days. Quebec Premier Francois Legault says this will allow businesses to stay open during an inevitable fourth wave of COVID, an idea he thinks will catch on.
We'll probably see some other provinces putting in place a vaccine passport, maybe not in provinces that are governed by conservative parties, but in other provinces, I expect that they'll be put in place. With the polls and the information we have, we think that we have the support of the vast majority of Quebecers.
But not everyone is on board. The passport system is already drawing protests from people who say it's highly discriminatory. Christopher Skeet is the parliamentary assistant to Quebec Premier Francois Legault. He's in Laval. Thank you very much for joining us today, Mr. Skeet. I'd like to start with some of the reaction you've seen to Quebec's announcement that the vaccine passport program is going to be implemented.
Well, I think, it's this pandemic is really tricky. We're seeing a rise in cases, and this is the best way to make sure that we keep our hospitals functioning, that we keep the caseload for our healthcare workers in a controllable manner, and I'm hopeful that it's a way of also protecting our freedoms.
Now, that is actually a criticism that some people have presented, that perhaps implementing a program like this is infringing upon the rights of those who are choosing not to get a vaccine or get vaccinated. What do you say to that?
Well, I think it's the opposite. I think this is actually the best way to protect people's freedoms. For instance, essential services will be maintained even for those who don't have a vaccine passport or who haven't received the vaccines. So for us, we're saying if you want to go to high-risk social gatherings with a lot of people and high volumes in closed spaces, for that we need to be responsible and be smart about how we do that. But for the rest, for essential services, if we're just being, people are still free to choose what they want to do.
Other governments at other levels are sort of mulling over whether this is the right route for them to go. For those wondering, watching in different provinces outside of Quebec, how exactly is this going to work? Is just you scan a QR code and you can get in? How does it go?
Yeah, so right now we're having actually a pilot project to actually iron out some of those details. The way it's looking like now is that every Quebecer for the past few months who's gotten vaccinated has received a QR code. What we're doing internally is we're developing a reader for that particular QR code that will integrate with verification of the person's ID. And the two pieces of information will confirm that the person is vaccinated and therefore able to participate in high-risk activities.
So that's going to work for the people who got vaccinated in Quebec, but what if someone's coming in from, say, Ontario, or you fully vaccinated Americans are allowed back in the country now for tourism purposes? Say a tourist wants to go to a restaurant, how's that going to work?
Yeah, that's a very good question, and we actually are looking into how we can harmonize our process with other provinces like Ontario and our southern neighbors. You're right, our southern neighbors and Ontarians have received the vaccine, and we're looking to see how we can make sure that on the one side, we're not stifling tourism or hurting the tourist industry, yet at the same time making sure that we keep our local population safe. So we're still ironing out those details, and part of the pilot project will help us do that, and we'll keep you apprised once we have a little bit more information in that regard.
Would this be easier for your province to implement if there was some sort of national sort of a plan here to give every Canadian some sort of QR code or some sort of document that can verify, yes, I've been vaccinated, here are the details? Would that help you in this process if there were a national system here?
Well, it's tempting to think that wall-to-wall solution would be useful, but don't forget, health is a provincial jurisdiction. We're kind of jealous about our jurisdictions in Quebec, and other provinces are as well. I would much rather that the federal government continue to do a good job controlling access on the border than to interfere on our local healthcare policies. What I do hope, though, is that we have a concerted effort and that the provinces continue to work together for a solution that allows us to have interprovincial trade. So I think we can walk and chew gum at the same time, and I think we can do both. Have something that fits us
to
and our
toss
needs,
Fauci
while
under
at
the
the same
bus,
time letting
we
provinces
now
manage their
know
own
that Fauci funded EcoHealth Alliance,
So you
a
don't
New
want to see a
York-based
national,
nonprofit headed by
sort of,
Peter Daszak,
national database
was
or anything like
absolutely
that.
engaged in gain-of-function research to make chimeric SARS-based coronaviruses, which they confirmed could infect humans. They did it. They created the ultimate gain-of-function.
To have to start over just because we're trying
And
to
there
do
are the
something that
documents
might not fit us.
on
Right?
your
So
screen.
what we're developing fits our needs. Provinces internally are developing things that fit.
Let's read some of them. This award does not include funds to support research subject to the Department of Health and Human Services framework for guiding funding decisions about proposed research involving enhanced potential pandemic pathogens. Therefore, for AIM 1, identify, characterize, and rank spillover risks of high zoologic potential vaccines from wildlife, the building of chimeric SARS, like the coronaviruses, and be based on SCCO-114, or the Pangolin coronavirus molecular clones, and the building of chimeric MERS-COVID-V will be based on the HK-US strain. That's from North Carolina, Chapel Hill. And this is continuing from page 293. That was from page 5. Using our reverse genetic system, we constructed chimeric viruses and redelivered full-length recombinant SARS-CoV-V from the Silco sequence. All three SARS-CoV full-length isolates and two chimeric viruses replicated efficiently in vitro, that's in test tubes, E6 cells, and the HeLa cells expressing HACE2, Sivert, and BAT CACE2. This is the emerging 5 viruses, but not in those without the ACE2 246196. We used the SARS-CoV reverse genetics system 7.2 to generate chimeric virus with a mouse-adapted SARS-CoV backbone, that's not going to affect humans, expressing SHCO14S protein and the 10 sequence divergence from SARS-CoV-S. This is their document confirming what the Australians and the Indians and the French said in February of last year, that it was 5 viruses merged. And here it is. And here's Peter Daszak with Fauci. And here he is with the back lady. Hell, I got him on video saying in December 2019 to cover his ass. And it just, yeah, there it is on screen. So, there you go, folks. And we have the emails already from Fauci to him. People always report on these as one-offs. If you take the emails that came out in, January of this year, it's Fauci in December of the year before this is even in the news, saying, all right, prepare the vaccines for our programs on the SARS-CoV viruses we created. He says, prepare the vaccines. They already had the vaccines and then they hand them over with what they want designed by Merck, by Moderna, and by all the others. Because if they gave it to them way before, they go, hey, what's this? But instead they do it in December. They go, oh, we've got a leak. It got out. Oh, here it is. Make it for us so you look real good when it comes out early. And of course, then Fauci and Gates own in Moderna and Pfizer big stakes in it. I mean, this is so damn criminal. This is so open and shut. You put me in front of a grand jury for one day, they'll indict both their asses for mass murder. We'll be right back. Stay with us. Next segment, I'm going to cover it. Is it good people are saying F Biden at football games across the U.S.? Is it good that people are saying, you know, arrest Merkel? Is it good they're saying arrest Boris Johnson? Is it good they're saying arrest Trudeau and throwing rocks at him and running him off everywhere? Yes. Yeah, I mean, it's good, but I don't want any violence against them because that could turn them into martyrs. They're globalist puppets, and Klaus Schwab has said they want to create anger at the nation state and have the public overthrow and burn our cities and then bring in a new world order. They're running our leaders as puppets. So your anger needs to be at Klaus Schwab and Bill Gates and the UN. Yeah, I don't like Biden. I like seeing people wake up to him and hate him, but he stole the election. He was put in there for this purpose. He's a distraction. He's a shield for the globalists, so he gets all the heat and they don't. I'll explain it next segment. But let's put on screen for everybody the show headline today. And just think about what a bombshell that is. Global red alert. Freedom of Information Act docs confirm Fauci created COVID-19 chimera bioweapon and lied to Congress. This is an emergency broadcast. Australia has announced unvaccinated to be permanently locked down in re-education camps. They actually say you're going to be locked up until you, quote, get some sense in you. And people are, even mainline media is like, even the Atlantic is calling for internet passports and COVID passports and a world ID. They're like, gosh, they're like North Korea now. That's a little too much. All these fools that are bringing in authoritarianism, it gets rid of all the prosperity. But the globalist controllers have their own private jets, their own palatial mansions. Ted Turner owns something like 1 million acres. Bill Gates owns the same thing. They're separate from us. So they think they can get away with it. That's why we've got to not put all our energy into Kamala Harris. Talk about a puppet who's meant to be hated. Or Biden, sure. Expose them, impeach them, remove them, great. Get rid of Nancy Pelosi, all of it. But understand, the FBI directors and Boris Johnson, all these people are fronts of the globalists, of the big corporations that are doing all this. They're the ones spying on you. They're the ones propping up China. They're the ones saying you're not essential. They're the ones that did the lockdowns. They're the ones that are bringing in corporate governance. Look at all these stacks. They're all just as important. But just think about the documents, hundreds of pages of them, with Fauci specifically signing them, saying, I want 5 viruses merged in the SARS family with these animals. And then they tell you on the news that they think these animals all pooped on each other at a wet market, which means just a big market. They got it in Mexico too. They're pretty wild, with cats and dogs and parrots and whatever the hell you want to eat, it's in there. And they told you, oh, this just popped up in there. When the whole time they created it and then they released it on purpose. Look at the timing. Look at the power grab. Look at the vaccines. Look at the global ID. Look at Operation Lockstep. That's why it's hard for me to look at that war criminal Fauci, because he is such a destroyer of worlds. Now, let's get into the latest globalist fear-mongering. Reports on Infowars.com. Different pandemic potential. Brain-destroying virus with 75% death rate spreads in India. And it's all directly linked to the vaccinated. Where did the Delta variant come from? They admit, out of India, from a vaccine mutation. A different virus classified by the World Health Organization, you can't believe anything they say, is having pandemic potential, is spreading more than usual due to care shortages by COVID. The London Telegram reports that the Nipah virus, which attacks the brain and has a that's key word, 75% fatality rate, has killed a 12-year-old boy. Well, we better lock down again and give people more shots that cause more mutations. U.S. reaches 40 million recorded COVID-19 cases, with 4 million counted in the last 4 weeks. Yeah. Last year was a hoax. Last year was fear-mongering. Last year was bull. This year, from India, with the Delta variant, it's super infectious. There's no way to hide it, no way to get away with it. If you haven't already had COVID before, you're going to get it. You better have your vitamins and your minerals and your water and your sunshine. And you better get early treatment, not when you go to the hospital. My head security guy, had a really good friend. She was in great shape. And she was a nurse in North Austin. And she went in and said, man, I'm having trouble breathing. They said, just go home, you'll be fine. When she came back in an ambulance, they intubated her and killed her. Notice, they're told, do not give early treatment because it's 100% basic. So this is life and death, ladies and gentlemen. Life and death. UK government already preparing for another lockdown. I told you Biden must be testing leaks or something, because a month ago they were saying we're going to do lockdowns the next few weeks. They haven't done it except in different regions of the U.S., but they're definitely getting ready for it. Australia never left it. Canada basically never left it. UK's Home Secretary launches new campaign complaining UK spies could have access to your private messages. Same thing's been passed by executive fiat in Australia, so it's all the same global technocracy takeover. Australian authorities to, quote, lock out unvaccinated people being able to participate in the economy. Now we have a clip where they say you will be locked in lockdown in your home or in a camp. That's coming up. Grocery shelves bare in Australia as truckers strike. COVID isolation for workers reels economy. Yeah, it's already happened before the trucker strike that most of the stuff was off the shelves already. Oh, you try to order your Uber Eats, but no one's there to deliver it, and there is no food. Because the production stalled. This is what Mao did to bring China to its knees. He was in control for like 15 years, didn't have full control. So he just said, oh, everybody has to come off the farms, everybody's got to live in communes, and then starve everybody to death. People are fighting back in the UK, though. Ticket sales flatlining as rebellion against vaccine passports grows. Yeah, we just bankrupt the globals. We don't go to their stupid concerts. We don't go to their stupid chain bars. You just need to start meeting at the local field and having a beer or whatever. And if the cops come and try to stop you, well, they're terrorists. Justin Trudeau, we'll get to this next segment, is confronted by angry mobs everywhere. We got a big compilation of this with rocks being thrown at him, vehicles being overturned. But remember, he's just the puppet. That's just some of that news. And look at all this news. Business owner tests positive for COVID after second time, despite being double jabbed. Major online university has announced that it doesn't matter. You must be vaccinated to learn online now. Total tyranny. This is our life from now on. Israelis told to prepare for COVID CV booster shot, the fourth one and the fifth one. Third person dies in Japan for receiving Moderna vaccine from batch recalled over stainless steel contamination. Rutgers uni student banned from taking online virtual classes because he's unvaccinated. Police firefighters in LA formed group to resist vaccine mandates. Anti-vax mamas sold fake vaccine cards that got verified in the New York State database. Their answer, a digital ID. Gotta say no to all that. AP corrects ivermectin fake story. Said 70% of poison calls were ivermectin. There's only 2% people asking questions. More hoaxes, more frauds, just like Rolling Stone. Australian women in quarantine harassed by cops for removing face masks to drink tea on our own quarantine porch. Tens of thousands of college students chant F Biden at different NACAA games all over the country. And more. Coming up. Stay with us. Wow, folks. New footage is pouring in of people overpowering the police in Italy, in Germany, in France, in the UK, in Australia, and in other areas. And they're having to censor it right now. We're on AM and FM stations and TV stations, and we're not CNN. They're allowed to cuss. MSNBC's allowed. We get in trouble if we do, plus we don't really want to cuss. But it makes us have to bleep a lot of stuff. The full videos are at Infowars.com. The story just went live. It is crazy. By Kellen McBreen. Infowars.com if you want to see the uncensored stuff. Canadians rise up. Trudeau pelted with stones, shouted down by angry citizens. And, I mean, they're putting people under martial law. They're bringing people into absolute, total, and complete tyranny. And they're saying you're not essential in a plan to break down small businesses and bankrupt the economy, to bring in a universal income of communism with a global social credit score. It's all out there. So was it right to fight Hitler? The French resistance? Because this is the stuff Hitler was trying to do the low-tech way. Well, no, probably not. You're supposed to support Hitler if you believe Klaus Schwab. Well, I say fight Hitler. I don't want to blow buildings up. I don't want to shoot cops, stuff like that. I want to civilly be disobedient and know they're assaulting us with poison shots, and to spread the information to expose them so that the majority of people understand the psychological warfare going on and the siege going on and say no. Now, I already had them today put a compilation of Trudeau being chased off around the country together, and then now this just broke. So we'll show you some of the compilation in a moment, and I'll narrate the parts that are needed for radio coming up, and then we'll play as soon as we've bleeped all the cussing. I mean, hell, they're all cussing at it. What are you supposed to do? You notice NPR and PBS will play the cussing? It's technically under FCC rules. If it's for documentary purposes, like if Trump says a cuss word, you're allowed to play that because it's documenting a historical thing. But again, we don't want to give our stations trouble as leftists go and file complaints. Because they can cuss, we can't cuss. Remember, they're the boss. But before I hit that, ladies and gentlemen, I am just so excited about this because people are going to love it, and it's going to be a bestseller, and it's going to help people have better lives, and it's going to fund our information war and keep us on air. It's different than Brain Force Plus. That is an excellent, clean, long-term, nootropic brain pill that people love. We had to do a reformulation of it because one of the ingredients they made prescription after a few years it had been out, but it's still excellent. But I talked to the crew and I said, I want to make something even stronger that's super clean, that is the best, strongest formula out there. We probably should put warnings on this, so look out what you're doing, consult your physician. This isn't a game. There's twice as much of the product total, and it's twice as strong. So twice as much, and it's twice as strong. That's 4 times, basically, what Brain Force Plus is. And this may be too strong for some people, or you might take a third of the dose the first time, just a few drops. It's got everything in it. Guarana seed, loaded with energy compounds and antioxidants. Guarana seed is native to the Amazon and has been used by Amazonian tribes for centuries. Alpha GPC, a natural compound found in the brain, delivers cloline, a water-soluble essential nutrient across the blood-brain barrier. Green coffee bean from the raw seeds of coffee fruit. Green coffee beans pack a powerful natural punch and are rich in chlorogenic acid. And how do you pronounce this one? I always forget. Eleuthero root, a celebrated member of the ginseng family, has been used for thousands of years in traditional systems. Yerba mate leaf, don't need to tell you why that's so powerful. Green tea leaves, we tell you about that, and also its antioxidant levels. Yerba mate has potassium, magnesium, and manganese in it as well. Ginkgo leaf, known for its exceptional antioxidant content. Ginkgo comes from an ancient group of plants that has been the focus of both ancient and modern fascination of science. Ashwagandha root, herb used for 3,000 years, is favored for its many beneficial properties. And this also has quercetin in it. One of these ingredients has quercetin in it as well. So you definitely want to check this out. That's just some of what is in Brain Force Plus. It is $24.95. Ladies and gentlemen, people pay that much for 10 pills at a gas station that work really well and give you a lot of energy, but give you a horrible headache the next day and are bad for you. They got a bunch of really illegal chemicals in them. This doesn't have any of that. This is probably 100 doses or something in here. I mean, this is an incredible product. We are so proud of this, and it's going to totally blow you away. Yesterday, I was going to be at a Kill Tony big comedy thing downtown, and I was invited to go be part of it, and I was just so incredibly exhausted, and it was going to be at 8 to like 10 o'clock at night. I took 2 drops of this and was exhausted later, was absolutely awake, focused, and it was amazing. Now, I couldn't go to bed till 2 o'clock in the morning, and I usually go to sleep very, very easily at like 10 or 11. So you do not want to take this 5-6 hours from the time you're going to be going to sleep. It's amazing, and it funds the InfoWar. Brain Force Ultra, now available at InfoWarStore.com. And let me tell you something else I like to do. Well, later I'll get into it. We have vitamin mineral fusion that's so important for your immune system. This is also good for your immune system. You know, so many of those other energy powders and drops and tablets are just toxic. They're full of sugar. They're full of chemicals. They don't have any antioxidants in it. This has quercetin in it. I mean, it just goes on and on and on, all the things that are in it. Yeah, the Uramante has the quercetin and so much more in it. So it is a formula good for your immune system. It's a formula good for your body, your brain, but it really is intense. So be very, 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 very careful with it. And if you got any issues, consult your physician before you use it. X2 is also essential for your immune system. Vitamin Mineral Fusion is back in stock, selling out very quickly. It's 33% off. All the vitamins, all the minerals that are essential, and a bunch of key amino acids. It's all there. Okay. Here's what I've done, and again, I'm not complaining. I've already covered 30 or 40 news articles today, and I've not even gotten into the most substantive stuff. And we have a special guest coming up the next hour, and then I got Paul Watson. So I'm gonna just, when we come back, I'm gonna get myself together. Because here's the problem. Each one of these stories you can talk about for 4 hours. They're all that big. And right now, I'm kind of dumbfounded. I'm kind of thunderstruck. Poleaxe is the word. That Israel is announcing permanent martial law. The UK basically is. That Australia completely has. And that this is all happening. I mean, I knew it was happening. And I know why the general public can't deal with this. Because I'm getting to the point I can't deal with it. I mean, these people are so damn evil. And I'm torn. Maybe I should just talk about Fauci and open the phones up and how we now have even more documents. We already had a bunch of documents and videos that he ordered them to make COVID-19. We have the entire recipe of what COVID-19 became with him doing it. And then he releases it, and he's our God, he's our master, and then he owns a bunch of the vaccine stuff and makes money out of it and then takes over the world, and he doesn't go to prison. Instead, we all get put in prison and are told we're non-essential. This is gaslighting. This is brainwashing. This is ass end up. This is ridiculous. And Rand Paul is the only one that's got hair on his chest and has said Fauci should be criminally investigated. But is Rand Paul talking about the Great Reset and how they cooked them? Because, oh, that sounds kooky to say it's run by the Davos Group. The damn Davos Group's written 4 frickin' books on it. My God, they've declared war on us. They've launched a bioweapon. They're taking over, and we're just sitting here and taking it. But the people aren't taking it. So I'm going to play the stuff I talked about with Trudeau when we come back. That's what I'm telling you. It's just unbelievable. But thank God humanity's fighting back. I salute you.
Yo.
It's all declassified. Harvard, Yale, Oxford, all before COVID-19 was released by Fauci by design 22 months ago. That they would announce lockdowns, then take the lockdowns partially off, then tighten them down more, then take them partially off, then tighten down more. That is a psychological warfare tactic of trauma-based mind control that is in the textbooks. And I talked about this amazing video yesterday that I'm going to have reposted again today. It's that important. Under my live show feed. Make sure they do that. The video titled Mass Psychosis, How an Entire Population Becomes Mentally Ill. And it's in the psychological warfare manuals, how they create fear, then calm. Fear, then calm. It's like a horror movie. Fear, then calm. In waves of terror. And then they're the savior that each time they tighten down, promising do what we say, you get out. Then they let you partially out because you don't notice that each time they only loosen it a little bit, but tighten it down more the time after. So again, they go from 100 to 80, they go back to 90, then they go to 70, then they go back to 80, then they go to 60, then they go back to 70. then they go down to 40, and they go back to 50, then they go back to 20, and they go back to 30, and they go down to 10, and they go out to 15, then they go down to 5, and they go out to 7, and they go out to 3, and they go out to 5, and they go down to 1, and then they snap your neck. That's how a boa constrictor works as well. It crushes, and lets you think it's going to let go, and then when you let go and relax to get air, now, you must get ready. Yeah, there's Bloomberg, the permanent pandemic. They said day one in their white papers like we're animals to their own people. Oh, we'll give people 10 shots a year, it'll never end. And then we're going to say adults have it and take your kids to shield centers where the government keeps your kids. Well, you already let them keep your parents in nursing homes. You can't see them while they intubate them and kill them. They're turning the hospitals into prisons. And you sit there, oh, just put up with it. We'll make it through this. Just 15 days to cut the curve. Oh, just 15 days for the hospitals. And I told you, it's not 15 days. It's forever. Because these are bad people going for broke. So I had a compilation. It's like 4 minutes long of people chasing Trudeau around. But now it's already escalated to them screaming, tearing things down, and throwing rocks at him as he runs. And of course, they got the electronic machines, and they're going to stuff him, and they're going to make sure he wins. It's like it doesn't matter if Biden has a 20% approval rating. He got put in there. He's a puppet. But when they want to get rid of him, they will. Like CNN's like, why is he so unpopular? 25th Amendment, time to step down. If I'm going to get rid of Kamala, too, so it would be Nancy Pelosi. But it's all about having whoever's most senior in their authoritarian system, like North Korea, get the power. So here is video. There's a whole bunch of these. We can't play all of them because there's so much cussing, but Canadians rise up, Trudeau pelted with stones, shouted down by angry citizens. See all the uncensored video at Infowars.com, and then share it, and then tell folks to share it, and then tell them to tell folks to share it. That triggers the chain reaction, which triggers a victory. It wouldn't be suppressing us if we couldn't defeat them, and we are going to. We have to, we will, and we have a good shot at it when we take action. We do it easily, instead of the hard way. So here is the latest footage. Remember what Klaus Schwab said? He said, I know you're very angry under lockdown. You're going to become more angry, more. It's in a 100-point IMF plan. There's 20 first points and then 80 sub-points that Greg Palast, the BBC, back when he did a decent job, 20 years ago got. In 2002, so 19 years ago. And it said, we will destabilize fascist, right-wing, left-wing, we don't care. And we'll make the people hate the government works for us, and then they'll finally overthrow the government and burn everything, and that'll drive down all the stocks and everything, and we'll come in and buy it up, which is the Great Reset. And then, now you're going to get more of like a El Jefe voice. That's not really a German voice. Let me think how a German speaks like Klaus Schwab. He says that you are going to be very angry. Hell, hear it from him. Here it is.
I don't know how it will play out in November, but what we know is that we will end up with many more unemployed, and particularly also people in the grey economy, which are not counted for, who lose their jobs. So we will see definitively a lot of anger already now, but probably increased by the end of the year, because this crisis will be with us until we really have found a remedy. So we have to prepare for a more angry world, and how to prepare? It means to take the necessary action to create a fairer world, to see that...
That's enough. So this crisis will continue until we find a solution. Global government, global IDs, guaranteed universal income if you behave yourself at subsistence level. I mean, that's the plan, that's in his book. It's being implemented all over the world. That's the dystopia. So he hopes you go after Trudeau. He hopes you go after Bill Gates. That's a Freudian slip. I hope you go after Bill Gates. They hope you just go after their puppets like Biden and Trudeau and Merkel, who I hate and who I think you should protest and demonstrate against everywhere they go. That's great to show they're a fraud. But you should also be pointing out they're just puppets of the Great Reset. And it's the Great Reset that's starving people and destroying the economy on record and then posing as our saviors. And they're the people that cooked up the virus and made it and released it. And that's all admitted now. How frickin' huge is that? Let's play a few more minutes of some of the compilations of Trudeau being chased around Canada in the last 2 weeks. Now building towards people overturning cars and throwing rocks at him until he has to flee in fear. Here it is. This is all over Canada. This is happening. Oh, that's enough. It goes on and on. And there's a reason big tech's spying. There's a reason Apple reads all your text messages and scans your phone. Google does it too. There's a reason they send pedophiles to drag queen story time to be with your kids. There's a reason the borders are open. They've never been held accountable. What did Thomas Jefferson, one of the founding terrorists, say, according to Biden? When the people fear the government, there is tyranny. When the government fears the people, there is liberty. That's very, very simple equation, ladies and gentlemen. And this is not our government. This is corporate governance. We guys put the Washington Post headline back up. States are an archaic thing. States are a bygone era. Get rid of states. Yeah, bygone era, like the nuclear family and a two-car garage and going on vacation and owning a gun and having security and having a social contract and the government working for you and having a culture that's trying to build a better world for our children. You know, Christian, egalitarian, classical liberal society, not the leftist, neoliberal, fascist/communist, satanic nightmare. So look at that headline for the Washington Post. Put it back up, please. Great job, Chris, finding that. States are a relic of the past. It's time to get rid of them. Because they don't want the checks and balances of a bunch of different states. The founder said, so if one falls, people can move to another, and then that'll reform that state. That's why there's 3 branches of government federally and at the state level, so that no power gets concentrated. But the left and the UN want to get rid of our nations altogether. No borders, no walls, no USA at all. America's racist, America's bad. Because once you get rid of that, you don't have due process in any of those ideas anymore. It's all Klaus Schwab. You will own nothing. You will have nothing. You will like it. We have captured your government. He talks like a Martian that lands to announce it's in control. We are in control of your governments. We will take your children. I haven't even gotten to that yet. We got a special guest, but I have the UN official announcements that the children belong to the UN. There's a program name, all of it, and suddenly it's all over the news saying it. I mean, every dystopic nightmare, every tyrannical action, everything you ever heard about in history that's bad is now being thrown at us. We'll be back. The frontline battle is Australia. It is the admitted UN model coming to the UK, coming to Canada, coming to the United States. They're going to release more viruses for more control. We have a special guest coming up next segment. But here's the Victorian Premier, Dan Andrews, saying, we've got everybody locked down. We're going to move to a situation where we're going to lock out and lock down people who are not vaccinated. Then they go on to say in quarantine camps, and that ties in to Australian Senator Malcolm Roberts on the crime against humanity of blocking ivermectin. Then our special guest is going to be joining us coming up here in the next segment. But here are 2 of those clips back to back.
A situation where to protect the health system, we've got everybody locked down. We're going to move to a situation where to protect the health system, we're going to lock out people who are not vaccinated and can be. If you're making the choice not to get vaccinated, then you're making the wrong choice. You're making the wrong choice. And for safety's sake, and for the back to that point about how much work our nurses have to do, as this becomes absolutely a pandemic of the unvaccinated, and we open everything up, it's not going to be safe for people who are not vaccinated to be roaming around the place, spreading the virus. That's what they'll be doing. So there's every reason to get vaccinated. And there are appointments available, and there'll be even more appointments available. September, October, November. Let's get to those thresholds as fast as we possibly can. But yes, there's going to be a vaccinated economy, and you get to participate in that if you are vaccinated. Now that's not right now, because of course there's many more people who want to get vaccinated than we actually can get through the system. But we're going to get to a point where everybody...
That's a lie. Hit pause. He's creating artificial scarcity. It's a total lie. These people are total evil. Sorry, go ahead and finish up.
Have a situation, vaccinated will have been offered the chance to do so. And we are not going to have a situation, at least not in Victoria, where we lock the whole place down to protect people who won't protect themselves. Please go and get vaccinated. There's 11,000 AZ appointments available this week, 2,000 Pfizer appointments available this week. We'll have more to say with those additional stocks coming in from overseas, but...
Again, folks, they didn't lock you down for your safety. They locked you down to train you how to be a slave. They released the virus. It's all coming out. Fauci ordered the chimeric creation of SARS-CoV-2. And that's been now released. That's public today. The documents via a lawsuit have come out. He should be arrested immediately, but of course, you did a great job at the establishment. He won't be. He'll be celebrated as our savior because he is the author of our destruction. Here's the Australian Senator Malcolm Roberts.
Treating and preventing people getting COVID-19. We've been told that the only solution is a brand new vaccine. That's not true. There are alternative and complementary treatments for respiratory conditions, which is what COVID-19 is. One of them is ivermectin. It's had over 3.7 billion doses administered over the last 60 years. In that time, it's had a proven safety record. Over the past year, ivermectin has been successful where used against COVID in some Indian states and in some South American, European and Asian countries. There are over 40 medical and scientific papers which hail ivermectin's success. So why is it banned for this use with COVID in Australia? It raises serious questions about Big Pharma's monopoly and conflicts of interest and its stranglehold over government. For example, Google's parent company, Alphabet, owns YouTube. YouTube has banned any videos that even mention ivermectin as a possible COVID treatment. They even took down one of my videos, and I'm a federal senator. But here's the kicker. Alphabet owns 12% of Vaccitech, who created the AstraZeneca vaccine. Aren't these conflicts of interest? The federal government's Therapeutic Goods Administration wrote me a threatening letter for publicly discussing ivermectin. The way I see it, I'm a duly elected member of Australia's National Parliament, doing my lawful duty, sharing accurate data and information with you. Silencing debate and data is a form of control. And always beneath control there is fear. Is dishonest Big Pharma afraid of losing its hundreds of billions of dollars in profits? Is the government afraid to admit
He goes on to say they have blood on their hands. I didn't have time to play the full clip. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't normally ask Owen Schroyer to let me co-host with him today, but I definitely kind of want the first hour of it. Because Paul Watson's coming up next hour. I got a huge guest right now. And I feel like today I've got to get this on record, or I may just tape an emergency report after my show today that we then put out, and hopefully Owen will air it on his show, because everything breaking right now is totally insane. It came out today. The Intercept sued and got it, very respected investigative journalist group, where Fauci is in hundreds of pages of documents we showed earlier.
Antinoplastic agent.
Saying, I want all of these viruses combined into a chimera for a new SARS virus so we can make a vaccine. We already had Peter Daszak ran the program for him saying it on video, but now it's the documents. Here they are. We have them linked up on Infowars.com. You can also see it, again, Zero Hedge has it linked right there at the top. In fact, let's post this Zero Hedge article on Infowars. It's the best. And here they are with Fauci ordering it all. So he's perjured himself in Congress, but we already knew this. We already had other documents. And here's Fauci with Peter Daszak. So we've got a very special guest who I really wanted to get on. She really helped expose hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin and all these other great things that people get it early. They say have a 100% treatment rate. We had Dr. McCullough on yesterday. It's in mainline news that India created the mutation of Delta. But they vaccinated, so I mean, the system knows what they're doing. Dr. Stella Emanuel, MD, is a successful physician with an active practice in Houston, as well as a founder of Firepower Ministries in Katy, Texas. She diverts her life and resources teaching believers everywhere to identify the sources of spiritual weakness, deception, and defeat, learn strategies of warfare to enable them to get and maintain their freedom. DrStellaMD.com. And I don't just agree with her. I know this is spiritual war. The Satanists, the big national church of Set, came out and said, we are sacrificing babies in a ritual. Well, they busted a bunch of doctors doing that before. So this is their energy. This is their power. Satan's making his move. He's out in the open. And this is a spiritual war. They want in our bodies. They want to change our DNA. They want to mutate us. And they now admit that. Klaus Schwab says, I want to change your body. It's a form of rape. She said that, and they made fun of her. But if putting the genomes of dead babies and dead women with immortal gene lines, bizarre cells that never die in us isn't satanic, I don't know what it is. If creating deadly spike proteins in us that infect us, and now they want to inject our children, then I don't know what satanic's supposed to be. You know, it means bad. DrStellaMD.com. Doctor, thank you so much. Obviously, I want to get into the suppressive treatments. I want to get into all the things happening in the world, but what do you make of being vindicated? And now we know all over the world where they have ivermectin early, like India, that's into their problem. Where they don't, we have mass death. And what do you make of it coming out confirmed that Fauci created this? And obviously, look at the timing, released it on purpose. What would you call this point we're at right now? And I just want to try to give you the floor this hour. You've been censored and lied about so much to really put on record what's really happening. God bless you, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much, Alex. It's my pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me. Like I said, you're my hero. I've watched you for years. So I thank God I'm here I've been on your show. Sorry, but it's awesome to be with you today. I wish I could say that I wish I could say I feel vindicated and happy, but I don't, because
And our Skype was totally clear and totally... Oh, sorry, Doc, your Skype cut out for just a second. It's been clear the last 5 minutes while you're waiting, and now it's back. Sorry, start over, Doc.
Yes. I said I wish I could just say I'm vindicated and feel happy about it, but people are dying, and they're moving forward with their agenda to destroy humanity, to corrupt humanity, and somehow the veil is still upon the minds of a lot of people. So that is, I know that when I talked about the spiritual warfare, I tell my doctor friends now, I said, I told you guys from March last year that this was a spiritual battle, and you all thought I was just intense. When I said, we need to pray, everybody told Dr. Emmanuel, come on, just stick to hydroxychloroquine. Of course, they censor hydroxychloroquine. But you know what, Alex? Hydroxychloroquine still works, ivermectin still works, budesonide still works, and we still use this thing, Zitromax. We treat patients every day. Right now, we're treating over 70,000 patients and counting. Right now, we're just swarmed. We're getting 500, 700 patients a day, and we're here. I've made a promise to the American people that I will do everything in my best to continue fighting this battle, to help take care of them, take care of our people. But it's a serious battle, and we have to wake up. That's all I can say, that we have to wake up. We cannot continue just sticking our head in the sand like an ostrich and thinking things are going to go away. We have to wake up. This is deeper than science. This is actually deeper than big pharma. This is deeper than them trying to make money. We're going straight back into Genesis 6, and it's time for us to wake up. That's just it. We just have to wake up.
I totally agree. When you read Klaus Schwab and Bill Gates, they say they're taking control of humanity and creating a new being. They say that humans are obsolete. Well, explain to people that's what happened in the days of Noah, didn't it?
Yes. In the days of Noah, the sons of God came and slept with the daughters of men, the watchers. They left their abode, they came and slept with the daughters of men, and they produced a hybrid. This hybrid, they were violent, they were blood drinkers. If you read in Genesis, they talk about the earth was full of violence in Genesis 6. But they were also such blood drinkers that they they really wanted to. They
And by
wanted
the way,
to.
all the other ancient cultures have this in their text and in their hieroglyphs. All the other cultures reported the same thing happened. That ships landed, these people got off, they had sex with humans, and then they made these psychotic creatures.
Yes, and the creatures were violent, they were bloodthirsty, and they fed on flesh. It was crazy. If you read like the book of Enoch, it's not a biblical book, it's one of the apocryphal books. But if you read this book, you know the story. These are things that happened in history. It's not something I made up from, something. But so they came after me because they knew that what I was saying was true. They came after me because what I was saying was not just about hydroxy. They knew that there was something deeper in what I was doing. So that's why they came after me. But that's okay. But now, Alex, we have to wake up. The church cannot continue just sitting down and thinking, well, this is going to pass away, and if we can just take the vaccine, if we can comply just a little more, things are going to get back to normal. It's not going there. Things are getting crazier and crazier. And sometimes it's good for people to go back and tell people that this is what has been written in the Bible. We're looking at today's news yesterday, as you always call it.
And of course, the Bible also in the New Testament predicts the world government, the mark of the beast, can't buy or sell, and that's all now happening.
But Alex, the thing about it is, there's something I want to talk about today. That my book is coming out, Let America Lead, exposing the hidden agenda behind the 2020 pandemic.
Absolutely, I should have announced that. Absolutely, Let America Live. Yeah.
Let America Lead. Yes. That book actually digs deep into everything God started showing me about this nation from when I got saved in this nation and the battles that we have fought up to the time when I got exposed. People think I just showed up. No, I've been praying and fighting for the nation for years and years and years. And there's something I want to tell people today, and I want everybody to hear me. And I just pray that your minds and everybody will open up and they will hear what I'm saying. And I take authority over every principality, power, of darkness, spiritual wickedness in high places. Any voice that wants to jam what I'm saying right now, I silence them. I command them. We'll continue to take care of our people, both physically and just not. My book has all the fights, all the battles before the enemy.
Once again, over the past few days, the most ludicrous aspect of this, of course, is that they're now eliminating the option to provide proof of negative COVID status, either through proving you have the antibodies, which, as we know, are 13 times offer 13 times more protection than the vaccine itself, or if you can prove that you've had a negative test. So they're completely happy to allow vaccinated people into nightclubs if they can prove they had the vaccine, despite telling us that people who had the vaccine can still carry and pass on the virus. But if you can prove that you're negative of COVID, you don't have the virus at all, which of course is more safe than potentially having the virus, but just saying you've got the vaccine, no. Those people who can prove they don't have the virus aren't going to be allowed into the nightclubs, but the people who can prove they've been vaccinated but can't prove they don't have the virus because the vaccines don't work properly, they'll be allowed into the nightclub and they'll be allowed potentially to spread the virus. Again, kind of suggest to you that this is not about following the science, and that this is not about public health. It's about mass conformity. It's about the weaponization of vaccines as a tool of population control. And by the way, the masks are coming back as well, but of course we're not supposed to believe any of this because the government today has assured us that they have no plans to reintroduce lockdown in October, having assured us back in December they have no plans to introduce vaccine passports. Now they're being rolled out as we speak, and we see a similar thing with masks. Boris Johnson is also believed to be prepared to reintroduce mask wearing and social distancing inside public spaces and on transport as early as this month, in a move designed to stem hospital admissions that we were told would basically tail off to nothing because the vaccine's so great, and prevent the UK's fourth lockdown. So the masks, which we know from the only peer-reviewed mass testing studies, the Dan mask study in particular, don't work. The virus is 1,000 1,000 times smaller than those blue surgical masks. Than the holes in them, it passes right through. They're going to go ahead and reintroduce them anyway. My parents are visiting from Spain, and they say that even though the law has been lifted that you have to wear face masks, outside in Spain, in blistering 35-degree summer heat Celsius, people are still wearing the face masks, even outside in Spain, one of the hottest countries in Europe at the peak of summer. So once they get this in, it's very hard to get rid of it. And now they're talking about reintroducing all these mask mandates, all these coronavirus restrictions in October. Again, the story came out, the public rebelled against it, now they're denying that it's happening, and you can trust them because they've been so honest at every point, haven't they? Summit.News will be back. So again, back in March 2020, we were told by our esteemed government that we needed to lock down for just 3 weeks to flatten the curve and protect the NHS. The NHS should be protecting us, but it's apparently more concerned with his writing blog posts on its official website about how bad white people are. We're going to get to that in the next segment. We were told that we needed a fire break back in October 2020 to save Christmas. We had that, and we had another 6 months of lockdown after that. We were told that we would get to enjoy Freedom Day on June 21st. That got delayed by another three weeks. We were told on July 19th that that was Freedom Day, but that was the last lockdown, that we were on a process that couldn't be reversed. And yet now, official sounds coming out of Westminster suggest that we're going to have yet another lockdown once again. Oh, but they've denied it like they denied every other lockdown in the past, like they denied that vaccine passports would be rolled out at the same time that they were funding corporations to create those vaccine passports. And we were told, of course, that we could vaccinate our way out of this pandemic. Well, 80% of the adult population has been vaccinated. 90% will be by October. At the end of October, they're now trying to give the vaccine to 12-year-old kids who don't even need parental permission to get the vaccine. We were told that we would have to go outside and just applaud the NHS, bow down and worship this sanctified, great institution that is there to protect us and which has completely failed by their own score to protect us. We were told that the vaccine prevented severe symptoms and reduced hospitalizations to the level that the NHS could cope with them. But now they're saying the exact opposite. There are too many hospitalizations, and if this COVID death toll increases by 5 times over the next 6 weeks, which these esteemed SAGE directors, advisors are telling us that it's likely to do, that we will need to lock down once again, despite the fact that 95% of the population will have antibodies. And then there's the question of NHS bed spaces itself. Will they be able to cope with the influx of new hospitalizations? There's an article here by Andrew Lillico out of the Telegraph. Headline: there can be no justification whatsoever for an October lockdown. And he points out the situation. He says there are about 800 hospitalizations per day in England. That's as of right now. That compares with around 1,600 hospitals
What?
and an average of roughly 100 beds per hospital.
Yo, are you serious, Eric? What? Are you serious, man? What? Dude. Thank you so much, man. Dude, I'm not anti-vax. I'm anti... no choice. Yo, Eric, thanks, man. You kidding me, dude? I still play GoldenEye, I swear, man. It's fucking 1:40 a.m., man. What? Thanks, man. Thanks a lot, dude. I appreciate that a lot.
We saw the viral videos, which were quickly banned on social media sites, of people visiting these hospitals, visiting these...
We're watching Alex Jones. No problem, dude.
Some good news on this front, though. With the vaccine passports, ticket sales flatlining as rebellion against vaccine passports grows. I don't know what the Summit news is, to be honest. I have no idea what this is.
According to industry insiders. I think someone might have just taped it with the other one. Yo, thanks, man. How are things, buddy? How was, we playing Golden Knights tonight? I'm just hanging out, watching random shit. It's such a loaded term, yeah.
If you don't have the virus, you can't pass it on. You're not infectious, but you're not allowed into the nightclub. The people who have complied, submitted, caved,
Nah, no stream tonight. That's all good.
they're allowed into the nightclub because they conform. This is not about public health.
Pop say what's up? Yo, thanks, man. Pop say what's up and subscribe. Thanks, dude.
Conformity. And I go on to explain how the profit margin
Yeah, I just needed to talk just because Canada is having an election 2 days before the Vax passport comes into effect, and both candidates are for Vax passports, so it's like I just feel like we're being played by puppets, you know? I guess in America it's been like that for a long time. Canada has had a little more freedom just because they're not as heavily curated. It might be, dude. No, it's this guy.
As a result of lockdowns, the administrative costs combined with the loss of income as a result of those customers staying away will deliver, quote, a further nail in the coffin of returning for many venues. And then you had Michael Kill of the Nighttime Industries Association.
I'm gonna have to go to bed soon though, guys. I'm so tired. My tooth is all messed up too. I have a couple dentist appointments coming up, but like my tooth is like not reinfected, but no, man, disagree about the mRNA, but of course I wanted to go out of my shit as much as possible. Oh, for sure. I mean, I'm not like, if anyone that wants the mRNA vaccine to get vaccinated and antibodies against, right, the spike protein, I'm all for that. That's why I haven't been saying anything. You know, that's why I've been like against it, because I'm not against that. I'm totally for it, but I'm more like pro-choice for that, especially with like the risk being very low, especially in my area for contracting COVID.
That now they're experiencing a wave which is worse than any other major country because the vaccines work so well. So that's the good news for people still rebelling in enough numbers to make this economically unviable for many businesses, theatres, nightclubs particularly. So they're going to file lawsuits against the government. There's apparently going to be big resistance against that. Whether it comes to fruition remains.
There's also been just some negative adverse effects from the mRNA vaccine. I'm not saying everyone, but there has been reported cases of it. It's all a mess. Yeah, there's definitely politicians are definitely taking advantage of it, and then Fauci was linked to Wuhan coronavirus research grant proposal. His name was on there for the ADE2 receptor, the human receptor expressed in mice. They made transgenic mice, right? I think through the insertion of plasmids, I believe. I think the plasmids and not reverse transcriptase into the DNA. Never let a good crisis go to waste, my man. Yeah, really.
Reintroduction of COVID restrictions potentially happening here in the UK over the next couple of months. They're talking about reimposing travel restrictions. Of course, the current situation is still in place.
Oh, and also our Canadian government gave $1 billion to Vax security companies, Vax passport security companies. Take our rights, yeah. Yeah. Yo, thanks for the sub, man. This, I don't understand. That's a lot of money. I'm not anti-science.
British people are now second-class citizens. Migrants are a superior class that we allow into the country, despite the fact that after we did so the previous time,
These threads suck, though.
following the refugee crisis in 2015, we saw many of these migrants carry out mass casualty terror attacks like the Paris massacre and, of course, the Manchester Arena bombing. We're going to get into...
But then they're like, they might propose booster shots. Like every year, you might have to get a shot, and it's just like.
Migrants, but we're going to set the table here with the video, which is about the fall of Afghanistan, of course, the takeover of Afghanistan by the Taliban, and how that is threatening to cause a new influx of, quote, refugees who are really economic migrants.
Oh yeah, and they might propose an anti-vax tax. And it's like the only people like the drug companies made so much money in the last year. They made so much money. Like their stocks are like the price of their stocks are so high. Fake alien invasion. Oh guys, you're wrong. Oh, this will all be over in 2 weeks. Yeah, really. It's very true. There you go.
Humanitarian development worker Sybil Schneehager told German WDR television on Sunday, quote, we can assume that up to 3 million...
What is this? Someone screenshotting someone's random comments on the internet? What is this, a Reddit post?
Refugees welcome posters, a stone's throw away from diversity barriers. Get ready to be culturally enriched. But once again, the facts contradict the narrative. Afghanistan will probably be more stable under the Taliban than it has during any time in the past 20 years.
This is why, here we go.
The Afghan population welcomes the Taliban takeover. And it's over. The war's over. This situation isn't comparable to Syria. And yet, there are a relatively small number of people who worked for the US.
Retarded. These people are retarded online.
They're genuine refugees.
Chemical plant explosion in Ontario? No.
They're not refugees, they're economic migrants.
Are you serious?
Spokesman Suhail Shaheen told Sky News, most of the people who are leaving Afghanistan are not doing so because they feel unsafe. They're doing it because Afghanistan is a...
Are you serious?
Everyone wants to leave Afghanistan because Afghanistan is a poor country.
It's not good, man.
The vast majority of people fleeing Afghanistan are not refugees, they're economic migrants. That's why they want to go to Germany and the UK and not Saudi Arabia, despite Saudi Arabia being the first safe haven. Again, going back to the works of the humanitarian worker Sybil Schneehager, quote, I always ask people, why don't you go to Saudi Arabia? They are Muslims, this is your culture. The answer is always no. Germany is better. Gee, I wonder why. Saudi Arabia puts them up in remote, rudimentary refugee tent cities with one communal toilet. The UK and Germany put them up in 4-star hotels and give them free money. That's why they want to come here. Personally, I don't blame them for wanting to come here, but that's not the issue. The issue is we tried this already back in 2015, and it was an unmitigated disaster. With a likely runoff election against anti-mass migration populist Marine Le Pen coming up next.
Yo, what's up, Shazad? What the crap are you listening to? Yo, listen to Alex Jones, my man. Yeah, I don't know what the Summit News is, though. I'm gonna, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna rewatch the, they took down the one from today, though. The September 8th one. Oh my god, dude. Sorry, man. I don't know what the fuck this is. I don't know what the fuck this is, though. That's not Alex Jones. Whoever made this, pasted that onto the end of this. I just searched Alex Jones Infowars. I think some crazy extremist pasted the end of their podcast onto it. Are you against vaccine? No, I'm not against the vaccine, but I am against the vaccine passport and restrictions on people and being forced to take it. I'm against the vaccine passport, and this election is just a big sham. Because both parties are for the election passport. Yeah, me too. Oh, nice, man. Nice, buddy. That's good to hear. Why didn't I get it? Well, there's a couple reasons. I'm still recovering from Bell's palsy on the left side of my face from my head injury. And the spike protein has been found to be located, which lesson isn't a sham. Yeah, but this one I feel like is extra shammy. The conservative leader is a complete facade. You're right, though. But there are bigger differences between elections, like... But maybe not. Maybe that's what we're all seeing, that this is all just all... We're all... fucking... Yeah, they took down the video. No more results. And Trudeau gave $1 billion for vaccine passports and all that shit. I might go to bed like pretty soon though. Biden and Fauci. Well, Fauci is... Oh, but it's all global, man. That's the point. It's all a global operation. Well, Fauci was linked to the Wuhan. His name was on the research grant for having mice, humanized mice that have AD2 human receptors in them in order to test for the effectivity of a coronavirus at the Wuhan plant. Those papers came out in like the last 2 days. And Biden is making an announcement tomorrow. I'm pretty conjoined. Yeah, even like Australia. Is more important to Canada than their own Prime Minister, yeah. It's definitely not. I'll go as far as calling Canada's satellite state for US. Yeah, it's crazy, man. For sure. Oh, for sure. I didn't know about... I wasn't... that isn't, like... what I think about all the time about the nukes. I didn't know that. I didn't know we didn't have nukes. But if that's true, that makes sense. God. I think it's just like a proxy for freedom and ability. Yeah. They took it down, man. It sucks. Oh yeah. Believe us are more important than when they're not. I mean that we can believe us. Yeah, but it's like a global. What's being defined tomorrow is only going to be what's like coming for us. You know? And with this whole sham of an election being called 2 days before the release of the vaccine passport, when both parties supported. About our policies or budgets. Yeah, it's like it's just everyone's in cahoots, man. Everyone's in fucking cahoots. We're being like this fucker. Fuck this guy. This fucking fat fuck. Fuck you. Maybe it's cool in Mexico. Alright. $225 Wicksteed. Siltech Corporation. Don Mills and Overly. Holy shit. That's crazy. It's right beside where my cousin lives. Like right beside. Oh no, it's the other block. No, they're good. Oh my gosh. What's the solution? What do we do? What do we do? I'm scared to go to bed and close my eyes. I'm scared to wake up. I don't think there's gonna be a nice solution. Yeah, really. Things are gonna suck. Holy shit, it's 2:11 a.m. I gotta go to bed, guys. I have to. I have to. I have to. Wow, we went through all the friggin' board. Yeah, exactly. Like, the country that would implement the restrictions the best and the most, like insane would be the United States. This is obviously all BS, right? But, like, the country that would enforce it the most, and like with the economic financial plan, would be the United States, and it's linked to the world market. Like, we're just all fucked. Do it, man. Back in grade school, I'm gonna lose my insurance. I was told that repercussions from the vaccine are not covered by insurance. So that's like a complete 180 of what you're asking, whatever, you know. Right to the government didn't want their policies. But was it the Mulrooney government? When you say it was as a kid, fucking Mulrooney was in power till like 1993 or some shit, man. And then it was Chrétien. Or was it provincial? Read the rest, that's not real. Oh, really? Can't partake on the highways. Interstate travel. Interstate travel, I can see that being a thing. They limited interstate travel for Arizona. Provincial we had, yeah. Fucking with Quebec. Fight there. It's a very liberal thing to do. That's when they hit me at a very young age that were taught to believe things are manipulated. Wow, that's deep, man. Tomorrow's announcement, or today's announcement, is going to be like super vital. And just with what's happening in Australia, in Canada, this is like when fucking Chris Bosh and Dwayne Wade re-signed with the Miami Heat, and tomorrow is when like LeBron is gonna like tell that he's gonna like bring his talents to South Beach. Like Biden's gonna be like, oh, I'm bringing my talents to like Pfizer, Moderna, like India, and that'll cost $6.4 billion, and we're sending 95,000 Afghani refugees to the United States that you're gonna pay for. Policy, and I agree with it. School made me think it was bad and didn't even present the other side of it. You agree with it? What was it? What was it? The Mulrooney? Who was the Mulrooney administration? That guy was a psychopath. That guy was a... Must have been provincial. Yeah. That's you, Baron. It's like you wrote this one. They want to limit smaller governments and bring it all under one umbrella. Oh, yeah, that's a very conservative thing to do. It's a very sleazy thing to do. Fuck the conservatives. Very Mulrooney thing to do. It's exactly what Ford tried to do in the Ontario Parliament. That's what he did. That's what he successfully did. He like fired like mayors. It's a piece of shit. Fired like 20 mayors. Or like over 10 mayors. Fucker. Or whatever it is. May or may not be the right word. The deputy for the region of Toronto, whatever. For counties or whatever the fuck it is, ridings. Yeah, really, man, it's fucked. You know how much money that they're planning to make? Like, do you know how much money they've made? And how much they're going to plan to make? While we get fucked. It's like a depression's gonna happen during this too. The economy's gonna collapse. You see that they're already asking China to pay the debts that they took. And China's not able to pay the debts because a lot of their businesses are like fake. All in bonds, the Chinese bond market. The Chinese bond market is actually like about to collapse because all the boomers, everyone's trying to the payday on the loan, right? The boomers want to cash in while they're like alive and can use the money and whatever and give to like assets that they can control before their death. And China can't pay it back. And that's how it's all going to come down. Because they're going to start selling their bonds. And then everyone's going to start selling their bonds. And then the economy is just going to collapse like a house of cards. It'll be global depression. Yeah, exactly, man. Because then the loaners won't have the money either. It'll be gone. The money's like gone. It's like fucking like third world like corrupt shit. The money's just gone. On a global scale. It's not even in China. It's just gone. Like we're fucked. Yeah, that's exactly what'll happen. And it'll be like even just billions and billions of dollars security and pharmaceutical companies. It's crazy, man. What is this thread? Alright, I'm gonna have to go to bed. 2:21, man. Beast. I mean, I want to keep this VOD up, lol. Really? Heck yeah, I'm going to. Fuck that. You make a good point. I really shouldn't, but I probably will. I took down the one of the devil symbol over Bezos's head. I took that one down. What's this? Just on the Daddy Bezos one there, no surprise there, yo. Thanks, man. It just wasn't, like, I don't wish that on him. I don't wish negativity on anyone. I wish he was more positive. I wish he was, like, I don't want him to suffer due to physical violence or whatever. I want him to give us the money that we don't have to. We're not just poor motherfuckers and this rich motherfucker. It's equality in this fucking world, man. Like, what an asshole. Jeff Bezos, the asshole. Okay, dudes, I gotta go to bed. It's 2:24. Thanks for making the stream 5.5 fucking hours. 5.5 hours. Yo. Thanks, dudes. Thank you, dudes. You guys rule. Baron, Dick, Stretch. You guys are the best. Who else was here? Oh, Eric's subscribed. Cloud9 was here. Yo, thanks, Dick. Thanks, Baron. Thanks, Stretch. Appreciate it big time. Have a good night, yo. Thanks, man. Yo, me too. I'm just depressed. I'm gonna close my eyes in my state of depression. I'm just scared. I'm fearful. It's calm before the storm. Have a good night, yo. You too, man. Baron Dick, thanks, dudes. Anybody you know? Online? Sure, let's read a VFX, why not? He's playing No Man's Sky. I think I rated him once when I was working out. Baron, he also plays XBLA Perfect Dark. Thanks, man. Thanks, dude. Baron. You guys rule. You guys are the best. You really made my night. Peace out. Stay safe. Pro choice. Alright, see ya. Bye.